हेलो फ्रेंड्स, वेलकम बैक टू माय चैनल। तो आज की वीडियो में इसका नेक्स्ट पार्ट लेके आ चुका हूँ और ये लास्ट पार्ट होने वाला है गाइस। तो बिना किसी देरी के चलिए शुरुआत करते हैं।
Kylin felt that her cultivation was breaking through extremely fast. In just over 5 months, her cultivation had reached the mid-stage of 1-star Doshang, and she was soon approaching a breakthrough to the late stage of 1-star Doshang. Kylin felt that her cultivation was breaking through extremely fast. In just over 5 months, her cultivation had reached the mid-stage of 1-star Doshang, and she was soon approaching a breakthrough to the late stage of 1-star Doshang. Among this, those 20 streaks of 9-colored thunderclouds contributed a significant amount of energy. Alright, everyone can retrieve the pills. Han Cheng yawned as he walked out from beneath Jinden Tower and returned to his residence to catch up on sleep, believing that others could handle the rest. After all, this wasn't his first time, everyone had experience. As the crowd dispersed, Cao Ying, who had returned to the pill tower, had still not recovered her wits. With a somewhat dizzy head, she came before Zhang Kongzi. Teacher, Mr. Han is truly too enduring. For over 5 months, he didn't sleep or rest, and everything he refined was peak 8th grade pills. Little Yinger, don't compare yourself to that freak. He isn't a normal person, so we can't compare with him. Seeing this exceptionally proud genius disciple looking like this, Zhang Kongzi felt somewhat sympathetic, wondering if the blow dealt to her this time was too big. But on second thought, people could not always sail smoothly, and it was better to let her experience setbacks a bit earlier. I know, teacher, I just can't forget those scenes. Refining 8th grade 9-colored pills seemed as simple as eating and drinking to him. I. Cao Ying recalled how she had kept her eyes open and watched continuously for over 5 months. In the end, her mental state was actually not as good as Han Cheng, the one who was the most exhausted. How could this allow her to calm down? A young man even younger than her had reached a level that only old monsters of 1,000 or 800 years old could reach, or perhaps couldn't even reach. Such a huge blow was truly unacceptable to her for a short while. Alright, little Yinger, actually you are already very good. If you don't believe me, look, Tian Lizzie is still teaching Song Qing to refine high-grade 7th grade pills, and he's even older than you. Zhang Kongzi chanted silently about his sins in his heart, while already starting to give examples to help his beloved disciple regain her self-confidence. After quite a while, Cao Ying's emotions calmed down. Thank you, teacher, I feel much better now. You are my disciple, after all, but are you really better? I probably still need a few days to ease into it. Cao Ying did not deceive herself, speaking the honest truth instead. By the way, I'll also organize what I learned from Brother Han. Hey, seeing you like this, I can rest assured. Go on. Seeing Cao Ying's appearance, Zhang Kongzi's heart also settled down. Watching Cao Ying turn and leave, Zhang Kongzi hummed a little tune as he went over to check on the situation with the other two people. During this period of time, not only Cao Ying, but almost all the elders inside their pill tower had been paying attention to the movements over at Jinden Tower. Watching helplessly as Han Cheng successfully refined a peak 8th grade pill every 6 or 7 days, while they couldn't even guarantee their own success rate in refining 8th grade pills. Although it was heartbreaking and a huge blow, no one could resist watching. It really made them feel itchy in their hearts. How is that girl Cao Ying doing? Arriving at Zhang Yi's side, Dan Chen, that delicate little girl, was refining pills. Seeing Zhang Kongzi walk over, Zhang Yi asked with concern. How else could she be? She's deeply traumatized, of course. That brat's soul power has definitely stepped into the heavenly stage, and might even be close to the emperor stage. Although I don't know how he cultivates, if it weren't for this, it wouldn't explain why he could refine pills continuously for over 5 months without sleep or rest, and not feel tired. Zhang Kongzi couldn't help but complain. It was simply too absurd. No matter how many times one saw it, it felt unacceptable, it was completely outrageous. For over 5 months continuously, even he, who was just watching from the sidelines, felt tired, but the one doing the actual work looked as if he just hadn't slept well, seemingly not tired at all. Hey, who knows, perhaps you and I are currently witnessing the rise of a legend on the fighting Qi continent, Zhang Yi said with a smile. She had a very good impression of Han Cheng. A legend, that's not wrong either, Zhang Kongzi thought about it. By now, Han Cheng's endurance and success rate could indeed be written into the history books of the alchemist of the fighting Qi continent. He was definitely a legendary existence. Ah, right, why have you stopped contacting that fellow Yao Chen? Zhang Kongzi suddenly thought of something and looked at Zhang Yi, who was youthful, beautiful, and gracefully charming. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be. If he were Yao Chen, he might not even be able to handle such a Zhang Yi. A youthful, pretty, and mature elder sister, who could resist this? If they weren't too familiar with each other, and if there weren't some blood relations between them, Zhang Kongzi might not have been able to hold back either. Sigh, that old fellow is now entirely focused on his disciple. Zhang Yi felt somewhat helpless, but not surprised either. After all, this was Yao Chen, otherwise, they would have been together long ago. His disciple, seems his name is Xiao Yan, a little fellow with pretty good talent and excellent temperament. Zhang Kongzi recalled the Doling realm little fellow he had seen when Yao Chen was resurrected. For a little Doling to not show timidity in front of a group of Dozun big shots was already very impressive. That little fellow is already a Dozong, and can already refine 7th grade pills. Yao Chen even said he wants to let Xiao Yan and little Yinger compete. Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Kongzi with a smile. These two could be said to be old rivals. Sure enough, upon hearing these words, Zhang Kongzi perked up. Hey, I admit that the little fellow Xiao Yan's talent might not be bad, but compared to little Yinger, whom this old man carefully nurtures, there's still some gap. Although she was willing to believe Yao Chen in her heart, Zhang Yi actually still favored that little enchantress Cao Ying more. Merely the title of candidate for future pill tower giant was enough to aptly describe how high her talent was. I'll give you an idea. You give Han Cheng a few scrolls of 9th grade pill formulas, and then have him act as your disciple at the alchemist convention. You will definitely win against Yao Chen. Zhang Yi thought of a good method with a chuckle and told Zhang Kongzi. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kongzi's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly shook his head. That is really unnecessary. Zhang Kongzi felt that if he dared to say this to Han Cheng, he would be bedridden for the next half a year. Han Cheng's cultivation talent was also not bad. With his Doqi cultivation as a Dozun, at this age, those people were merely so-so, or couldn't even catch up. He was still a distance away from becoming a semi-holy. If he really started fighting with Han Cheng, as fists fear the young and vigorous, he would probably lose. After all, the process of achieving sanctification through the 9 turns was actually a process of compressing energy, enhancing only endurance without producing a qualitative change yet. Let's go, I'll go take a look over at Tian Lizie's side. Seeing that Dan Chen had finished refining pills, Zhang Kongzi turned and left, arriving at Tian Lizie's side. Tian Lizie, whose appearance was somewhat dark, shook his head as he looked at Song Qing, who was refining pills over there. This child was beyond saving. How is it? Zhang Kongzi came to Tian Lizie's side and asked. This child's personality is too stubborn. It's a misfortune rather than a blessing for his future development. Chapter 115. Heaven rank Go skills are never too many. Chapter 115. Heaven rank Go skills are never too many. A month's time passed very quickly, at least for Han Chang. Everything went smoothly, and he made a huge profit once again. How could Han Chang not be happy? When a person is happy, time passes even faster. On this day, a refreshed Han Chang came to the 9th layer of Jinden Tower and tidied up a bit before Fire Cloud Old Ancestor of Burning Flame Valley arrived along with Valley Master Tang Jian. Oh, I didn't expect Mr. Han, who was renowned across the continent, to be so young. Upon seeing Han Chang, Fire Cloud Old Ancestor's first reaction was that he was too young. He was only in his 20s, yet he could already refine a 9th grade pill. Being able to refine an 8th grade pill was already extremely remarkable. Senior is too polite, everyone is just flattering me. Han Chang modestly replied a few words and directly got down to business. This junior is about to begin refining the 9th grade Wind and Cloud Water Spirit pill. If the Black Demon Lightning appears, I will have to trouble Senior to step in and resolve it. Good, this old man knows. Fire Cloud Old Ancestor nodded. Although he had injuries, the Black Demon Lightning posed no pressure to him. Han Chang smiled and nodded as the myriad beast cauldron dropped. The cyan flames transformed into a cyan dragon that hovered on the 9th layer of Jinden Tower. With a dragon roar, a stream of cyan fire spat out from the cyan dragon's mouth and entered the myriad beast cauldron. The temperature inside the 9th layer rose rapidly. When the time was right, Han Chang waved his hand, and a continuous stream of medicinal materials poured into the medicinal cauldron like flowing water. Fire Cloud Old Ancestor squinted slightly, watching Han Chang's master alchemist techniques, a glint flashing in his eyes from time to time. Tang Jian, who had a hobby of alchemy, watched with exceptional attentiveness, wishing he could apprentice right now. Unfortunately, he did not possess the wood attribute. Until the 11th day, an aura of utter destruction descended upon Holy Pill City. Dark clouds that absorbed all light emerged in the sky, writhing around Jinden Tower and slowly forming a bottomless black hole. Although Jinden Tower had restrictions that could block anything unless deliberately destroyed by a Dosheng expert, this aura of destruction could not be stopped. The numerous experts within Holy Pill City were alarmed, and figures led by the Danta 3 giants had already arrived near Jinden Tower to watch. Upon seeing these terrifying dark clouds, a scenario that countless alchemists had imagined countless times made them realize that this was the Black Demon Lightning that could only be triggered by a 9th grade pill. Hiss. Zhan Yi drew in a sharp breath. She muttered in a low voice. Good grief, Han Chang has truly surpassed us. He is actually already able to refine a 9th grade pill. I should have thought of it long ago. Refining an 8th grade pill with 9 colors was as easy as drinking water, so refining a 9th grade pill is nothing impossible. Zhang Kongzi gritted his teeth. This brat usually acted like his sworn brother, yet secretly he had hidden such a trick up his sleeve. Perhaps he was afraid of crushing your confidence. Tian Lizi silently added a sentence, making Zhang Kongzi feel as if his chest had been pierced by an arrow. Zhang Kongzi only then discovered that this thick-eyebrow, big-eyed fellow Tian Lizi was also thick-skinned and black-hearted. Alright, the ones who are suffering the most should be them. Zhan Yi comforted Zhang Kongzi. After all, this was her older cousin. As she spoke, she smiled and looked not far away at those top factions guarded by Bansheng experts. 9th grade alchemists were scarce across the entire fighting Qi continent. Someone like Han Chang who could independently refine a 9th grade pill was even rarer, countable on a single hand. Therefore, 9th grade pills were virtually unobtainable by chance. Even as powerful as Dosheng experts were, they might not necessarily consume a single 9th grade pill in their entire lives. Because compared to the scarcity of Dosheng experts, 9th grade alchemists could simply be described as exceptionally scarce. They were on the level of endangered protected animals on the fighting Qi continent. Including Bansheng, the total number of Dosheng experts across the entire continent added up to around 2 to 300, but 9th grade alchemists only numbered around 3 to 5. Among them, there were some special circumstances, so some Dosheng experts could not obtain a 9th grade pill at all. For instance, Hun Zuzi of the Hun clan was a 9th grade alchemist, but could Ji Yuan obtain a 9th grade pill from his hands? The medicine clan could refine one for Ji Yuan, but the price to be paid would make the Ji Yu clan hesitate. After all, that belonged to a transaction between two clans, and it couldn't be cheap. Such being the case, for Dosheng experts, a 9th grade pill was even rarer than heaven rank Qi methods and heaven rank Do skills. And like Han Chang, a 9th grade alchemist who proactively opened his doors to do business could be said to be one of a kind. However, those factions failed to seize the opportunity immediately and were now a step behind. How could they not feel bitter? Inside Jinden Tower, Fire Cloud Old Ancestor, who had been squinting his eyes these past few days, suddenly widened his eyes and drew in a sharp breath. He hadn't expected Han Chang to successfully refine a 9th grade pill on the first try. Senior, Han Chang turned his head to look at Fire Cloud Old Ancestor and pointed upwards with his finger. Rest assured, Mr. Han, leave the rest to this old man. Fire Cloud Old Ancestor nodded solemnly, his attitude changing very naturally. A fiery red figure appeared above Jinden Tower. Facing the sky full of dark clouds, this somewhat aged figure was not inferior in the slightest. A Dosheng expert. The onlookers understood in their hearts, raising this thought, a genuine Dosheng expert, not a Bansheng. With a single thought, a Dosheng expert could mobilize the energy of a region and possess a terrifying power to destroy heaven and earth. Although the power of the Black Demon Lightning was mighty, it was only relative to those below the Dosheng level. Bansheng experts could suppress it by exerting their utmost effort and paying a certain price. In front of a true Dosheng expert, it was merely a minor trouble that could be resolved with a few ordinary attacks. The Wind and Cloud Water Spirit pill inside the medicinal cauldron had just wanted to escape when it was blocked by Han Chang. His soul power vibrated, slapping it back into its original form. It was a pale blue, translucent, dragon eye-sized pill encircled with cyan cloud patterns. After Fire Cloud Old Ancestor returned, he immediately sensed a moist and gentle watery vapor. Not only did he not feel uncomfortable due to conflicting attributes, but the heavy injuries within his body were instead somewhat alleviated. As expected of a 9th grade pill, just a trace of its aura makes this old man feel much better. Carefully taking the cold jade bottle containing the pill from Han Chang's hands, Fire Cloud Old Ancestor breathed a sigh of relief and fished out a scroll from his storage ring. Mr. Han, many thanks this time. This is a heaven rank Do skill that this old man created himself over the years, the Burning Heaven Finger. Consider it a small token of my appreciation, please accept it. Very well, then this junior will respectfully accept it without declining. Han Chang smiled and accepted it. He could never have too many heaven rank Do skills. As a 9th grade alchemist, he had the confidence to accept a thank you gift from a Dosheng expert. Seeing that Han Chang accepted it, Fire Cloud Old Ancestor's mood became much more pleasant. Haha, as long as little friend Han likes it. Valley Master Tang Jian at the side also became jubilant in his heart. This was truly a great thing. Their Burning Flame Valley had established a relationship with this young 9th grade alchemist, giving them confidence whenever they went out to fight others in the future. After casually exchanging some polite remarks, Fire Cloud Old Ancestor and Valley Master Tang Gen left first. After all, healing his injuries first was the most crucial matter. Chapter 116 Take it easy. Chapter 116 Take it easy. If you really want to chat, can't you just chat freely after you recover? Just as the two from Burning Flame Valley left Jinden Tower, Han Cheng caught sight of the figures of the three giants and their disciples. With a single step, Han Cheng appeared before them. Yo, brother Zhang Kongzi, sister Zhang Yi, brother Tian Lizi, and Miss Yinger, why are you standing out here instead of going inside? You are already a 9th grade alchemist now, and you are no longer on the same level as us. We hardly dare to approach you, Zhang Kongzi joked, which was still better than saying he hadn't recovered from his shock yet. Han Cheng smiled, nodded, and said with a faint serious expression, that's right. From now on, I am no longer on the same level as you people. In the future, if any of you want to summon me, you must bring out a set of heavenly class cultivation method and dough technique before you are even qualified to see me. Get lost, even if we had a heavenly class cultivation method and dough technique, we wouldn't give it to you. Zhang Kongzi's mouth twitched. Heavenly class cultivation methods weren't just wildflowers and grass growing on the ground. The cultivation method he currently practiced was only of the low heavenly class, and that was still because he had the backing of a top-tier faction like Pill Tower. Han Cheng deactivated the spatial restriction of Jinden Tower, allowing it to resume operations, while he went to Pill Tower to show off. He mainly wanted to use his identity as a 9th grade alchemist to make these people from Pill Tower re-evaluate him, so as to avoid any foolish incidents of looking down on others in the future. At the same time, this would deepen the ties between both sides. After all, they were both neutral factions with no fundamental conflict of interest, allying back-to-back for mutual development would benefit them both. Jinden Tower needed the reputation of Pill Tower as the Holy Land of Alchemists, and Pill Tower needed the prestige of Han Cheng as a 9th grade alchemist. Both sides took what they needed. Meanwhile, following the appearance of Black Demon Lightning in Holy Pill City, countless eyes witnessed Han Cheng refining a 9th grade pill, and this news spread at a rapid pace. The factions with saints stationed among them slapped their thighs in regret while hurriedly sending people to deepen ties with Jinden Tower, striving for the quota 5 years later. Factions without saints stationed among them were merely shocked and filled with emotion, while strictly ordering their people not to come into conflict with Jinden Tower, lest their own faction meet its end. After all, a single 9th grade pill was enough to invite a Dosheng expert to make a move and annihilate a faction without any saints stationed there. Among the factions most overjoyed by Han Cheng becoming a 9th grade alchemist, the ancient clan was definitely one of them. Take a look, all of you take a look. What did I say? I said that Han Cheng, sir, was definitely a peerless talent and an unrivaled grand master of alchemy. Look at that, isn't he a 9th grade alchemist now? The elder of the ancient clan who had previously consistently supported Patriarch Ji Yuan's investment in Han Cheng waved his arms excitedly. A 9th grade alchemist, and such a young 9th grade alchemist at that. If he could become a member of their ancient clan, the clan's strength would undoubtedly skyrocket by a huge margin. Ahem, this old man suggests we send people to deliver congratulatory gifts to Mr. Han right now. We cannot let the relationship between us grow cold. I second that. I'd like to recommend someone to deliver the gifts. As everyone knows, this old man has a granddaughter. Asshole, stop treating everyone like fools. Precisely, your granddaughter only has a 7th grade bloodline, my grandniece should go instead. She is already a 9-star Dozun. Give it a rest, your grandniece is already over 800 years old. Anyone who doesn't know better would think you're trying to make her adopt a grandson. Exactly, my granddaughter is the most suitable. Although her bloodline grade is a bit lower, she is young. Moreover, she is as pretty as a flower, looking just like a fairy descending to the mortal realm. Quote. Enough. Ji Yu Dao, one of the 3 immortals of the ancient clan, interrupted the bickering of these elders from the ancient clan. He turned to look at Ji Yuan sitting at the head of the table. This old man suggests that young Miss should make the trip. After all, young Miss was once a classmate with Mr. Han and has interacted with him before. Quote. Ji Yuan fell silent for a moment, regretting to death in his heart the action of sending his daughter to spend her childhood in the Xiao family. I will speak with sooner. Right, after the All-Continent Alchemist Convention a year from now, Han Cheng will come to pay a visit. At that time, all the elders must not lose their composure. Hey. That goes without saying. Definitely. Rest assured, Patriarch, we know the gravity of the situation. That's right. Who knows what they mean by, definitely, do they mean they definitely won't cause trouble, or? Ji Yuan looked at these old fellows, pondering that he would have to keep a closer eye on them when the time comes, otherwise these shameless old fogies might actually do something foolish. The meeting concluded, and Ji Yuan arrived outside the courtyard of Ji Zuner. Where's Zuner? Reporting to Patriarch, young Miss is currently in closed door cultivation. Ji Yuan gave Ling Ying a deep look and said, let this be an exception. Once Zuner returns, have her come find me. There is an important matter for her to handle. Yes, Ling Ying lay trembling on the ground, and only after a long while did he heave a long sigh of relief. Young Miss, oh young Miss, please use this old servant's life a bit more sparingly. At this moment, the atmosphere within Starfall Pavilion was exceptionally oppressive. Even Yao Chen, who was a Bansheng expert, could only retreat 300 miles and didn't dare to get involved in this smokeless war. Sigh, little fellow, Master can help you with anything else, and even if it's a Dosheng expert, Master dares to stand against them. But for this kind of matter, Master truly has no way out, you can only rely on yourself to resolve it. Wind Venerable had been dragged over to play chess with Yao Lao, while Mu Qinglu and poured tea on the side. Outwardly, the attention of the 3 was on the chessboard, but in reality, all of them tacitly glanced in the direction of Xiao Yan's residence. Anyone with eyes could see the relationship between Xiao Yan and Xiao Yixian, let alone a young girl like Ji Zuner who valued Xiao Yan extremely highly. Why is there not a single sound? Why aren't they fighting? If they actually fought, it would be easier to talk about. What's terrifying is the current state where no one knows what will happen. Yao Lao said with a toothache-like expression, though inwardly he felt somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, he never got married or engaged, otherwise, given his romantic flings when he was young, wouldn't he be plagued to death with trouble? Sure enough, women were far more troublesome than refining pills. Come to think of it, that brat Han Cheng had already become a 9th grade alchemist, yet he didn't seem to have many women around him, almost all of them were magical beasts. Hiss. Yao Lao's eyes lit up, and he felt a trace of admiration for Han Cheng. Magical beasts were great, they wouldn't care how many women their man had, and moreover, if one could win a magical beast's true heart, they would love you and only you for their entire lives. Yao Lao's gaze subconsciously turned toward Mu Qingluan at the side, but he quickly turned his head away. This was the precious darling of his good buddy, so he couldn't harbor any ideas about her. Speaking of which, that Feng Qinger from Wind and Thunder Pavilion seemed pretty good, he could introduce her to the little fellow. The strength of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan was also ridiculously formidable. Of course, these were just thoughts in Yao Lao's mind. The specific situation would still depend on how the subsequent relationship between Xiaoyan and Ji Yuzuner developed. If it fell apart, then he would just go with his previous idea. However, if it didn't fall apart, then naturally everyone would be happy. Chapter 117, Winning All. Chapter 117, Winning All. The trio waited for about half an hour before Ji Yuzuner came out. The expression on her face was still as tranquil and elegant as ever, as if nothing had happened. When leaving, she bid farewell to Yao Lao just as politely, leaving no room for anyone to find fault. However, Yao Lao and Wind Venerable were old foxes. From some details in Ji Yuzuner's movements, they could tell that the young girl's mood was not as calm as she appeared. But then again, even a simp, upon learning that his goddess had already slept with her current boyfriend, would choose to turn around and leave the simp for another target. It's just that Ji Yuzuner was Xiaoyan's veteran simp. She could still accept it for now, but she wouldn't feel very good inside and would need time to slowly soothe her heartbreak. Yao Lao and Wind Venerable were definitely on Xiaoyan's side for various reasons. Although Xiaoyan was in the wrong, it wasn't easy for them to say anything. Such matters had to be resolved between them themselves. If outsiders caused trouble at this time, they would truly become outsiders in the future. Inside the Han residence, Han Cheng was still polishing that medicinal formula, striving for perfection without leaving a single flaw. In 1 year, the alchemist convention would begin, and Han Cheng wanted to perfect this medicinal formula before then. Sister Yafei is not young anymore, and she is currently only a Douhuang expert. Although she has taken longevity extending pills and can live for at least another 500 years, that's still not enough. Han Cheng narrowed his eyes, continuously recalling the various medicinal formulas he had read, the individual characteristics of medicinal herbs, and the characteristics of different herbs combined together. This was a tremendously huge number. Just how many medicinal herbs were there on the Fighting Qi continent? Even a 9th grade alchemist wouldn't dare claim to know all of them. Of course, what Han Cheng did was merely put together some relatively common medicinal herbs for deduction. Even so, this was still an extremely massive number, equivalent to using the human brain to calculate pi accurate to 10 billion decimal places. As the sun set and the moon rose, Han Cheng stopped his brainstorming and, holding beauties in both arms, began his triple cultivation. Given that Ziyan this girl was simply too clingy, Han Cheng decided to take her into his chambers to be his child bride and Kai Lin's younger sister. This matter received the unanimous approval of Kai Lin and Ziyan. They both liked the feeling of the family being together like this. If they were separated, they wouldn't quite be used to it. Half a month later, Han Cheng, having activated a 128-fold speed, perfected the medicinal formula for the second time. Han Cheng decided to put it aside for a moment, clear his mind, and after some time, look at it from a different perspective to see if anything else needed perfection. Kai Lin, I'm giving this pill to you. Strive to break through to 2-star Dosheng before the alchemist convention. After I finish eating this 8th grade pill. After sunrise, Han Cheng gave the 9th grade pill that could boost cultivation in his hand to Kai Lin. There was still one healing 9th grade pill left, which couldn't be eaten casually and had to be kept just in case, to be used to save lives at critical moments. Ziyan, standing aside, felt that massive amount of energy and subconsciously went to take a bite. Fortunately, Kai Lin reacted quickly, otherwise they might have been attending a funeral banquet today. You girl, you really aren't afraid of death. This is a 9th grade pill, and you're only at tier 7 right now Tilda. Kai Lin put away the pill and fiercely pinched Ziyan's little face. Ziyan smiled embarrassedly with a hee-hee. This was just a habit of hers, and it would probably take quite a long time for her to change it. Hee-hee, I was wrong, sister. Watching the interaction between these two beauties, Han Cheng smiled leisurely. At this moment, Long Yu walked over quickly. Sir, madam, Miss Ji Yuzuner from the Ji Yu clan has arrived. Do you wish to see her? See her, this person is probably here to deliver gifts again, how can we turn her away? Han Cheng smiled, stood up, and walked toward the reception hall. Long Yu followed closely behind Han Cheng step by step. Kai Lin held Ziyan and whispered in her ear, both of them casting their gazes simultaneously at Long Yu's back. Junior Zuner, it's been a few years, and you've become even prettier. Girls really change in 18 ways as they grow up. It wasn't purely out of courtesy. Now 23 years old, Ji Yu Zuner had completely blossomed. Both her appearance and temperament were top-notch, making her definitely one of the most beautiful women on the continent. Provided that Kai Lin didn't participate in the ranking, Han Cheng thought silently in his heart. Zuner can no longer afford senior's praise now. You are already a 9th grade alchemist, while Zuner is still only a dozong. Ji Yu Zuner teased with a smile. Just how many years had it been, yet this senior had already become an existence that even the Ji Yu clan had to revere as an honored guest. However, Ji Yu Zuner's words were purely teasing. With her identity, ordinary Dosheng experts wouldn't dare to look down on her either. Hee, that's just how outsiders make distinctions. Since we are both students of the academy, there's no need to divide it so meticulously. Han Cheng wore a sincere smile on his face. Although it was just polite pleasantries, Ji Yu Zuner still felt very happy hearing it in her heart. After all, these were words spoken by one of the most noble existences on the continent. Even if you knew it was a lie, the fact that the other party was willing to tell a lie for you meant that you held a certain status in their eyes. With this sense of recognition, even with Ji Yu Zuner's mature state of mind, she felt a brief daze and floated on air. Senior, you really know how to joke. Zuner is almost being praised into a daze by you. Covering her mouth and speaking with a smile, a flash of brilliance flickered in Ji Yu Zuner's eyes. This time Zuner came representing the Ji Yu clan to deliver a congratulatory gift to Senior. Congratulations, Senior, on successfully refining a 9th grade pill and becoming the most noble 9th grade alchemist on the Fighting Qi continent. As she spoke, Ji Yu Zuner took out a storage ring and presented it before Han Cheng. Han Cheng took the storage ring, glanced at it, and the smile on his face grew even wider. The seniors of the Ji Yu clan are truly too polite. From the very beginning until now, they've helped me quite a lot. Fortunately, I've also prepared a gift for the Ji Yu clan, otherwise I wouldn't even dare to accept this congratulatory gift. Hearing Han Cheng say this, Ji Yu Zuner couldn't help feeling a bit curious. What kind of gift could make Han Cheng think it could match the end-tier cultivation methods and dough techniques? Ji Yu Zuner knew Han Cheng's character well. He was not someone who spoke recklessly. Thus, she blinked her eyes and asked with some curiosity, Senior, I wonder what kind of gift it is. Can you tell Zuner about it? Hee, not yet. That gift hasn't been truly perfected yet, but I suppose this gift won't be of any use to a proud daughter of heaven like Junior Zuner. Han Cheng shook his head and said with some regret. I won't be able to use it. Ji Yu Zuner found it a bit strange. What kind of gift could make even the Ji Yu clan like it, yet she wouldn't be able to use it? You must know that Ji Yu Zuner's status within the Ji Yu clan was truly. Haha, Junior Zuner, don't think about it anymore. In another year, you'll know. Speaking of which, Senior, when Zuner came just now, I saw quite a few acquaintances inside Jinden Tower. I didn't expect Senior to actually reach this step. No wonder those elders and teachers of the academy held you in such high esteem back then. By the way, what kind of day is it today? So many dear readers are casting monthly votes for me, making one rather happy. I'm almost embarrassed to only do 2 chapters a day. Haha carat omega carat hiya. Chapter 118, Visiting. Chapter 118, Visiting. Ji Zuner remembered the time she spent back in Jinan Academy. No matter who it was in the academy, whenever Han Chang was mentioned, they would give him a thumbs up. Now it seemed that they hadn't misjudged him. The influence of a 9th grade alchemist was among the top factions in this fighting Qi continent. Even transcendent forces possessing high-stage Dosheng would not dare to underestimate it. Yet such an existence, which possessed infinite developmental potential and could naturally grow into a true titan of the fighting Qi continent in the future, chose instead to recruit graduates from Jinan Academy. Furthermore, there were almost no strict restrictions regarding the leaving or staying of these people. They just wouldn't be taken back once they left, coming at almost no cost. Such lenient conditions were practically cut from the same cloth as Jinan Academy. Many people secretly mocked Han Chang for such a ridiculous action. Treating these people so well, if something went wrong in the future without any constraints and everyone ran off, what would you do? It was too foolish. Not everyone was capable of sacrificing their lives for righteousness. However, this was also the reason why Jinden Tower's reputation had grown increasingly powerful across the fighting Qi continent nowadays. Who wouldn't be willing to join the faction of a benevolent alchemist? Now that I have the ability, I can help them out a bit whenever I can. But seeing as how reliable these classmates of mine are and how much they've helped me, that's why I can be so leisurely right now. Han Chang smiled and shook his head. He truly loved days like this where he could earn money just by lying around at home. The biggest dream before his death in his past life had been so easily achieved in this life. What a wonderful life. With Senior's ability, as long as you wanted it, you could completely avoid doing these things. Ji Zuner shook her head. If a 9th grade alchemist truly wanted to enjoy leisure, even Dosheng experts wouldn't dare to disturb them. Yet Han Chang still did it, which was enough to show his pure heart and clear distinction between gratitude and grudges. Not even those old fellows in the Ji clan whom Ji Zuner loathed had ever voiced any doubt about his character, which already spoke volumes. Sigh, it's mainly because I'm scared of being poor. When I was young, I wished I could split a single gold coin into 100 parts to spend. Even now, I still have a deep fondness for these golden coins. As he spoke, Han Chang tossed out a gold coin, a glittering little thing that people especially love. Han Chang believed that his life story had probably been read to tatters. Speaking of which, Junior Xiaoyan will also participate in the Alchemist Convention a year from now, right? Zuner isn't sure, but I suppose the champion will undoubtedly be none other than Senior. Ji Zuner looked at Han Chang with a beaming smile, her tone carrying a hint of a young maiden's grievance. Did the two of you have a falling out? Han Chang was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Ji Zuner to be angry with Xiaoyan. That was truly a rare sight. We're all young people after all. Just calm down a bit, and don't do things that hurt yourself and the one you love out of a momentary impulse. Thank you, Senior, but Zuner is very calm right now. Ji Zuner said in a calm tone, then abruptly changed the subject. When are Senior and the Queen of the Snake People tribe getting married? Zuner is still waiting to drink Senior's wedding wine. Soon. We plan to get married after the Alchemist Convention ends. When I visit the Ji clan, I won't forget Junior Zuner's share of the wedding cash gifts. A smile unconsciously appeared on Han Chang's face. For the first time in 2 lives, he was still quite excited inside. Alright then, when the time comes, Zuner will give Senior a single gold coin as a red envelope. Ji Zuner teased with a hint of envy. A single gold coin, Han Chang smiled helplessly and said, then when that time comes, I'll only be able to invite you, Junior, to a cup of tea. You won't get a share of the main banquet or the wedding candies. At this moment, Long Yu walked over, looking as though she had something to say. Sir, a young girl claiming to be a graduate of Jinan Academy wishes to see you. She also said she has an urgent matter to ask of you. Han Chang was somewhat surprised. What was going on? Not a single person ever came by on ordinary days, so could today really be such a coincidence? Did the young girl mention her name, or what she needs my help with? She is a descendant of the Yi family, one of the Pill Tower's 5 great families, Yi Xinlin. She didn't state the specific matter. The Yi family, if she's asking me to help her pass the Pill Tower review, you should just send her back. My current identity is not suitable for doing such a thing. If she truly has no other way, tell her to go look for Junior Xiaoyan of Starfall Pavilion. Junior Xiaoyan's talent as an alchemist is extremely strong. Yes, sir. Long Yu turned and left. Han Chang shook his head and looked at Ji Zuner beside him. It's not that I'm being cruel, it's truly inconvenient for me to meddle in this kind of matter. Zuner understands Senior's difficult position. The higher one's position, the less one can act purely on impulse. Although Ji Zuner, born into the Ji clan, had spent her childhood in the Xiao family, after returning to the Ji clan, she had gained a deep understanding of these matters. It's good that Junior Zuner understands. Will Junior be staying here for a few days this time? Han Chang smiled, though whether Ji Zuner understood or not wasn't something he particularly cared about. If it doesn't trouble Senior, Zuner really would like to get close to my future sister-in-law. Recalling what her old father had said to her, as well as her impression of Han Chang, Ji Zuner decided to stay here for a few days to see how things went. Oh, Han Chang was slightly surprised, but then immediately used voice transmission to tell Kailin and Ziyan about this matter. They all knew each other, so Han Chang didn't need to waste words. Then from now on, Junior can just treat this place like your own home. If you need anything, just tell me, or Kailin and the others. Don't stand on ceremony, stay as long as you like. That's right, if Sister Zuner needs anything, just tell your big sister. Kailin pulled Ziyan out with her, and speaking thus, she pulled Ji Zuner away from the reception hall to pick out a courtyard for her. Seeing that he had nothing to do again, Han Chang breathed a sigh of relief. Great, he didn't have to put on airs anymore, he could be as comfortable as he pleased. However, Ji Zuner was a guest after all, so he should at least give her some face on the first day and whip up a sumptuous feast. Forget it, I'd better cook myself. What exotic delicacies hasn't that little princess of the Ji clan ever eaten? Besides, me cooking personally is what shows sincerity, right? It's definitely not because this saves more money. Han Chang calculated in his heart that if it weren't for the fact that everyone eating medicinal pills together at the dining table would be too strange, and that refining medicinal pills required quite a bit of time, he would rather have used an 8th grade pill to entertain Ji Zuner. Who knew how long it would take to reach a realm like 9-star Dosheng? Before that, he should save wherever he could. Vegetables didn't need to be bought. Han Chang, who possessed farming genes, had long ago cleared out 100 new vegetable garden in his estate. That was only because he possessed extraordinary power, otherwise, he would have been worked to death. Meat didn't need to be bought either, casually catching a magical beast provided the freshest meat. The various ingredients that Han Cheng had intentionally or unintentionally collected over ordinary days were enough for the few of them to eat and drink for hundreds of years. With Han Cheng's attainments as a ninth-grade alchemist, the dishes he made were naturally incomparably delicious. This rare taste of home made Ji Yuzuner eat very happily. First chapter update. Today I saw a good book and wanted to study it carefully, while also pondering the subsequent story. By the way, what do you guys think about writing a story about the protagonist's son in the great ruler world next? Chapter 119, Fellow Traveler. Chapter 119, Fellow Traveler. So, Senior and the others weren't just being polite. The next day, Ji Yuzuner noticed that Han Cheng and the others had no intention of eating, and only then did she realize that the phrase, eat more, from the dining table yesterday wasn't just being polite. Although Ji Yuzuner knew it was already a great honor to have a ninth-grade alchemist personally cook to host her, she couldn't help but complain about the feeling of not being able to taste such delicious food again after having it just once. However, compared to the ancient clan, Han Cheng's side was much more peaceful and leisurely. Chatting, strolling on the streets, and playing games together with Kailin and Ziyan meant there weren't so many troublesome things to think about. The nighttime was used for cultivation. Although this place couldn't compare to the ancient clan in terms of the concentration of heaven and earth energy, the chasm between Dozong and Dozun required an amount of accumulated energy that was simply too massive. Even with a bloodline like Ji Yuzuner's, it would still take a very long time to accumulate. Until 2 nights later, Ji Yuzuner, who was cultivating her connection with the Golden Emperor's sky-burning flame seed flame, suddenly sensed a strange energy fluctuation. Following this fluctuation, Ji Yuzuner came to the garden and saw a scene she had never witnessed before. Only then did Ji Yuzuner react and realize why the nights in the Han residence were exceptionally dark. It turned out that the moonlight in this huge mansion had all been gathered together by them. The three of them held hands, maintaining the same breathing frequency. With every breath in and out, the bright moonlight was drawn into their bodies. Ji Yuzuner carefully noticed that as the three of them breathed in the moonlight, their aura became increasingly transcendent and refined, blending seamlessly with the world. It was as if they had merged into one with heaven and earth. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have been able to perceive them at all even with soul power. Han Cheng and the others naturally discovered Ji Yuzuner's figure. His half-step heavenly state great perfection soul power was no mere decoration. Junior Zuner can wait a moment with your questions. I will answer them after our cultivation session ends. Receiving Han Cheng's soul power transmission, Ji Yuzuner silently withdrew from the garden and returned to her room to quietly wait for the sun to rise. At the same time, her heart was filled with curiosity, an irrepressible curiosity. What kind of cultivation method could actually absorb moonlight? With Ji Yuzuner's knowledge, she already had a deep understanding of the cultivation techniques on the Fighting Chi continent, which were essentially absorbing heaven and earth energy to integrate into oneself and elevating oneself by mobilizing heaven and earth energy. Starting from the Do Wong stage, one could crudely mobilize heaven and earth energy, while a Do Huang expert improved upon that further. Their attacks could trigger the surrounding heaven and earth energy, possessing the power to destroy a city. The connection between Do Sheng experts and heaven and earth energy had reached a remarkably close degree. Even without Do Chi in their bodies, just a wave of their hand could command the heaven and earth energy within a radius of 1,000 miles. That kind of power could be described as world-destroying. The ancient clan had Do Sheng experts, and Ji Yuzuner's dear father Ji Yuan was even a peak 9-star Do Sheng expert. But Ji Yuzuner could be certain that even her dear father could not achieve this, directly absorbing moonlight energy to cultivate. Although she wasn't clear on the specifics of Han Cheng and the others' cultivation method, Ji Yuzuner could be certain that this was definitely a cultivation method with massive potential. It might even be useful to her dear father. Senior, why don't you guard against Zuner a bit more when it comes to such an important secret? Ji Yuzuner's mood was somewhat complicated. She really wanted to get her hands on this cultivation technique. After all, Ji Yuzuner understood that an increase in her dear father's strength would bring her 100 benefits without a single harm. However, would Han Cheng so easily hand over a technique concerning one's foundation to her? Would he be willing to exchange it with her? If it were her, Ji Yuzuner couldn't be certain. Perhaps she would share it with her brother Xiao Yan and her dear father, but other people. Thinking this, Ji Yuzuner's consciousness sank into her storage ring, and she began searching for items that could move Han Cheng. After a few breaths, Ji Yuzuner gave a bitter smile and shook her head. A 9th-grade alchemist could be said to exist in the first tier of the wealth rankings on the Fighting Chi continent. What kind of thing could make someone like that's heart flutter? 9th-grade medicinal pill formula, heaven rank technique, heaven rank Do skill. She, Ji Yuzuner, didn't have such things on her right now either. She was currently just a small 9-star Dozong. Her net worth might be a bit richer, but compared to a 9th-grade alchemist, she really was just an ordinary person. Yet they were still good friends, and their relationship was currently in a honeymoon period. If they were enemies or strangers, Ji Yuzuner would definitely notify the ancient clan's elders of the first opportunity to capture the person and interrogate them for the technique. Although she, Ji Yuzuner, looked like a fairy who didn't eat mortal food, as long as the interests reached a certain standard, she would transform into a ruthless fiend. Yet right now, she was facing a very, very good senior who not only took great care of her, but also took great care of her lover, and was even an honored guest of the forces behind her. Ji Yuzuner thought about it all night, and in the end, she stopped agonizing over it. It wasn't that she figured it out, but rather that dawn had broken. Han Cheng and the other three came into Ji Yuzuner's courtyard, sitting quietly in the yard waiting for her to come out. Creak tilde. Senior, let's just pretend what happened last night never happened. Zuner won't tell anyone about it. Ji Yuzuner walked out the door, expressing that she didn't want to investigate it anymore. After all, this was Han Cheng's territory, so she still had to be cautious. After all, prying into someone else's cultivation technique was a huge taboo. If they had a falling out, it really wouldn't be easy to say what would happen today. Junior Zuner doesn't need to be so nervous. Actually, I also want to pass down this cultivation method. After all, right now I'm the only one who has successfully cultivated this method, and many things cannot be verified by myself. Han Cheng smiled slightly and gestured for Ji Yuzuner to come sit over. At the same time, Kailin and the others also revealed a trace of their own magical beast aura. Ji Yuzuner looked around and discovered that these women around Han Cheng were all transformed magical beasts, which couldn't help but give her a bit more trust in what Han Cheng had said. In fact, back at Jianan Academy, I already started swallowing the essence of moonlight. To verify the feasibility of this path, I once invited Junior Xiaoyan's teacher, Senior Yao, to join together. It's just a pity that although Senior Yao possessed a heavenly flame at the time and was also a soul body, he couldn't swallow the essence of moonlight like I could. Junior Xiaoyan is the same. Among everyone, all those people close to me, aside from Kailin and the others who possess top-tier bloodlines of magical beasts, not a single person can walk this path with me. Speaking of this, Han Cheng also let out a sigh of emotion. Such a good cultivation method, yet not a single person could pull it off. It really left one feeling helpless. Senior Qin Beisheng didn't count. His situation was not reproducible, and moreover, that was discovered by Qin Beisheng himself, not taught by Han Cheng. Perhaps this is the only flaw of those flawless top-tier techniques. The standard requirements for cultivation are simply too high. Until last night, I didn't expect that Junior Zuner would actually be able to sense the energy fluctuations of the moonlight. It really caught me by surprise, and along with that surprise, I'm also very delighted. It seems I finally have a true fellow traveler. Chapter 119, Fellow Traveler. Chapter 119, Fellow Traveler. So, Senior and the others weren't just being polite. The next day, Ji Zuner noticed that Han Chang and the others had no intention of eating, and only then did she realize that the phrase, eat more, from the dining table yesterday wasn't just being polite. Although Ji Zuner knew it was already a great honor to have a 9th-grade alchemist personally cook to host her, she couldn't help but complain about the feeling of not being able to taste such delicious food again after having it just once. However, compared to the ancient clan, Han Chang's side was much more peaceful and leisurely. Chatting, strolling on the streets, and playing games together with Kailin and Ziyan meant there weren't so many troublesome things to think about. The nighttime was used for cultivation. Although this place couldn't compare to the ancient clan in terms of the concentration of heaven and earth energy, the chasm between Dozong and Dozun required an amount of accumulated energy that was simply too massive. Even with a bloodline like Ji Zuner's, it would still take a very long time to accumulate. Until 2 nights later, Ji Zuner, who was cultivating her connection with the Golden Emperor's sky-burning flame seed flame, suddenly sensed a strange energy fluctuation. Following this fluctuation, Ji Zuner came to the garden and saw a scene she had never witnessed before. Only then did Ji Zuner react and realize why the nights in the Han residence were exceptionally dark. It turned out that the moonlight in this huge mansion had all been gathered together by them. The 3 of them held hands, maintaining the same breathing frequency. With every breath in and out, the bright moonlight was drawn into their bodies. Ji Zuner carefully noticed that as the 3 of them breathed in the moonlight, their aura became increasingly transcendent and refined, blending seamlessly with the world. It was as if they had merged into one with heaven and earth. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have been able to perceive them at all even with soul power. Han Chang and the others naturally discovered Ji Zuner's figure. His half-step heavenly state great perfection soul power was no mere decoration. Junior Zuner can wait a moment with your questions. I will answer them after our cultivation session ends. Receiving Han Chang's soul power transmission, Ji Zuner silently withdrew from the garden and returned to her room to quietly wait for the sun to rise. At the same time, her heart was filled with curiosity, an irrepressible curiosity. What kind of cultivation method could actually absorb moonlight? With Ji Zuner's knowledge, she already had a deep understanding of the cultivation techniques on the Fighting Chi continent, which were essentially absorbing heaven and earth energy to integrate into oneself and elevating oneself by mobilizing heaven and earth energy. Starting from the Do Wong stage, one could crudely mobilize heaven and earth energy, while a Do Huang expert improved upon that further. Their attacks could trigger the surrounding heaven and earth energy, possessing the power to destroy a city. The connection between Do Sheng experts and heaven and earth energy had reached a remarkably close degree. Even without Do Chi in their bodies, just a wave of their hand could command the heaven and earth energy within a radius of 1,000 miles. That kind of power could be described as world-destroying. The ancient clan had Do Sheng experts, and Ji Zuner's dear father Ji Yuan was even a peak 9-star Do Sheng expert. But Ji Zuner could be certain that even her dear father could not achieve this, directly absorbing moonlight energy to cultivate. Although she wasn't clear on the specifics of Han Chang and the others' cultivation method, Ji Zuner could be certain that this was definitely a cultivation method with massive potential. It might even be useful to her dear father. Senior, why don't you guard against Zuner a bit more when it comes to such an important secret? Ji Zuner's mood was somewhat complicated. She really wanted to get her hands on this cultivation technique. After all, Ji Zuner understood that an increase in her dear father's strength would bring her 100 benefits without a single harm. However, would Han Chang so easily hand over a technique concerning one's foundation to her? Would he be willing to exchange it with her? If it were her, Ji Zuner couldn't be certain. Perhaps she would share it with her brother Xiao Yan and her dear father, but other people. Thinking this, Ji Zuner's consciousness sank into her storage ring, and she began searching for items that could move Han Chang. After a few breaths, Ji Zuner gave a bitter smile and shook her head. A 9th-grade alchemist could be said to exist in the first tier of the wealth rankings on the Fighting Chi continent. What kind of thing could make someone like that's heart flutter? 9th-grade medicinal pill formula, heaven rank technique, heaven rank Do skill. She, Ji Zuner, didn't have such things on her right now either. She was currently just a small 9-star Dozong. Her net worth might be a bit richer, but compared to a 9th-grade alchemist, she really was just an ordinary person. Yet they were still good friends, and their relationship was currently in a honeymoon period. If they were enemies or strangers, Ji Zuner would definitely notify the ancient clan's elders at the first opportunity to capture the person and interrogate them for the technique. Although she, Ji Zuner, looked like a fairy who didn't eat mortal food, as long as the interests reached a certain standard, she would transform into a ruthless fiend. Yet right now, she was facing a very, very good senior who not only took great care of her, but also took great care of her lover, and was even an honored guest of the forces behind her. Ji Zuner thought about it all night, and in the end, she stopped agonizing over it. It wasn't that she figured it out, but rather that dawn had broken. Han Chang and the other 3 came into Ji Zuner's courtyard, sitting quietly in the yard waiting for her to come out. Creak tilde. Senior, let's just pretend what happened last night never happened. Zuner won't tell anyone about it. Ji Zuner walked out the door, expressing that she didn't want to investigate it anymore. After all, this was Han Chang's territory, so she still had to be cautious. After all, prying into someone else's cultivation technique was a huge taboo. If they had a falling out, it really wouldn't be easy to say what would happen today. Junior Zuner doesn't need to be so nervous. Actually, I also want to pass down this cultivation method. After all, right now I'm the only one who has successfully cultivated this method, and many things cannot be verified by myself. Han Chang smiled slightly and gestured for Ji Zuner to come sit over. At the same time, Kailin and the others also revealed a trace of their own magical beast aura. Ji Zuner looked around and discovered that these women around Han Chang were all transformed magical beasts, which couldn't help but give her a bit more trust in what Han Chang had said. In fact, back at Jianan Academy, I already started swallowing the essence of moonlight. To verify the feasibility of this path, I once invited Junior Xiaoyan's teacher, Senior Yao, to join together. It's just a pity that although Senior Yao possessed a heavenly flame at the time and was also a soul body, he couldn't swallow the essence of moonlight like I could. Junior Xiaoyan is the same. Among everyone, all those people close to me, aside from Kailin and the others who possess top-tier bloodlines of magical beasts, not a single person can walk this path with me. Speaking of this, Han Chang also let out a sigh of emotion. Such a good cultivation method, yet not a single person could pull it off. It really left one feeling helpless. Senior Qin Beisheng didn't count. His situation was not reproducible, and moreover, that was discovered by Qin Beisheng himself, not taught by Han Chang. Perhaps this is the only flaw of those flawless top-tier techniques. The standard requirements for cultivation are simply too high. Until last night, I didn't expect that Junior Zuner would actually be able to sense the energy fluctuations of the moonlight. It really caught me by surprise, and along with that surprise, I'm also very delighted. It seems I finally have a true fellow traveler. Chapter 120, Teaching. Chapter 120, Teaching. So, Senior is planning to. Ji Zuner was somewhat surprised, amazed both by Han Chang's talent and brilliance, and by his broad-mindedness. Just think of it as me giving Junior's sister a little kickback. Then Zuner will thank Senior. Don't just thank me alone, there are also the three of them. For the next few nights, they will be the ones guiding your cultivation. Since the two of us must maintain a distinction between men and women, I can only briefly share my cultivation insights with you. Han Chang smiled as he looked toward Kylan and the other two. Zuner was just too happy. Please don't blame me, sisters-in-law. Ji Zuner was somewhat surprised. So that was how it was. She had thought they were here to block the door. Rest assured, I will definitely teach you everything I know. Ziyan said while patting her chest, full of confidence. Only Han Chang's expression was somewhat odd. He hoped Ji Zuner wouldn't take him for a pervert. This legal lily, the little dragon girl, made him feel as though he were constantly in a Schrödinger state of existence in the void. This cultivation method is particularly selective, but as long as you meet the standards for cultivation, you will find that it is actually not difficult to practice. After a period of time, you will grasp some tricks. For example, moonlight is actually breathing as well, except that its breathing interval is very short. Therefore, we need to adjust ourselves to adapt to this interval and then absorb the moonlight energy to the maximum extent. Moonlight energy has great benefits for the soul aspect. Although Junior Sister Zuner is not an alchemist, raising your soul power a bit more won't hurt. At the same time, moonlight can also eliminate fatigue, and there are many other magical wonders that you can slowly experience yourself. The only thing you need to pay attention to is that no matter what, never attempt to absorb sunlight unless you want your soul to be scattered. Han Chang said solemnly. He had secretly simulated it. Until now, his soul had never been able to last a single second. There was not even the slightest feeling. It was simply a meaningless courting of death, so he hadn't continued trying. Zuner understands. Ji Zuner nodded. Understanding is not enough. You must keep it firmly in mind. Han Chang shook his head, and after a sigh, said, over the next few days, Kylan and the others will help you with your cultivation and let you slowly adapt. Zuner will keep it in mind. Many thanks, Senior. Ji Zuner said with a serious expression. Seeing Han Chang be so solemn, she subconsciously reined in her smile. Soul scattering. All right, as long as you remember it. Han Chang nodded. With a few of them watching nearby, Ji Zuner won't run into any problems. Meanwhile, Yi Xinlin, who had just left Holy Pill City, set off on the journey to Starfall Pavilion. By her side was the first elder of the Yi family, Yi Zhang, who was also currently the only 7th rank alchemist of the Yi family, although he was only a low-level 7th rank. However, he was simultaneously a Dozong. Coming over with Yi Xinlin this time, he actually harbored a bit of fantasy, hoping that Han Chang could look upon that bit of camaraderie and give the Yi family a hand. Only, he hadn't expected that it was still just a fantasy in the end. Xinlin, do you know that Xiao Yan recommended by Mr. Han? Within the spatial wormhole, Yi Zhang looked toward this junior of his family. Yi Xinlin nodded and said, actually, I wanted to invite Senior Xiao Yan right from the start. After all, Senior Han Chang's status is too high nowadays. Having a 9th grade alchemist like him help pass the Pill Tower's audit is really somewhat. It's just that those elders insisted on trying this impossible thing. Hearing Yi Xinlin say this, Yi Zhang was also somewhat embarrassed, because he, just like those elders, had harbored a bit of fantasy. Senior Xiao Yan is likewise a talented alchemist. Although he can't compare to Senior Han Chang, he is still much stronger than me. Back when we were still in the academy, Senior Xiao Yan was already able to refine Tier 5 medicinal pills. I just didn't expect that Senior Xiao Yan would actually be a person of Starfall Pavilion. Yi Xinlin recounted all of Xiao Yan's deeds inside the inner academy. Hearing this, Yi Zhang nodded to the side. It seemed that this Xiao Yan was also a talented alchemist, and even more suited to the Yi family's current situation. Ellipsis. Han residence. Night fell. Under the guidance of Kylan and the other two, Ji Zuner quickly grasped the tricks of this cultivation method and began devouring the moonlight essence. Just as Han Chang had said, this cultivation method was not very difficult to begin with, and Ji Zuner was no fool, so the speed at which she mastered it was naturally very fast. The most difficult part was still that cultivation standard. Not everyone could be like Han Chang, daring to risk their life and still succeed. Nor could everyone be like Ji Zuner, able to come into contact with a seed flame of the Golden Emperor Sky Burning Flame from a young age. Although it was refined within her nowling, it was still a seed flame of the Golden Emperor Sky Burning Flame, comparable to a complete heavenly flame of the Bone-Chilling Flame's caliber. Furthermore, Ji Zuner's cultivation was too low at the time, and she was inevitably affected by the Golden Emperor Sky Burning Flame. It was roughly similar to Han Chang's situation, just not as thorough, but she had still received a considerable impact. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to sense the energy fluctuations of the moonlight. Han Chang had already figured out the reason why Ji Zuner could practice this technique. Since she could cultivate it, he would pass it on to her. Consider it an explanation for his own formidable soul power. At the same time, he was also very curious. After Ji Zuner learned this technique, would she achieve even higher accomplishments in the future? Under the traction of Han Chang's formidable soul power, the few people nearby cultivated with exceptional ease, as if immersed in a sea of moonlight energy without needing to painstakingly gather moonlight. Ji Zuner only felt that her state at this moment was unprecedentedly good, and even her connection with the Golden Emperor Sky Burning Flame had grown much closer. Her soul power was rapidly rising. Being immersed in this sea of moonlight energy made one exceptionally infatuated with it. This refreshing feeling was impossible to describe in words. If one really had to describe it, it was as if soaking in a hot spring while drinking an ice-chilled orange-flavored soda, a refreshing aura surged straight to the top of one's head, as if opening the limits of the mortal shell and allowing one to directly use the soul to view this heaven and earth. This feeling was too wondrous. Ji Zuner felt as though not long had passed before this heaven and earth slowly grew hot. The refreshing feeling was gone, making her feel as though she were placed inside a furnace. Fortunately, she still remembered Han Chang's words and hurriedly exited the state. Opening her eyes to look, the sun had already risen a small fraction, and Ziyan was already preparing to ring a bell to wake her up. Apologies, Zuner has made everyone worry. It's fine, as long as you can wake up. It's your first time, after all, just get used to it slowly. The few people breathed a sigh of relief. Kylan pulled Ji Zuner out of the garden and softly comforted her. Hearing these words, Ji Zuner subconsciously looked toward Han Chang who was walking ahead. Then she smiled and listened to Kylan's words. Perhaps Kylan herself hadn't noticed, but her tone and expression when speaking were becoming more and more like Han Chang's. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed just like that. Ji Yuzuner didn't feel much about it. Nighttime cultivation was her most comfortable time, especially when approaching Han Chang, this light source. Sorry, I'm considering how to get Zuner by the protagonist side without making everyone averse to it, while also maintaining Xiaoyan's character design. There's a lot to consider. Apologies, let's just do 2 updates for now. Chapter 121 Evolution. Evolution. Ji Yuzuner felt that her improvement over these past 3 months was immense. Although it wasn't as direct as the cultivation boost brought by the bloodline baptism, this was a long-term improvement. The longer the time passed, the more obvious it became. Simply the fact that her affinity with the Golden Emperor's sky-burning flame was continuously increasing was enough to satisfy Ji Yuzuner. The Golden Emperor's sky-burning flame was ranked 4th on the Strange Fire ranking list. Although the rankings on the Strange Fire ranking list could not necessarily determine the power of all strange fires, in most cases they could still explain certain things. If Ji Yuzuner's affinity with the Golden Emperor's sky-burning flame could reach the standard for refining, then below the Dosheng stage, she would be invincible. Even against a Dosheng expert, she would not necessarily be unable to fight. Although she might only be able to last a couple of moves, it still counted as having the strength to fight. At the same time she devoured moonlight energy to enhance her soul power, Ji Yuzuner not only felt that her Doji cultivation had sped up by a bit, but she also discovered that the Dodi bloodline within her body seemed to be continuously approaching perfection. Half a month ago, which was after 2.5 months of cultivation, Ji Yuzuner had this feeling for the first time. She originally thought it was her own illusion, because her mental state was too good, an illusion under misperception. But, half a month had already passed. Over this past half month, every night after cultivation ended, Ji Yuzuner could feel that after her bloodline was enhanced, there was a sense of jubilation and cheering within her bloodline. In the swimming pool, the 4 lightly dressed women were playing happily in the water. Ji Yuzuner suddenly recalled that 3 months ago, she had lamented that Senior Han Chang was surrounded by human-shaped magical beasts possessing top-tier bloodlines. Now she understood why Senior Han Chang had such good fortune. That wasn't my illusion. The moonlight cultivation method can continuously evolve a cultivator's own bloodline, bringing it closer to perfection and even surpassing its limits. Thinking of the rumors that Han Chang's wife had already broken through to the Dosheng stage, as well as the 9-colored sky-swallowing python bloodline that surpassed the 7-colored sky-swallowing python, along with Long Yu's increasingly pure flood dragon bloodline, Ji Yuzuner instantly understood all of this. Suddenly, a splash of water hit Ji Yuzuner's face, waking her up. She smiled and launched a retaliation against Xian. As the sun set and before night fell, Han Chang walked out of the study. After repeated confirmation by Han Chang, the principal ingredients on that medicinal formula were completely fine. Next, he would invest his energy into those secondary ingredients to ensure that every single medicinal herb in the entire formula was the most suitable and could maximize the medicinal efficacy to the greatest extent. In the garden, Ji Yuzuner, who had arrived long ago, looked at Han Chang with somewhat complex eyes as she saw him approaching. Senior Han Chang, this moonlight cultivation method can evolve bloodlines, right? That's right. Han Chang nodded, seeming to think of something, and said with a smile, congratulations, Junior Zuner. I really didn't expect that it would even be useful for a bloodline like yours. Zuner will remember this kindness. Zuner is extremely grateful to Senior. Ji Yuzuner hadn't expected Han Chang to just give such a calm smile. For such an important matter, she never thought she would receive such trust. Han Chang shook his head and changed the subject. Junior Zuner, if you tell some of the experts of your GU clan about this moonlight cultivation method, that's fine, but you must absolutely not tell those whose strength is insufficient. It's easy for people to lose their lives over it. Senior, rest assured, Zuner will definitely not spread this moonlight cultivation method outside. GU Zuner said with a resolute tone. That's not what I mean. I'm just afraid some people will play themselves to death. Seeing the moon crawl up, Han Chang said, how about this, Junior Zuner, try it out by yourself first and see how much moonlight you can guide, and then I will tell you more. GU Zuner didn't understand why, but out of trust in Han Chang, she still followed suit. 1 minute later, GU Zuner exited her cultivation state. If previously there was Han Chang as a light source guiding the moonlight, turning this garden into a sea of moonlight energy that could never be used up no matter how much was consumed. Then when GU Zuner guided the moonlight by herself, it was like a small spring that was about to dry up. Although it was continuous, wanting to take a satisfying gulp of it was almost impossible to achieve. How does it feel? Han Chang asked with a smile. Very bad. Cultivating like this for 10 years probably wouldn't compare to the previous 3 months. GU Zuner smiled bitterly and shook her head. The gaze she directed toward Han Chang unconsciously carried a yearning for a stronger light source, like a moth flying into a flame. This is the reason. For those whose strength is a bit lacking, this cultivation method doesn't have much of an effect on them. Furthermore, to meet the standards of this cultivation method, Junior Zuner, you should know how much suffering you endured because of that strange fire. Moreover, I cannot be certain whether others copying you like this can also succeed. Han Chang truly did not value this cultivation method very much, simply because too few people met the standards. Although he also knew methods to make people meet the standards, that kind of method could only be used by him alone. Giving it to others was completely murder. Passing it to someone like GU Zuner was fine as it was. But if Han Chang were to make all these things public, how many people would die because of it? Furthermore, if no one could succeed, would Han Chang be regarded by everyone as a murderer, with his kind intentions being met with ingratitude? Perhaps, a number of years later, this would be deemed an evil technique and demonic method, castigated as garbage by later generations. As the saying goes, a profound technique cannot be easily passed down. This was actually good for both sides. Like Han Chang right now, apart from Qin Beisheng who completely relied on his own exploration, and GU Zuner, everyone Han Chang taught was those around him, the kind with very high credibility. Even if this cultivation method ran into problems one day in the future, they wouldn't retaliate against Han Chang. GU Zuner recalled the pain she had endured since childhood because of the Golden Emperor's sky-burning flame, and unconsciously shook her head. Zuner understands Senior's meaning. The investment for this cultivation method is too huge, and success is not guaranteed, except for an extremely rare few. GU Zuner's gaze unconsciously looked toward Kailin and the others. She hadn't expected magical beasts to have such a huge advantage in this aspect. Noticing GU Zuner's envious gaze, the few women unconsciously smiled. This was talent, after all, it couldn't be envied tilde. A few minutes later, the familiar pillar of moonlight appeared in the garden. Once again immersed in the sea of energy, the feeling of being able to cultivate extremely smoothly made GU Zuner lose herself in it. If she could, GU Zuner wanted to cultivate in this sea of energy forever. This refreshing and invigorating feeling was making her almost addicted. Another 2.5 months passed. With her own immense willpower, GU Zuner bid farewell, left the Han residence, and returned to the GU clan. No, if she didn't leave anymore, GU Zuner felt that her soul would turn into Han Chang's shape. She knew this wasn't Han Cheng's fault, and could even be said to be Ji Yuzuner's own fault. Dependency. Her dependency on Han Cheng as an energy source made Ji Yuzuner almost unable to quit. Even once, she thought about cultivating while clinging tightly to Han Cheng. If her willpower hadn't been extraordinary, she probably would have already given in completely by now. Ji Yuzuner knew this was her own problem, so she prepared to return to the Ji clan to calm herself down. Chapter 122, Arrival. Chapter 122, Arrival. After seeing Ji Yuzuner off, Han Cheng returned to his lifestyle of embracing beauties on both sides. Because Ji Yuzuner was present for the past half year, Han Cheng hadn't bathed together with them for a long time. As time passed, the start of the All-Continent Alchemist Convention drew closer and closer, and the assessment of the Pill Tower's 5 great families was about to arrive. Xiaoyan followed the Yi family members and also arrived at the outer region of Holy Pill City. Well, because the assessment was conducted at the Pill Tower branch in the outer region, and it was merely an assessment for the 5 great families, it was impossible for the Pill Tower to be opened. Speaking of which, Xiaoyan didn't plan to agree at first. He only agreed when he heard that Yi Xinlin and the others were recommended by Han Cheng. One reason was that the master and disciple owed Han Cheng quite a few favors, and the second was that upon seeing his senior brother's Jinden Tower turn into a gathering place for Jiangnan Academy graduates, Xiaoyan developed a bit of a competitive spirit. Moreover, not long ago, Xiaoyan had fortuitously obtained a 10,000 beast spirit fire, allowing his cultivation level to directly break through to Dozong. However, because his cultivation had broken through too quickly in a short period of time, Xiaoyan needed to adapt to this surging power, and at the same time, he also had to prepare for the Alchemist Convention. During this period of time, Xiaoyan used the medicinal ingredients from Starfall Pavilion and the Yi family to rapidly improve his alchemy skills. Although he had Han Cheng, a 9th-grade alchemist, as a competitor, Xiaoyan did not want to miss the opportunity to subdue the 3,000 burning flame. Although he knew it was almost impossible for him to take first place, what if Han Cheng failed to subdue the 3,000 burning flame? What if, after seeing him, Xiaoyan, the 3,000 burning flame took the initiative to bow and submit? Right, people always need to have dreams, otherwise what difference is there between them and dead people? This is my Yi family's property. It has fallen on somewhat hard times, so I ask Mr. Xiaoyan not to take offense. Yi Zhang brought Xiaoyan and Xiao Yixian to a secluded property of the Yi family in the outer region, the Yi courtyard. Although it wasn't large and wasn't in a prosperous bustling street district, being able to have a property in a place like Holy Pill City was enough to show that the Yi family, a camel that was starving to death, was still bigger than a horse. It's fine, a quieter place is better. Xiaoyan pulled Xiao Yixian, looked around this courtyard, and didn't say anything. Over the past few years, the treatment Xiaoyan enjoyed in Starfall Pavilion was something ordinary Dozong powerhouses couldn't even enjoy. However, Xiaoyan had crawled up from the lower middle strata after all, so his demands regarding food, clothing, housing, and transportation weren't particularly harsh. However, with a beauty who knew him inside and out like Xiao Yixian by his side, Xiaoyan had tasted the marrow and knew its flavor, unwilling to separate from Xiao Yixian. If not for the fact that Xiaoyan's father was still in the Hall of Souls, he would probably be starting to enjoy life right now. Han residence. Not knowing how many days and nights had passed, Han Cheng finally completely perfected the medicinal pill formula in his hands. At the upcoming Alchemist Convention, I will have plenty of alchemy to do. Even if there are old monsters who can similarly refine 8th grade pill with 9 colors, I can still win with the powerful effects of my medicinal pill. On this fighting Qi continent, medicinal pills that could directly enhance cultivation were forever the most precious. Coincidentally, this medicinal pill formula. In the garden, Han Cheng lay on Kailin's pair of fair, long legs, enjoying the massage of a pair of slender, jade-like hands to relax his brain. Long Yu knelt to the side, massaging Han Cheng's legs and feet. Ziyan was earnestly making fruit juice and then feeding it to Han Cheng's mouth. Truly not bad tilde. After finishing the fruit juice, Ziyan used her pink, tender little fists to pound on Han Cheng's waist, relaxing his muscles. This ultimate enjoyment was truly hard for one to stop. It's just that the price for this set of services was a bit high, 1 9th grade pill, 3 8th grade pills, and quite a few bottles of tier 7 energy pills. Lying between Kailin's thighs, Han Cheng, driven by bodily desires, unconsciously opened his eyes, wanting to explore the mysteries within this dark canyon. Long Yu, Ziyan, let's ignore this bad guy, let's go. A few minutes later, Kailin, with a flushed face, threw Han Cheng onto the grass and left the garden with Ziyan and Long Yu. Sigh, I really can't be blamed. I didn't mean it. Han Cheng faced upward, feeling the warmth of the sun, and in his heart, he grew increasingly expectant of the arrival of the Alchemist Convention. If he had known earlier that the fire chi within his body was so great, he wouldn't have made an agreement with Kailin to merge bodies only on their wedding night. Sigh, the promise one makes must be carried out even if one has to crawl. Han Cheng suppressed these desires with a powerful willpower, leaving them to be released on his wedding night. Right now, he had serious business to attend to. Well, he needed to return to Jinden City and the Jiangnan Academy side, letting everyone come to the scene to witness with their own eyes that moment when he won the championship at the Alchemist Convention. After all, there wasn't much time left until the start of the Alchemist Convention. There was also Ji Yuhe, a 7th-rank alchemist. Even though this was the All-Continent Alchemist Convention, a 7th-rank alchemist was still a middle to upper-tier expert. Oh right, there was also Fire Elder, and President F.A. Ma. I wonder if they would be interested. Although there were still 2 assessments before the Alchemist Convention, Han Cheng could completely rely on his powerful strength to bring people inside. At that time, with the divine skill of the Divine Fire Clone, Han Cheng could instantly gather everyone together and reduce danger to a minimum. With a single step, Han Cheng arrived inside Jinden Tower. Just as he was about to tell the high-level figures of Jinden Tower here that he needed to make a trip back to Jinden City, he saw the figures of Elder Sister Yafei and the others, who should have been in Jinden City. Elder Sister Yafei, when did you arrive? Why didn't you notify me so I could go pick you up? Little brother, Long Yu said you've been quite busy lately, so he didn't disturb you. After all, you are the pillar of support for all of us. Yafei came to Han Cheng's side, looking at this unrelated, increasingly handsome younger brother, her eyes shifting with ripples of emotion. I've finished dealing with all the matters. Next is just waiting for the Alchemist Convention to start. Elder Sister Yafei can stay in the residence during this time. Han Cheng smiled and glanced at Yafei. Sure enough, the Eternal Youth Pill was his most creative invention. Yafei said with a smile, all right, your elder sister has really missed your craftsmanship, little brother. After a session of catching up, Han Cheng discovered that the only ones who came along with Yafei this time were the Cloud Mist Sect Master and Disciple pair, Yun Yun and Nalan Yanren. Everyone else would arrive in different batches over the next few days. After all, they were high-level figures of Jinden Tower, and they needed to pay attention to safety. Han Cheng had originally thought about leaving Holy Pill City, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't even need to leave. At the dinner party, Han Cheng personally cooked to welcome Yafei and wash away the dust of her journey. The next day, after letting them rest for a night, Han Cheng listened as Yafei told him about the changes in various major and minor events over in Jindan City during this period of time. Over the past few years, the changes in the northwest continent have become increasingly massive. In the words of Old Hai, Sect Master Yunshan, and the others, the changes brought about in the past few years surpassed those of the previous several hundred years. The Azumo Empire was gone not long ago. Yafei recounted the changes in the northwest continent over these years, and Han Cheng and Kai Lin listened particularly attentively. However, Kai Lin's feelings were the deepest. After all, she was a 70 or 80-year-old, cough cough. While speaking, Yafei's gaze occasionally lingered on Han Cheng, flashing with a proud light and a trace of indescribable affection. As for future updates, I'll see how it goes, guaranteeing at least 2 chapters a day, alright. Chapter 123, Spectating. Chapter 123, Spectating. Time slowly passed. Over the following period, those close to Han Cheng all arrived in Holy Pill City. There was still some time before the Alchemist Convention began, so Han Cheng decided to take everyone over to the Pill Tower branch to watch the fun. The previous assessment had been in the outer region, but the official assessment of the 5 great families now took place in a grand hall within the inner region of the Pill Tower, which was a venue dedicated to assessments. This assessment was considered semi-public, and any faction with some strength knew about it, something Han Cheng naturally understood clearly. When the assessment was about to begin, Han Cheng brought everyone here. Although they arrived rather late, everyone gave them plenty of face, and Han Cheng's group secured the frontmost seats. It is truly lively, as expected of the Pill Tower. Han Cheng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that just an assessment for the 5 great families could attract so many people. A rough glance showed there were probably 1 to 2,000 people. After all, it is a behemoth that has stood tall on the continent for many years. Its influence and energy are not something we can surpass overnight. Yafei clearly felt this gap, yet she remained full of confidence in the future of Jindan Tower. Not just Yafei, everyone in Jindan Tower was filled with confidence. After all, with Han Cheng, a pillar supporting the heavens, holding down the fort, what could possibly affect Jindan Tower? Yunshan was marveling at how there were so many Dozong in the Central Plains, thinking to himself that only by breaking through to the Dozun could the Cloud Mist sect truly secure a foothold on the fighting Qi continent. Ji Yuhi, Fire Elder, and other alchemists were all sighing with emotion at the profound foundation of the 5 great families. Almost every family had 6th or 7th rank alchemists in their 20s or 30s, whereas they themselves were approaching 100 years old. The people of the 5 great families arrived one after another. The Dan family, White family, and Chu family arrived in succession. Mr. Han. Subconsciously scanning the surrounding spectators, the gazes of these 3 great families uniformly paused and converged upon Han Cheng. This was the youngest 9th grade alchemist on the continent, a titan who might even become a profound Dan Grandmaster or a Jindan Grandmaster in the future. How could they not be excited? Just as they were about to bow in salute, they were stopped by Han Cheng. Today you are the protagonists, there's no need to mind me. Since Han Cheng had said so, they obediently returned to their own seats and sat down. Only Dan Chen, that shy young girl, kept her gaze lingering on Han Cheng from time to time. When discovered by Han Cheng, she shrank her neck in fright. Yafei by his side noticed this scene, and Han Cheng softly introduced this timid little girl to everyone. That little girl is Dan Chen from the Dan family. Her talent as an alchemist is extremely high, and she should be able to refine 8th grade pills now. At the same time, she is a disciple of one of the Dan Ta 3 giants. Grade 8. The few people around Han Cheng drew in a sharp breath of cold air, unable to hide their shock. That harmless-looking little girl actually turned out to be a noble grade 8 alchemist. Such a contrast was truly rather unexpected. Today's young people are truly more formidable than the last. Ordinary people like us are about to become numb from the blows, hee. Fire Elder let out a sigh. When he was in his 20s, he was nearly a 4th rank alchemist. This gap, tisk tisk tisk. However, Fire Elder wasn't too downcast either. After all, their lineage now possessed the heritage of having produced a 9th grade alchemist, and in the future, they might even reach higher heights. Hearing Han Cheng introduce these genius alchemists, everyone was only somewhat surprised without being excessively shocked. After all, that true monster was currently introducing these geniuses to them. With their acceptance threshold having been raised, naturally they wouldn't feel overly shaken. The Yi family has arrived. With a shout from the guards at the entrance, today's protagonists entered the arena. The Yi family's previous assessments had not been very ideal. If they failed once more this time, they would be completely kicked out of the ranks of the Pill Tower's 5 great families to be replaced by other families. Stared at by countless gazes, the Yi family's group walked in with complicated emotions. Xiaoyan, the Yi family's substitute player, did not feel that much psychological pressure. He would just do his best. Sweeping his gaze around, Xiaoyan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that the old woman from the White family today would be so quiet, keeping her head lowered even when he looked over. During the previous test, this old woman had been extremely hot-tempered. Until Xiaoyan's gaze reached a certain spot and saw a group of familiar figures, he couldn't help but reveal a smile. Bringing Xiao Yixian and another person to Han Cheng's side, Xiaoyan gave a salute to this group of people. Senior, First Elder, Elder Hai, Senior Yunshan, what are you all doing here? Xiaoyan was somewhat surprised, not expecting that he would actually be able to see these old acquaintances today. The moment he saw these familiar faces, Xiaoyan almost thought he had returned to the northwest continent. We're just spectating. Junior, don't mind us, go on ahead, Han Cheng said with a smile. The remaining few all nodded at Xiaoyan, exchanging greetings. Seeing these old acquaintances, the returning Xiaoyan felt a bit of pressure, especially with Nan Yanren present. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Following Xiaoyan's line of sight, the Yi family members also saw Han Cheng, but they didn't do anything, simply returning silently to their seats. Xiaoyan couldn't help but frown, his impression of the Yi family worsening in his heart. Seeing the actions of the Yi family members, the 3 other families on the side all revealed sarcastic smiles in unison. The Yi family, hey, a bunch of brainless idiots. Only that Junior could be considered a sensible person, and Yi Zhang counted for half. That lord was in existence on the same level as the Pill Tower. What did small families like them, who existed by attaching themselves to the Pill Tower, count for in front of that person? Watching the little girl Yi Xinlin run over in a flurry, Han Cheng shook his head with a smile, not caring at all about the behavior of these fellows from the Yi family. Xiaoyan could save the Yi family once, but could he save them in the future? There was no need for Han Cheng to personally target a faction like this. They could play themselves to death on their own, and making a move would only dirty Han Cheng's hands. That is Yi Xinlin from our academy. The little girl has good talent and is already a 5th rank alchemist, but unfortunately, compared to the geniuses of those few families, she is still lacking quite a bit. Hearing Han Cheng's introduction, the First Elder and the others saw their originally stiff expressions improve slightly. The Cao family has arrived. As the voice fell, everyone's gazes unanimously looked toward the entrance, toward that woman who bore the title of Enchantress. The candidate for the Pill Tower's future giants and the future pillar of the Cao family, Cao Ying. With an incomparably proud posture, this enchantress swept her gaze around. When she saw the shy little girl, she revealed a mischievous smile. Until she saw a certain person, she couldn't help but feel a bit surprised, not expecting that such an assessment would actually attract his attention. Big brother Han, what are you doing here? Cao Ying walked up to Han Cheng in feigned cuteness. Just spectating, and incidentally cheering on junior Xiao Yan, Han Cheng said with a smile, feeling a bit curious inside, to what stage had Xiao Yan, who lacked the tempering from the original novel, reached by now. Phew, that's good. Yinger almost thought big brother Han was going to enter the arena personally. Cao Ying patted her chest in relief, almost thinking this time was just going through the motions. Chapter 124, The Assessment. Chapter 124, The Assessment. Haha, Lady Yinger, don't be too proud. Junior brother Xiao Yan is also a graduate of our Jianan Academy, and his strength is not to be underestimated, Han Cheng teased with a smile. As long as brother Han doesn't personally enter the field, Yinger has never feared anyone of the younger generation, Cao Ying said with a smile. This was her pride and confidence as a future candidate for the Pill Tower's giants. It was only because the guy in front of her was too much of a freak, an almost non-human existence, that forced Cao Ying to face reality and bow her proud head. As she spoke, Cao Ying walked over and sat down in the Cao family's area with a relaxed and confident smile. After a brief exchange among the members of the 5 great families, Elder Shang, who was in charge of hosting this assessment, made his appearance. As soon as Elder Shang looked up, he saw that lord and quickly bowed in greeting. Alright, without further ado, the assessment begins now. Elder Shang knew Han Cheng's purpose for coming here, so he didn't waste any words. Now, those representing their families in this assessment, please enter the field. As his voice fell, the representatives of the 5 great families walked onto the square one after another. Dan Zhan of the Dan family, Cao Shu of the Cao family, Bai Ying of the Bai family, Chu Ji of the Chu family, and Xiao Yan representing the Yi family. Perhaps because of someone's presence here today, the families were exceptionally polite when greeting each other. Even the Bai family, who looked down on Xiao Yan the most, only gave him a cold glance without uttering any mockery. Seeing this, Elder Shang cast a subtle glance toward the spectator stands. Even without uttering a single word, no one dared to act impudently in front of this person. This was the most honorable existence on the continent. Since there are no issues, let the assessment begin. As he spoke, Elder Shang pulled back the black cloth behind him, revealing a massive, transparent crystal. This assessment is divided into 3 parts. The first part is the soul test. As everyone knows, the soul is the most crucial foundation for an alchemist. Only with a sufficiently strong soul can one possess adequate soul perception and soul control. Elder Shang pointed to the center of the stone tablet, where there was a smooth, circular mirror plate, and said, each of you will channel your soul power into it. This mirror plate will then measure your soul value, which the Pill Tower calls soul value. As long as your soul value reaches 400 or above, you pass. Over the years, during the soul value tests of the 5 great families' assessments, the highest record belongs to Cao Ying. The soul value she tested back then reached 976, which remains unbroken to this day. Elder Shang looked at that with Cao Ying with some emotion. This was true talent. He wondered what level this girl had reached by now. Now, who wants to go first? As Elder Shang's voice fell, all 5 of them fell into silence. Then, Chu Ji of the Chu family stepped forward and achieved an excellent score of 707. Bai Ying of the Bai family followed closely behind, obtaining a score of 785. Cao Shu of the Cao family got a score of 846, and Dan Zhan of the Dan family got a score of 903. Finally, under the watchful eyes of countless people, and with the very survival of the Yi family hanging in the balance, Xiao Yan revealed his soul power, 1048. In an instant, the previously silent and oppressive atmosphere erupted. The members of the Yi family were ecstatic. It seemed they hadn't chosen wrongly this time, and the Yi family was finally saved. Meanwhile, those who had previously looked down on Xiao Yan felt their faces flush with shame and embarrassment. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan became a highly sought-after rising star. Soon, the second part of the assessment, soul control, began. These are beads made from soul steel, called soul testing beads. If you pick them up with your hands, they feel very light. However, to the soul, they are as heavy as 1,000 caddies. Listening to Elder Shang introduce the rules of the second test, Han Cheng's eyes lit up slightly. He turned and said, this thing is quite good. Perhaps it can be used to train everyone's soul power. I'd like to get some of them, what do you think? Indeed, we can get some. The alchemists of the Jindan Tower and the students in the Academy's alchemist department can all use them, the Fire Elder nodded. He had never even heard of such a magical item before. This was the gap in resources. As they spoke, the second part of the assessment also concluded. Xiao Yan tied the record set by Cao Ying, once again taking first place in the second assessment. The moment the results came out, everyone's eyes darted back and forth between Xiao Yan and Cao Ying. They were very curious about what this witch would do next. After all, as the champion family of the previous assessment, the Cao family had the right to swap a representative once. However, even after a few minutes had passed, Cao Ying made no move, still smilingly watching the performances of the 5 individuals. Seeing that Cao Ying made no move, Elder Shang announced the rules for the third round of the assessment, soul combat. The rules were very simple. They could only fight using soul power, and Doqi was not allowed. At the same time, everyone had a circle, and stepping out of the circle meant defeat. 5 powerful soul forces rose in the arena, and many people in the Grand Hall felt a sense of oppression in their souls. This was the difference in strength deep within the soul, unrelated to one's Doqi cultivation. However, before reaching the perfect heavenly state, no one was willing to fight with soul power unless absolutely necessary. Once an opponent had a means of targeting soul power, it would be highly troublesome. Even if one won in the end, injuries to the soul could affect them for a lifetime or even halt their progress forever. Han Cheng let out a soft breath, and the people around him could no longer feel that oppressive sensation. Feeling as if they had just emerged from water, several people unconsciously drew closer to Han Cheng. This was the soul power of a 7th rank alchemist, already so incredibly powerful. If it were a 9th grade alchemist like Han Cheng, to what extent would his soul power be strengthened? On the square, Xiao Yan practically dominated the field. Once he became familiar with this method of combat, he eliminated the other 4 in just a few moves. After Elder Shang solemnly announced the end of the assessment, the Yi family members actually became more restrained, carrying themselves with the demeanor of a great family as they smiled and faced the experts from the factions who came to build relations with them. Seeing so many people crowding around Xiao Yan and the Yi family members, Han Cheng merely transmitted his voice over. Congratulations, junior brother Xiao Yan, on making a name for yourself in one fell swoop. Xiao Yan, who was enjoying his moment of glory, subconsciously raised his head, only to see the departing figures of Han Cheng and his group. At this very moment, Xiao Yan's originally burning heart instantly cooled down. In the upcoming alchemist convention, the competitor he would have to face was this senior who had always walked ahead of him, a peerless monster whose back he could never even catch sight of, and whom even his teacher could not surpass. The 3000 burning flame was an extremely important heavenly flame to the current Xiao Yan, and he did not want to give it up just like that. Although Xiao Yan had now acquired 3 heavenly flames, the Wind Fury Dragon Flame, the Netherworld Poison Flame, and the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire, the 3 of them combined were only comparable to heavenly flames of the rank of the Fallen Heart Flame and the Sea Heart Flame. If he wanted his strength to undergo a true transformation and make a leap-like advancement, he had to devour a heavenly flame that was at least of the level of the Bone-Chilling Flame. But, unless absolutely necessary, Xiao Yan really did not want to use his teacher's heavenly flame. Although Xiao Yan had almost zero certainty of winning against Han Cheng, and he did not want to give up the 3000 burning flame either, he could only hold on to illusory fantasies. Although Xiao Yan had almost zero certainty of winning against Han Cheng, and he did not want to give up the 3000 burning flame either, he could only hold on to illusory fantasies. However, time would not stop for him alone, and the time for the start of the alchemist convention was drawing closer and closer. The flow of people in Holy Pill City had reached a peak stage, and alchemists from all corners of the Fighting Chi continent gathered together. Inevitably, for the sake of mutual exchange, a trading fair unfolded. Of course, grade 8 alchemists would look down on this kind of trading fair. The net worth of a noble grade 8 alchemist was extremely rich, and ordinary doshengs might not necessarily be as wealthy as a grade 8 alchemist. This kind of trading fair was mostly transactions between 7th rank alchemists, though of course, it was not absolute. Perhaps some grade 8 alchemists might have a sudden burst of inspiration and come over here to take a stroll. Although Xiao Yan currently relied on the Starfall Pavilion and was basically lacking no medicinal ingredients, he recalled that the first third of his Heavenly Flame 3 mysterious transformations was found through treasure hunting, so naturally, he grew interested. It was just that he did not know if Xiao Yan had some special halo on him. Clearly, his identity as the disciple of Venerable Yao was not hidden, yet he still conflicted with a good-for-nothing from the profound Nether sect. Anyway, on the day the alchemist convention began, when Han Cheng brought Ji Yuhi to the plaza, he saw that Xiao Yan's condition seemed not very good. Junior Xiao Yan, are you alright? Han Cheng glanced at Xiao Yan with concern. He was quite curious whether Xiao Yan could get second place this time. Seeing Han Cheng, Xiao Yan's gaze involuntarily dimmed a bit. I'm fine, thank you senior for your concern. Sigh, given your relationship with Senior Yao, why didn't you prepare inside the pill tower? How dangerous. Han Cheng shook his head for a while. He did not know if this Xiao Yan was truly unafraid of death or just blockheaded. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Did he not even understand such a simple principle? Moreover, given Venerable Yao's connections, what was there to be embarrassed about adjusting one's state in a safe place like the pill tower at a time like this? At the very least, he could have come to the inner region of Holy Pill City. Did he really have to stay in that outer region? Han Cheng did not understand Xiao Yan's seemingly strong-willed yet somewhat foolish thoughts. Hearing Han Cheng say this, Xiao Yan also gave an awkward smile, nodded, and found that he was indeed somewhat foolish. During such a lively grand event as the All-Continent Alchemist Convention, the inner region might not even be stable, let alone the outer region, which was already a mixed bag of dragons and snakes. Senior, have you ever heard of Mu Ji, you old man? He is a Dozun powerhouse and also a grade 8 alchemist, but he is a running dog of the Hall of Souls. Xiao Yan asked in a low voice, his words carrying dense killing intent. For so long, Mu Ji, you old man was the only person who coveted Xiao Yan's technique, the Flame Mantra. For Xiao Yan to have his current achievements, the Flame Mantra made the greatest contribution, and it was also his reliance on becoming a top powerhouse of the Fighting Chi continent in the future. Anyone who coveted the Flame Mantra, Xiao Yan would definitely kill. Han Cheng looked at Xiao Yan thoughtfully, not clear. The people of the Hall of Souls are all hidden in the shadows, and their information is not easy to get. Seeing Xiao Yan fall into deep thought, Han Cheng turned and walked away to leave a mark on that vixen, Cao Ying. This was because Zhang Kongzi asked him for help using a favor. This session of the Alchemist Convention was too intense, and he didn't know how many old monsters were hidden in the dark. Among those old monsters, there was no lack of super powerhouses at the Dozun realm, and Cao Ying's combat power was very average. If those old things were shameless and cleared the field inside the pill world, Cao Ying would most likely. Therefore, Zhang Kongzi had no choice but to ask Han Cheng, a guy whose strength was not inferior to his, to look after Cao Ying when they were in the pill world. Miss Yinger, if you encounter danger, crush this jade piece, and I will rush over to help you. Then Yinger will thank Brother Han very much. Cao Ying took the jade piece, her fox-like eyes blinking, and the outstanding young talents on the side were so mesmerized they were almost obsessed. Seeing this scene, Han Cheng shook his head helplessly. What a bunch of silly kids. You aren't even familiar with Cao Ying, yet you still have this drooling expression. You deserve not to win the beauty's heart. You should mind your own safety. The Dozun powerhouse is I can perceive already number 3. After saying this, ignoring Cao Ying's somewhat shocked gaze, Han Cheng turned and left, walking towards that little girl, Dan Chen. Jinden Tower was short of people. Especially grade 8 alchemists. Ji Yuhi's success rate in refining 7th rank high grade pills was currently not high, and from breaking through to a grade 8 alchemist, I'm afraid it would still take a very long time. Han Cheng was already a 9th grade alchemist now. In the next 5-year appointment, he would only accept orders for 9th grade pills. As for 8th grade pills, according to the discussion results between Han Cheng and the business prodigy Yafei, it was decided that every year's year-end auction would have a quota for 1 8th grade pill as the finale, letting them go auction it. As for rule conflicts, hey, sorry, Han Cheng's thoughts were the biggest rule of Jinden Tower. Little sister Dan Chen, if there's danger, crush this jade piece, and I will immediately rush over to save you. Han Cheng said gently to this shy little girl. Thank you. Dan Chen expressed her gratitude in a tiny voice and accepted the jade piece Han Cheng gave her. Seeing this scene, a trace of loss flashed in Cao Ying's eyes. So it turned out he was really just protecting her and had no other intentions. There was no time to let Cao Ying go through adolescent growing pains. Coming onto the stage next were the spokespersons of the Pill Tower, a top faction of the Fighting Chi continent, super powerhouses of Central Plains, and also the hosts and judges of this alchemist convention, the Danta 3 giants, Zhang Kongzi, Tian Lizi, and Zhang Yi. It was just that, as the 3 giants appeared, their youthful images, which completely mismatched everyone's impressions, caused quite a few people to open their mouths wide, sighing inwardly that they truly deserved to be the Danta 3 giants. To be able to remain so youthful at such an old age, their cultivation must be extremely high, right? Looking at this scene, the more Xiao Yan looked, the more discordant he felt. It was probably because he was preemptively used to the weathered faces of the 3 giants. Looking at faces a few years younger than his own, he was somewhat unaccustomed to it. Very quickly, the 3 giants finished announcing the rules, and everyone also obtained a list of medicinal ingredients they needed to collect. Without yielding, Han Cheng took the lead and entered the first checkpoint, which was a formation full of illusions that could stir up the most desired things in a person's heart. However, the level was too low, and its source was only a tier 5 magical beast. Relying on his formidable soul power, Han Cheng was the first to arrive in the pill world. Old brother Zan Kongzi, your pill tower actually had me, a dignified 9th grade alchemist, act as coolie to help collect medicinal ingredients. Then it wouldn't be excessive for me to scour the medicinal ingredients in this pill world, right? Hee. Moving his soul power and sensing so many medicinal ingredients in the pill world, Han Cheng grinned. Summoning his divine fire clone, Han Cheng handed a storage ring to the clone, and the two Han Chengs began scouring the medicinal ingredients of the pill world from different directions. As for what others should do, actually, Han Cheng wouldn't truly conduct an extinctive search, he only wanted good things, and others could just take whatever Han Cheng left behind for them. Chapter 126, Liven Things Up. Chapter 126, Liven Things Up. When exploding heaven sets out, not a blade of grass remains. Ahem, Han Cheng was actually quite picky. He only wanted rare medicinal herbs, so it wasn't quite as bad as it sounded. Earth Core Soul Marrow, Pill Spirit Paste. Han Cheng unhesitatingly took them all. First come, first served. Whoever grabs these things first gets them. However, Han Cheng's brazen actions quickly caught the attention of the magical beast supreme of the myriad medicinal mountain range. On the medicinal herb square, Han Cheng licked his lips unconsciously upon seeing so many precious herbs arranged in neat rows. To an alchemist, this was nothing short of a wonderful buffet. However, a place like this couldn't possibly be without a powerful guardian. Sure enough, that rank 8 magical beast had already emerged. Human alchemist, this is my territory. Retreat immediately, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Hee, from now on, all the herbs in this square belong to me. In exchange, I will give you a bright future. Han Cheng chuckled, ignoring the threat. A domineering aura comparable to a 7-turn Dozun combined with late heavenly realm soul force, suppressing this rank 8 magical beast so completely with the force of a collapsing sky that it could not move a single inch. Shangzan clearly felt that at this moment, its life and death were no longer in its own hands, but entirely dependent on a single thought from this young human alchemist. Such a cultivation base, Shangzan felt a bit of regret. Had it known, it would have stayed hidden instead of coming out. Wasn't it just serving itself up on a silver platter? Soaring dragon flower heart, crimson flame fruit, sulfur flame spiritual saliva, lime Thai fruit. Han Cheng waved his hand and stowed all these medicinal herbs into his storage ring. Turning around, Han Cheng carefully scrutinized the big guy, releasing the suppression on it with a single thought. What kind of magical beast are you? A serpent, a bird, or a dragon? This lord, my true form is the supreme dragon bear. I wonder if you have heard of it. After the suppression was lifted, Shangzan didn't have the slightest desire to fight the human expert before it, cautiously answering his question instead. Surely such a big shot was telling the truth when he mentioned a bright future earlier, right? So in other words, you have dragon bloodline. Yes. Hee, what a coincidence. Looks like I won't have to waste time taking you to the magical beast clans to look for relatives. Although Han Cheng knew this guy's lineage beforehand, he still had to act a bit, he couldn't appear too omniscient, right? I wonder which lineage your dragon bloodline belongs to. Is it the Void Ancient Dragon, or the 5-clawed True Dragon? Quote. Shangzan's large head felt a bit confused. Deep down, it felt that it had truly encountered a big boss, as he actually knew about the existence of a magical beast supreme like the Void Ancient Dragon. But what on earth was the 5-clawed True Dragon? My lord, I don't know either. Shangzan was just a wild dragon bear. How could it know about beings like the Void Ancient Dragon or the 5-clawed True Dragon? It had only heard rumors of the Void Ancient Dragon itself. However, it now knew that the person in front of it was definitely a real big shot, and it had to seize this opportunity. Alright, stay here for now. When the entrance to the pill world is about to close, come out with me. Then we'll see which dragon bloodline you possess. Yes, my lord. Shangzan nodded. How could it dare to question this lord's command? Suddenly, Han Cheng's expression shifted. I thought it would get lively this time, but I didn't expect it to be this lively. They're making a move so soon. Han Cheng's dark eyes flashed with a cold light. Transforming into blue and green flames, he vanished on the spot in an instant. Meanwhile, inside the pill world, a bloody slaughter was taking place. Over a dozen men in black were ambushing and slaughtering the alchemists in this area, with at least 6 Dozong among them. At the same time, a Dozun expert was presiding over the situation, having already unfolded a soul barrier to conceal the violent spatial fluctuations. People in the distance couldn't perceive that a one-sided massacre was taking place here. Cao Ying felt terrible right now. From childhood to now, this was her very first time being hunted down by a Dozun expert like this. What should we do? Beside her, Songqing felt the threat of death. He certainly didn't want to die. But there was a Dozun expert here. Even if he crushed a spatial stone to forfeit, it wouldn't work, leading to death all the same. Let's wait. That guy should be arriving soon, Cao Ying said, biting her lip and praying in her heart. Just then, Xiaoyan, who was watching the show from the outside, was discovered and dragged inside. For a moment, the mindsets of certain individuals underwent subtle changes, but that wasn't important. May I ask who Senior is? Who I am isn't important. What matters is that all of you will die here today. The gloomily oppressive voice of the presiding Dozun expert resounded with unmatched pressure. The lives of these genius alchemists were completely at his mercy. As the shadow of death crept closer, the people surrounded inside began communicating frantically, searching for a way out. I've really had my eyes open today. You old bastards are completely shameless. Competing with youngsters is one thing, but to be such sore losers on top of that. In that case, all of you can just die here today. A cold voice sounded, and both sides simultaneously looked toward the source of the sound. There stood an elegant, exceptionally charming, and handsome young man, with one hand behind his back and the other holding a delicate green lotus. His dark eyes, brilliant like a galaxy of stars, swept over the crowd before locking onto the Dozun expert. You are, that Han Cheng who has been making a name for himself in recent years. The black-clothed Dozun sneered with contempt, showing no respect for Han Cheng whatsoever. Han Cheng realized in his mind that this must be the Hall of Souls as Muji, you old man. It is I. Are you dissatisfied, senior grade 8 alchemist who is over a century old? You, hearing Han Cheng's sharp words, the black-clothed Dozun flared with rage. Over a century old, grade 8 alchemist, senior. What about me? Is there any issue with how I addressed you? Facing me, a 25-year-old 9th grade alchemist, do you feel like a pig that has wasted all these years? You. The black-clothed Dozun felt a tightness in his chest, as if he were about to suffocate. Alright, say no more. I understand. After all, not everyone can adapt when standing before a noble existence like myself. Especially a despicable villain like you. Seeing a high noble character like mine must make you feel filthy and ashamed, right? I'll kill you. The black-clothed Dozun could no longer tolerate the sharp tongue of this young brat. Today he was going to teach this kid a lesson. What bullshit alchemical skill? In the face of absolute strength, everything was meaningless talk. Once I kill you, you will be nothing. Sigh, poor fellow, are you in such a rush to die? Seeing the black-clothed Dozun charging toward him, Han Cheng shook his head slightly and exhaled gently. Chapter 127, The Prelude. Chapter 127, The Prelude. The green lotus petals were gently blown off by Han Cheng, like a green meteor shower, passing through the body of the black-clothed Dozun. After a few breaths, all the men in black were burned to ashes, except for the bodies of the Dozong and the Dozun, which Han Cheng put away to store as raw materials for refining the heavenly demon puppet. Taking a quick look at that black-clothed Dozun storage ring, Han Cheng had some guesses about this guy's identity. Seeing that the enemies had been resolved by Han Cheng in an instant, the crowd, who had been only a step away from death, hurriedly flew over to express their sincere gratitude to Han Cheng. Thank you, Mr. Han, for saving us. Mr. Han is truly kind and benevolent. There aren't many upright people like Mr. Han left. Exactly. Alright, everyone, hurry and gather the medicinal ingredients needed for the test. We can talk about gratitude later. Han Cheng dismissed these people with a smile. He had already obtained all the medicinal ingredients needed for the second round of the test, but these people had not. In fact, because of him, it was hard to say how many of these people would even be able to fully gather the ingredients they needed. Thank you so much this time, Brother Han. Otherwise, things would have looked very grim for me. Cao Ying had held back for a long time, and after the others had left, she excitedly approached Han Cheng, feeling somewhat relieved. A Dozun powerhouse, although she had already known that such powerhouses were participating in the alchemist convention, who would have thought that a dignified Dozun would disregard their status and do something so despicable? No need for thanks, but if you really want to thank me, come to Jinden Tower and refine a few pills to help boost our reputation, Han Cheng said with a smile, ignoring the affection in the eyes of this enchantress, Cao Ying. Cao Ying looked at Han Cheng with a complex expression. Not only had this man walked ahead of everyone else on the path of an alchemist, but his doji cultivation was also incredibly powerful. To think, she was actually several years older than this brother, yet she was only a Dozong right now. Brother Han's cultivation should be close to Dosheng, right? Cao Ying could not suppress a curiosity in her heart and asked. I should be able to break through to Dosheng in about 10 years, haha. Han Cheng casually gave a number that sounded somewhat normal, preparing to leave as he spoke. After waiting for so long, it turned out that Mu Ji Yu old man was indeed the only Dozun. Could this be Mu Ji Yu old man's personal action? Lady Yinger should also hurry and gather your medicinal ingredients. Opportunities to compete on the same stage with so many alchemists are rare. I wouldn't want to see you fail the test. After saying this, he turned and left under Cao Ying's reluctant gaze. A moment later, Cao Ying gave a bitter smile. I didn't expect that I would be the same, not being given even a sliver of a chance. Time passed quickly, and the entrance to the pill world had already opened. Without lingering any longer, Han Cheng brought Ji Yuhi to the entrance of the pill world. Shangzan had been sent out first by Han Cheng using a divine fire clone, and was probably acting as a bodyguard by Ziyan's side right now. Handing the medicinal ingredients over to the pill tower's elder, Han Cheng received a spatial stone, which was equivalent to an entry ticket. Returning to the square, Han Cheng saw the crowd from Jinden Tower, as well as many acquaintances he had met a few times, cheering and rooting for him. Oh ho, big brother, I knew you could do it. Kai Lin, Ziyan, Long Yu, Yafei, among them, Ziyan's voice was the loudest, and she was also the leader of the Jinden Tower cheerleading squad. A group of beautiful, delicately dressed women screamed to cheer Han Cheng on. The cheerleading squad managed by the Fire Elder, the First Elder, and Venerable Skyfire was equally impressive. The unified voices of the men from Jinden Tower made theirs the only sound heard across the entire square. In an instant, it seemed as if this had become Han Cheng's home court. Han Cheng couldn't help but smile. Although it was a bit showy, this feeling was actually quite nice. Han Cheng smiled and waved his hand, and the cheering came to an abrupt halt. As time went on, whether they had found the medicinal ingredients or not, people emerged one after another. After all, this pill world only opened once every 20 years. If the entrance closed and they hadn't come out, they would have to stay inside for 20 years. If it were some ascetic cultivators, they might be able to accept it, but they were all esteemed alchemists. What kind of life did they enjoy on the outside? Unless absolutely necessary, no one wanted to be trapped in one place for 20 years, because that was a completely different matter from voluntarily entering closed-door cultivation for 20 years. And just a second before the entrance to the pill world was about to close, Xiaoyan finally came out. Quite a few people witnessed this scene. How close? He was almost locked inside. Of course, with Xiaoyan's situation, it was more likely that he would have been fished out after the alchemist convention ended. After all, Yao Chen, who was in the half-saint realm, still had a lot of clout. Brother Ji Yuhi, have you decided which pill to refine? Of course it is the ethereal Yuanzun pill created by the Tower Master. This is also the highest grade pill that I am most confident in refining. Ji Yuhi pondered for a moment and decided to play it safe. Currently, he was still far too away from grade 8. Perhaps after another 8 to 10 years of accumulation, he would be able to touch the boundary of a grade 8 alchemist, but right now, he was still far from it. However, Ji Yuhi had also just roughly sized up the contestants of this alchemist convention, and he found that he should not be among the worst batch. Furthermore, in this alchemist convention, having 3 to 5 grade 8 alchemists would be the absolute limit. The status of a grade 8 alchemist was exceptionally esteemed precisely because this step was too difficult, and countless 7th rank alchemists had fallen at this hurdle. Therefore, the fiercest competition in this alchemist convention would actually be among 7th rank alchemists like them. No matter how poorly a grade 8 alchemist performed, they would still have pre-booked a spot in the top 5 or even the top 3. On the contrary, there were quite a lot of these 7th rank alchemists, with dozens of people competing for the remaining spots in the top 10. As for the remaining 5th rank and 6th rank alchemists, they were already destined to have no chance at the top 10. If it were just some ascetic cultivators, perhaps some 6th rank alchemists would still have a chance, but this term. Ji Yuhi believed that he had a very high chance of successfully refining the ethereal Yuanzun pill he prepared this time, which would allow him to compete for a spot in the top 10. A top-tier 7th rank pill, whose medicinal effect could even assist a Dozong in breaking through to Dozun, a top-tier pill that directly increased one's cultivation. Among 7th rank alchemists, what other pill could possibly surpass it? Moreover, with Ji Yuhi's proficiency with the ethereal Yuanzun pill, he was highly confident in his ability to successfully refine it. The ethereal Yuanzun pill is indeed a good choice. It seems the biggest winner of this alchemist convention will be our Jinden Tower, EH. Ha ha ha. Han Cheng nodded. He still had some confidence in Ji Yuhi. Ji Yu, he smiled modestly. He knew his own talent. Being able to enter the top 10 this time was his ultimate goal, and it would be considered a beautiful achievement in his life. It couldn't be helped. The woman he liked, Yun Yun, was completely indifferent to him, and Ji Yu he didn't like using force, so he could only devote all his mind to researching the art of refining pills. Chapter 128, The Start. Chapter 128, The Start. By the way, I wonder if Pavilion Master is going to refine an 8th grade pill or a 9th grade pill this time. Ji Yu he couldn't help asking curiously. Hearing this question, Cao Ying and the others nearby also pricked up their ears, eager to know which grade of pill Han Chang was preparing to refine this time. Although they had already accepted that the champion of this competition would inevitably be Han Chang, they still wanted to see if this would become an alchemist convention that would go down in history and whether a 9th grade pill would appear. Han Chang shook his head and looked around, noticing that many people were looking at him. Don't count on it. This is the all-continent alchemist convention, so no one else is allowed to help withstand the pill lightning. The black demon lightning of a 9th grade pill requires at least a half-sane expert to withstand it. So, what I'm refining this time won't be a true 9th grade pill. Not a true 9th grade pill. Could it be a peak 8th grade pill with powerful and heaven-defying effects, like a Bodhi pill that gives one a chance to break through to Shang? Quite a few people had guesses in their hearts, so the pill Han Chang was going to refine this time was that. Han Chang looked acutely to the side and noticed the figures of Zhang Kongzi and the other two emerging from space. How about we make an exception for you? After all, a 9th grade pill comes with certain privileges that no one can question. Zhang Kongzi's voice transmission sounded in Han Chang's ear. Hearing his serious tone, it seemed he really had this idea. Han Chang shook his head. No, that wouldn't be good for Pill Tower's authority. After all, this is the sacred land in the hearts of the continent's alchemists. It's better not to break the rules just for me. Why not? What's wrong with breaking rules for a 9th grade alchemist? If anyone is dissatisfied, tell them to become a 9th grade alchemist as well. Zhang Yi spoke with a touch of dominance. Although she was a woman, her demeanor possessed a man's brave and decisive nature. Haha, don't worry, Sister Zhang Yi. The pill I'm refining this time will definitely change the entire landscape of the fighting Qi continent. Going down in history won't be a problem at all. Han Chang was full of confidence. This pill formula had taken him at least 20 years to polish step by step. Although it wasn't 9th grade, it was even better than 9th grade. Oh, brother Han Chang is actually so confident. Could it be that you've created another pill formula? Tian Lizi's eyes lit up. Haha, you will know very soon. Han Chang smiled slightly. The pre-match chat ended, but many people saw Han Chang communicating with the judges in advance. Of course, no fool would be stupid enough to say anything. His strength crushed the competition by a landslide, so he didn't need to play any underhanded tricks. It was completely unnecessary. Was that teacher and the others just now? Cao Ying followed Han Chang's gaze, but found only an empty patch of void there. She hadn't noticed Zhang Kongzi and the other two. Yeah, they wanted me to refine a 9th grade pill and were even prepared to have Pill Tower Senior step in to handle the pill lightning, but I refused. There was nothing that couldn't be said, and the people around him weren't outsiders anyway. Why refuse? If it's a 9th grade pill, no one should have any objections. Dan Chen, the shyest young girl, asked, speaking up for once. Han Chang noticed it was this young girl and said, if I were just myself competing alone, I wouldn't refuse. But I'm not alone right now. I represent Jinden Tower, so there are many boundaries I shouldn't cross. None of them were fools. Hearing Han Chang say this, they understood his meaning. Xiao Yan, who was passing by, also heard Han Chang's words, and the confusion in his heart was instantly cleared up. Why didn't Han Chang personally step in to solve the Yi clan's trouble? It was actually the same logic. If Han Chang only represented himself, it wouldn't matter what he did. Even if he toyed with Cao Ying or Zhang Yi, no one could do anything to him. But Han Chang represented the super faction of Jinden Tower. No, a 9th grade alchemist should correspond to a top faction. Pill Tower was also a top faction. If Han Chang directly interfered in the Yi clan's assessment, it would amount to Jinden Tower meddling in Pill Tower's internal affairs. No matter how many reasonable justifications there were, in the end it would be summarized as Jinden Tower interfering in Pill Tower's internal affairs, which was almost like stomping Pill Tower's dignity into the ground. Even if Pill Tower didn't care, what would others think? To a certain extent, other people's thoughts would also affect Pill Tower's actions. They would only think that Pill Tower was cowardly. Someone interfered with your internal personnel changes, and you didn't even take it seriously. That's either stupid or cowardly. Therefore, no matter how much Han Chang cared about the graduates of Jiangnan Academy and this close network of relationships, he couldn't abandon everyone in Jinden Tower for the sake of a tiny Yi clan. Nor could he push Pill Tower, which originally had a harmonious relationship with them, to the opposing side. For a moment, Xiao Yan couldn't help feeling ashamed of his previous thoughts. He had thought Han Chang was a hypocrite, and that the matter with the Yi clan had revealed this hypocrite's true colors. Thinking about it now, he was still too young and lacked any sense of the bigger picture, his head full of nothing but saving his father and personal sentiments. Besides, those elders of the Yi clan were indeed somewhat unreasonable. If Xiao Yan didn't have his status with Starfall Pavilion, he probably wouldn't have even had the chance to help with the assessment. It seemed like a long time had passed, but it had actually only been a few minutes of chatting. The figures of the Danta 3 giants appeared in midair, and Zhang Kongzi called out in a loud voice. All contestants, take the stage. For the final round, there are no rule restrictions. Give it your all and refine the pill you are best at. The ancient voice resounding through the clouds ignited the passion of many alchemists, making the flames in their hearts burn wildly. In such a spotlight-filled opportunity, who wouldn't want to shine with their own light? Thousands of figures flew toward the stone platforms in midair, a magnificent scene that made one's blood boil. Han Chang unhurriedly stood where he was, quietly watching these people fight for positions. In truth, everyone would have a spot. Han Chang didn't know what these people were fighting for. Had they not fought enough inside the pill world, and wanted to continue fighting outside? Han Chang stepped forward and arrived at a remote spot, though he didn't feel this position was remote. Countless eyes across the square gathered on Han Chang in unison. Even if it was the most remote location, who could help that Han Chang himself was a sun bright enough on his own? The alchemists who had impulsively fought for positions gradually calmed down. Seeing that the spots around Han Chang were already occupied, they stopped moving. In front of such an exalted figure, how would they dare to act recklessly? A melodious chime rang out, and the main event of the alchemist convention finally arrived. One after another, the metallic clangs of medicinal cauldrons landing echoed across the field, almost all of them high-grade medicinal cauldrons. This grand spectacle left quite a few people on the square momentarily dazed. Chapter 129, 8th grade, 10 colors. As the first flame rose, like a signal, colorful flames rose closely behind, as gorgeous and eye-catching as fireworks. Yet, the moment a pale blue flame appeared, the flames in the hands of all the alchemists suddenly fluctuated uncontrollably and lowered their heads, just like subjects paying homage to a monarch. Everyone's gazes unanimously looked towards the direction where the flames in their hands were submissively bowing, and it turned out to be Xiao Yan. However, the next second, the pale blue strange fire in Xiao Yan's hand drooped despondently, like a mouse seeing a cat. Watching the green lotus core flame in Han Cheng's hand enter the medicine cauldron, Xiao Yan felt rather puzzled. It doesn't make sense. At any rate, this strange fire of mine is a fusion of 3 strange fires, one of which is even the Wind Fury Dragon Flame ranked 18th on the strange fire ranking list, which is 1 rank higher than the green lotus core flame. Now, this strange fire in my hand is not much worse than the fallen heart flame. Why is it so fearful of that green lotus core flame? Xiao Yan was very puzzled in his heart, because this obviously made no sense. It was just a pity that Han Cheng didn't hear Xiao Yan's inner confusion, otherwise he wouldn't have cleared up Xiao Yan's doubts either. Some things could be spoken of casually, but certain things related to Han Cheng himself could not be casually blurted out. Qian Yuan Saman, Kunming Blue, Windflower and Fruit. With a thought from Han Cheng, several medicinal herbs flew out simultaneously, and he cautiously began to refine them. Compared to his casualness when refining 8th grade pills on ordinary days, Han Cheng was exceptionally earnest now, even more earnest than when refining 9th grade pills. Such an appearance from Han Cheng naturally caught the attention of others. Especially those familiar with Han Cheng, they all knew that this fellow's alchemy attainment had already reached the highest standard on the fighting Qi continent. Something that could make him treated like this was definitely not an ordinary 8th grade pill. What kind of pill is the guildmaster going to refine? Judging by this, even a 9th grade pill might not be able to make the guildmaster this earnest, right? Fa Ma involuntarily voiced his question. A pill that could make a 9th grade alchemist treat it with such care, could it possibly be the legendary grade 9 profound pill? Then he shook his head again, because Han Cheng had said before that he would not refine a 9th grade pill. Sensing curious gazes looking toward her, Kylin said in a low voice, I also don't know what kind of pill he is going to refine. I only know that for these past years, the vast majority of the time, he has been wholeheartedly studying a single medicinal formula. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be this medicinal formula. To be able to make Mr. Han spend so much energy, what grade of medicinal formula must that be? A chorus of exclamations rang out around them. A medicinal formula that a 9th grade alchemist spent several years studying, even if it wasn't a 9th grade, it couldn't be far off, right? Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 days went by. During this period, it wasn't that no pills were successfully refined, but they were all 5th or 6th grade pills. Pills of this grade would cause quite a sensation placed anywhere else, but unfortunately, this was the All-Continent Alchemist Convention, and they could only leave with regret. Rumble. In the gloomy sky, a burst of thunder suddenly sounded, breaking the slightly silent atmosphere, and countless gazes turned toward the sky. A patch of dark clouds quietly arrived, deep thunder sounded, and silver lightning shuttled through the dark clouds. 7th grade pill. This is at least a mid-level 7th grade pill, it can trigger pill lightning. Not bad, not bad, this should indeed be a mid-level 7th grade pill. As expected of the All-Continent Alchemist Convention. In the following days, 7th grade pills sprang up like bamboo shoots after rain, appearing one after another, and the silver pill lightning illuminated this region of heaven and earth. Several massive thunder clouds formed, and intense pill lightning sounded one after another. This region of heaven and earth had already been enveloped by these silver lightning bolts. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan couldn't help feeling somewhat surprised, not expecting so many top-tier 7th grade pills to be born during this period of time. Phew, fortunately, for safety's sake, I added some of that magical powder. I hope this pill of mine can advance to the 8th grade. Ji Yu he manipulated the heavenly demon puppet to receive the terrifying pill lightning, and looking at the ethereal Yuanzun pill in his hand, he smiled with satisfaction. Just when he manipulated the heavenly demon puppet to receive the pill lightning, he was distracted for a moment to look at the situation around him. If nothing unexpected happened, he should have a huge chance of entering the top 10. There were still 5 people who hadn't made a move. According to the information Han Cheng told him previously, the pills these few people were refining should all be 8th grade pills. Although there were still 9 people refining top-tier 7th grade pills, Ji Yu he was confident that with the powerful medicinal efficacy of this ethereal Yuanzun pill, he could rank among the forefront. After all, this was created. Ji Yu he subconsciously looked at the unhurried figure not far away who was still sitting quietly with closed eyes. Whether it was a top-tier 7th grade pill or an 8th grade pill being born, it could not cause him to be moved in the slightest. The pill lightning of an 8th grade pill, which was rarely seen on ordinary days, attracted the gaze of countless numbers of people. Looking at those 3 young figures, everyone understood in their hearts that 3 more 8th grade grandmasters had been added to the fighting Qi continent in the future. That old man known as Old Monster King Hoa currently sat firmly relying on the 8th grade 3-color pill, suppressing these 3 young people by a head. However, if they were to compete again in the future, I'm afraid the result would be hard to say. But right now, he couldn't relax either. He could still suppress the 3 young geniuses by virtue of age advantage, but toward that monstrous fellow, Old Monster King Hoa, he had no method whatsoever. Another 3 days passed, and under the gaze of everyone, Han Cheng finally moved. The cyan flame transformed into a 5-clawed true dragon that roared up to the sky, and a 9-color thundercloud was summoned out in the blink of an eye. Right under the shock of countless gazes, that 9-color thundercloud quickly had new movements. That strange appearance seemed to be trembling involuntarily. Could there still be something capable of making the 9-color thundercloud feel such fear? In an instant, a name arose in the depths of the hearts of some knowledgeable people. Black Demon Lightning. Could it be that Mr. Han was going to refine a 9th grade pill? Black Demon Lightning, that Black Demon Lightning which almost represented the power of destruction. Unless Han Cheng had already broken through to the Dosheng and become a top-tier powerhouse, otherwise even for him, dealing with Black Demon Lightning would be very troublesome, right? Under the nervous watch of countless people, the 9-color thundercloud actually slowly stopped trembling, and a dark cloud that was dark to the extreme appeared within it. Yet no matter how this dark cloud rendered its own power, it was unable to completely turn this 9-color thundercloud black. Finally, when the thundercloud stabilized, it turned into this appearance, with a patch of dark cloud sandwiched in the middle of the 9-color thundercloud. This is 10 colors. Many people's hearts gave rise to this somewhat absurd thought. 8th grade pills only had 9 colors, and after 9 colors were 9th grade pills. Where did 10 colors come from? Wasn't that utter nonsense? If at any other time someone said there would be a 10-color thundercloud, everyone would probably think that person was talking nonsense. However, the scene before their eyes now forced them to change their cognition. Perhaps, 8th grade 9-color pills were not the limit. Chapter 130, Crazy, Bootian Pill. Chapter 130, Crazy, Bootian Pill. Could it not be a true 9th grade pill, but a 10-colored 8th grade pill instead? That would certainly fit. Those who had heard Mr. Han mention it before thought silently in their hearts. Yet even with only a single dark cloud, the aura of extinction still made people feel deeply endangered. Such power, even if encountered by a 9-turned Ozune, would result in either death or severe injury. For a moment, everyone's hearts involuntarily leapt into their throats. Mr. Han, could he handle such terrifying pill lightning? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down. It was not black demon lightning, so everyone was not worried that Mr. Han could not handle this kind of pill lightning. But the next moment, all of their eyes widened in shock. How dare he? What a truly insane fellow. Impossible. This doesn't make any sense. Why would he do such a thing? How can an 8th grade pill resist pill lightning? Isn't he afraid that the pill will be destroyed by the pill lightning? Indeed, Mr. Han actually opened the medicinal cauldron, lifted the pill out, and let it face the pill lightning head on. This crazy action caused all the alchemists present to widen their eyes. They felt that Mr. Han must have gone mad. Why did they have to endure the pill lightning for 8th grade pills themselves? Wasn't it because everyone didn't want the pill lightning to destroy the pill? But what was Mr. Han doing right now? He actually placed the pill right in front of the pill lightning, letting the pill get struck by it. If this wasn't madness, what was it? Let alone an 8th grade pill, even a 9th grade pill would be destroyed by pill lightning. Wait. As the first streak of pill lightning ended, that cyan ball of light was seen still floating safely there. Even more, the ball of light had become increasingly dazzling. The second streak of pill lightning followed closely behind, its might 30% more ferocious than the first. Yet after the pill lightning dispersed, the ball of light had still not been destroyed, and the cyan radiance quickly shone once again. This bizarre scene caused countless people to subconsciously rub their eyes, feeling that there was a high possibility they hadn't woken up yet and were hallucinating. How could an 8th grade pill forcefully endure pill lightning without being destroyed? What is going on? What kind of trick is this fellow playing? Why is the pill not being destroyed after being struck by lightning, but instead growing stronger? I don't get it. I just don't get it at all. Should I say as expected of him? There is still one last black demon lightning. Although that black demon lightning's power is slightly weaker than the one triggered by a true 9th grade pill, if this continues, no matter how strong the pill becomes, it will still be destroyed. Some knowledgeable senior veterans had arrived at the square at unknown times, watching Mr. Han's actions and seeing what he would do next. The attacks of the pill lightning did not extinguish the ball of light before Mr. Han. Instead, it grew brighter and brighter, resembling a second sun. Until the final streak of black demon lightning crossed space as if defying it, instantly crashing down. But Mr. Han was well prepared, his slender fingers dancing like butterflies flitting through flowers. Kaishin seal, sea overturning seal, foodie seal, Yantian seal. The superposition of the 4 seals of the Emperor seal skill, combined with Mr. Han's Dochi cultivation comparable to a 7-turned Ozune, collided head-on with this black demon lightning, which was already inferior to that drawn by a true 9th grade pill, triggering a heaven-shaking collision between the two. After pausing for a few seconds, the terrifying energy fluctuations instantly vented outward, prompting the Danta 3 giants on the side to swiftly make their move, joining forces to block the lingering aftermath of that energy. Yet a tiny streak of black lightning stubbornly broke through the obstruction of the Emperor seal skill, passed through the green lotus core flame, and struck precisely upon that cyan ball of light. Almost everyone nervously looked towards the gradually dimming cyan ball of light. Could Mr. Han, renowned as the continent's #1 alchemist, have failed at such a crucial moment? No, of course not. Watching the cyan radiance completely vanish, Mr. Han saw a charred, lifeless outer shell slowly crack open. From within, a translucent pill the size of a dragon's eye, emitting a warm, jade-white shimmer, emerged. A tiny figure loomed faintly within it, resembling a beautiful snake woman with a human upper body and a snake lower body. However, this beautiful snake woman was slumbering while hugging her own tail, forming a perfect cyan gold pattern of light. If not for the sliver of aura it occasionally radiated, which could make the other 4 8th grade pills shiver in fear, relying solely on its extremely restrained aura, everyone would likely have thought Mr. Han had failed. Countless gazes converged on Mr. Han as they waited for him to introduce the name and effects of this pill. Quote. I am Ji Yuhi, and the pill I refined is the ethereal Yuanzun pill, ranked at the top tier of the 7th grade. It can give a peak Dozong a 30% chance to break through to Dozun. Song Ching, top tier 7th grade pill. Quote. Xiao Yan, 8th grade pill, blood-generating bone-melting pill, capable of reviving the dead and regenerating flesh and bones. Quote. This pill lies between the 8th grade and the 9th grade, named the Budian pill. Mr. Han calmly introduced the grade and name of the pill, but didn't mention any of its other effects at all. Everyone was frantic with anxiety, extremely curious about what the Budian pill was actually useful for. But, Mr. Han didn't want to talk about it, and they didn't dare say anything either, making it impossible to force him to speak. Because if a real fight broke out, Mr. Han's cultivation as a 7-turned Dozun would lead 99.9% of everyone present. Only the Danta 3 giants, who had close contact with the Budian pill, had some guesses regarding its medicinal efficacy. When Mr. Han retrieved that Budian pill, the 3 of them subconsciously swallowed, suppressing the desires in their hearts with powerful willpower. Alright, the candidate for the champion of this all-continent alchemist convention is already very clear. He is Mr. Han. Zhang Kongzi suppressed the terrifying guess in his heart and announced the final result of this alchemist convention with as calm a tone as possible. According to what was said previously, as the champion, you will receive an ancient soul cultivation method in the future. Cough cough. Additionally, 2 days later, the star domain will open. By then, the top 10 of this pill gathering will all be qualified to enter it and subdue the 3000 burning flame. Zhang Kongzi originally wanted to say that soul cultivation method could give someone a chance to step into the realm of a 9th grade alchemist, but thinking that the person right before him was already a 9th grade alchemist, he didn't continue speaking. Then he highlighted the matter of the 3000 burning flame, and this alchemist convention without any twists and turns came to an end. However, the attraction of the 3000 burning flame to alchemists was clearly immense. Mr. Han could clearly sense the emotions of the few people beside him. Ranked 9th on the strange fire ranking list, alias, Starfire, Undying Fire. Possessing the ability to absorb the power of the stars, this was the 3000 burning flame. If any one of them refined the 3000 burning flame, whether in combat, pill refinement, or self-preservation in the future, they would receive a massive boost. Yet none of them knew that the moment Mr. Han became the champion, the master of the 3000 burning flame had already been determined. However, before that, Mr. Han needed to first share the joy of becoming the champion of the pill gathering with those who supported him. A grand carnival had begun, and everyone up and down Jinnan Tower was so excited they were practically jumping for joy. A grand carnival had begun, and everyone up and down Jinnan Tower was so excited they were practically jumping for joy. The news was being spread toward Jindan City. Han Chang had won the championship of the All-Continent Alchemist Convention, an event well worth shouting about for Jindan Tower. With this, Han Chang's reputation would reach new heights. Those in some remote areas of Central Plains in the Northwest Continent who hadn't known about Han Chang and Jindan Tower before would surely slowly hear of them this time. After a grand banquet, Han Chang, having cleared away the alcohol fumes, carried Kai Lin up to the rooftop. Looking at the beauty in his arms, Han Chang cupped her face and said, looking into those large eyes, Kai Lin, let's get married. All right, Kai Lin tried her best to maintain a calm expression, but inside, she was overwhelmingly excited. Then when shall we get married? Where shall we hold the wedding? Counting the time to send out invitations, how about 3 months from now? Let's go back to Jindan City to get married, how does that sound? Han Chang thought simply for a moment, feeling that 3 months should be enough time. Kai Lin's ear pressed against Han Chang's heart, listening to her beloved's slightly rapid heartbeat. She closed her eyes and said, I'll listen to everything you say. Who else could you be if not my husband? Who, in that case, is my wife ready to bear 100 children with her husband? Han Chang wrapped his arms around Kai Lin's serpent waist, his palm growing burning hot. Of course, Kai Lin's rosy little lips pressed close to Han Chang's ear, breathing softly and gently licking his earlobe. Slap. A palm landed on her curvaceous buttocks, and the time tonight became exceptionally long. 2 days later, inside Pill Tower. The top 10 contestants of this pill gathering had all arrived at Pill Tower. The 10 of them gathered together, except for a very few individuals whose relationships weren't very good, such as Xiao Yan and Song Qing. The relationships among the others were quite harmonious. Han Burger, can you reveal what the effect of your booty and pill is? Han Chang and Ji Yu arrived last. Seeing Han Chang arrive, Cao Ying couldn't suppress the curiosity in her heart and spoke up to ask. The booty and pill is useless to geniuses like you, knowing just that is enough. Han Chang said with a smile. He couldn't announce the medicinal efficacy of the booty and pill just yet, at least not until he subdued the 3,000 burning flame. Useless to geniuses, that really is baffling. Hearing these words from Han Chang, everyone was somewhat surprised. What kind of bizarre pill was this? This kind of pill made people feel quite confused upon hearing it, because throughout the history of the Fighting Chi continent, all restrictions on medicinal pills were either that one could not take them if their cultivation was too low, or that there were conflicts with one's physique, cultivation method, or a certain attribute. But a pill that also had requirements regarding natural talent was something they were hearing about for the first time. Unbeknownst when, the Danta 3 giants appeared. Seeing that everyone was present, they joined hands to open the spatial barrier of the star domain. This time, the first elder will lead the team. I hope everyone will follow the rules, and consider it giving Pill Tower some face. Zhang Kongzi looked at Han Chang and said with a smile. Han Chang ignored this old fellow, turned his head, and looked at the figure stepping out from space beside him. This old man is Chu Ling, the first elder of Pill Tower. This time, I will lead you into the star domain. Once inside, just follow me. If there is any danger, this old man will make a move at the very first moment. After speaking, Chu Ling bowed to Han Chang out of respect for a 9th grade alchemist. Then he walked in first, with everyone following closely behind. Within the void space, a spatial distortion occurred, and over a dozen figures emerged. The so-called star domain was actually a space forcibly torn open by the Danta 3 giants. Naturally, this kind of space could not compare to spaces like the Pill World or Ancient World, which were opened up by truly powerful Dosheng experts. Moreover, it looked rather desolate, with faint, scorching mist permeating the surroundings. Faintly, some weak light filtered into this space, making the lighting here appear slightly cold. The starlight had materialized here. First Elder Chu Ling explained the reason why they entered the star domain during the day, because the sun obscured most of the starlight's power. Everyone remained silent, closely following behind Chu Ling. After all, this kind of void space was extremely dangerous, it might just connect to some extremely perilous place. Of course, Han Chang was also intentionally or unintentionally protecting these little fellows who hadn't reached Dozun yet. Competitors. They had to at least have the qualification to compete to be considered competitors. After flying for about half an hour, the group finally saw the true face of the 3,000 burning flame. The first thing that met the eye was a ball of intense light. Within the light was a massive giant dragon whose end could not be seen. The dragon's eyes were tightly closed, and its body was coiled and winding. Around its huge body lingered a bizarre purplish black flame. As the flames rose, the surrounding space showed a sense of distortion. In the boundless void, the giant dragon coiled, and the purplish black flames continuously seeped out from its body, burning tirelessly. This magnificent scene gave one an inability to conceal a sense of shock. This is the 3,000 burning flame. At this moment, it is in a sealed state and in a deep sleep. Everyone, please try to use gentler methods to subdue it. Chu Ling looked at Han Chang and shared some small tips that would help in subduing the 3,000 burning flame. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, Han Chang still expressed his thanks. Arriving atop the giant head of the 3,000 burning flame, Han Chang looked at a huge dragon scale resting right on the outside, a hint of a smile involuntarily forming at the corners of his mouth. His slender fingers, wrapped in the green lotus core flame, gently tapped upon the dragon scale. Han Chang saw a small fire dragon that had just been awakened, looking very much like a scaled-down version of a void ancient dragon. Human, the 3,000 burning flame let out a panic-stricken roar, wishing it could slap this detestable human to death with a single palm. But Xiao Qing, eat it. Han Chang smiled faintly. The green lotus core flame, which had already become a fire spirit, lunged fiercely toward the 3,000 burning flame. It had not forgotten the ability it had used to grow to where it was now. This was what Father had taught it. Supported by Han Chang's formidable soul power, Xiao Qing suppressed the origin of the 3,000 burning flame with an overwhelming posture. Meanwhile, within the void space, the 3,000 burning flame in everyone's eyes was completely covered by deep cyan flames. The cyan lotus flame took root upon the massive body of the 3,000 burning flame, frantically absorbing its energy. The cyan lotus bloomed ever more vigorously. This succeeded. Xiao Yan couldn't help crying out in exclamation. Although the 3 heavenly flames inside his body had all been delivered to him by others, the process of devouring a heavenly flame was also extremely dangerous. Life and death hung in that very instant. Now seeing Han Chang being so relaxed, he truly found it somewhat unacceptable. As expected of Mr. Han, his methods are truly brilliant. He actually played the green lotus core flame to a new height in his hands. Chu Ling couldn't help sighing with emotion. Is this what a true monstrosity is like? Big brother Han Chang, what a formidable soul power he has. Dan Chen possessed an exceptionally powerful talent in soul power, so she could clearly perceive Han Chang's soul power, which was as vast and deep as an abyss and a sea. Chapter 132, Dozun. Chapter 132, Dozun. Only grade 8 alchemists who have truly stepped into the spiritual realm can deeply sense just how powerful Han Chang's soul power is. Just as ants cannot comprehend the vastness of the sea, only eagles soaring in the sky understand the boundless magnitude of the heavens. Even a force as powerful as the 3000 burning flame, comparable to a Dozun powerhouse, was utterly powerless to fight back in front of Han Chang. In less than 15 minutes, 99% of its 1000 Zhang tall body was absorbed by the green lotus core flame, finally turning into a palm-sized dragon that made no attempt to resist, allowing Han Chang to make it a part of himself. At the same time, the purple flames within this realm of void automatically flew toward Han Chang. After a powerful wave of energy fluctuated, Han Chang appeared before everyone once again. Only, he had changed into a new outfit, a purple-green robe adorned with blue cloud patterns along the sleeve edges, making Han Chang look even more impossibly noble. My apologies, everyone. It seems the 3000 burning flame felt a bit closer to me, Han Chang said with a smile as he walked over, his previously domineering aura restrained once again. Mr. Han, taming the 3000 burning flame is a demonstration of your own ability, so there's no need for excuses. If there's nothing else, why don't we head back early? Song Qing said with a serious expression, holding immense respect for Han Chang. Sounds good. Unless necessary, one shouldn't linger in this realm of void. Everyone shared the same thought. It was best to leave such a dangerous place quickly. Now that the 3000 burning flame had been subdued, there was no need for them to stay any longer. Pill Tower. While the three great heads were sipping tea and discussing whether anyone could subdue the 3000 burning flame this time, Han Chang and the others had already emerged. So fast, all three asked in unison. What can I say? The 3000 burning flame just happened to take a liking to me. Han Chang smiled faintly, a purple flame rising from his fingertip. Good grief, you actually refined the 3000 burning flame. So quickly, all three were stunned. To fully refine a heavenly flame of this level so quickly, just what kind of formidable methods did Han Chang possess? Hey, like I said, the fellow took a liking to me. Han Chang chuckled, waving his hand as he put away the 3000 burning flame. Beside them, Xiaoyan watched with immense envy. If he had devoured the 3000 burning flame, his cultivation could have soared from a 2-star dozong to at least a 7-star dozong. But Xiaoyan also knew in his heart that the matter was settled, and he had no chance of obtaining it. Having lost all hope for the 3000 burning flame, he could only look around to see if there were any other wild heavenly flames elsewhere. Suddenly, Han Chang pulled out invitations to his wedding and handed one to each of them. Although these people weren't as powerful as him, they were still big figures on the fighting Qi continent. It was worth winning them over, or at least maintaining pleasantries on the surface. Getting married. You're getting married. So soon. Quote. Han Chang's lips twitched. These guys really didn't know what to say. It's not early. I'm 25 this year, and Kailin and I have been together for 7 or 8 years. It's about time we had a happy conclusion. We're almost 30. Looking at it this way, shouldn't we also find someone to marry? I think the Tower Master makes sense. If you have someone you love, you should get married as soon as possible, or it'll be too late when you're old. Ji Yuhi sighed emotionally for a long while, thoroughly agreeing with Han Chang's perspective. Beside them, Cao Ying and several other young people couldn't help but feel conflicted emotions. The most outstanding young man on the fighting Qi continent was getting married so soon, what about them? No rush, no rush. We are still very young, and there's still a long way to go in the future. Cao Ying shook her head, quickly declaring she wasn't in a hurry to get married, though no one knew what she was thinking. True, isn't Senior Zhang Yi also? The gathering ended there. Because of someone's foolishness, the scene fell into brief chaos. After handing out all the invitations, Han Chang left the Pill Tower. Han residence. In the garden, Kailin and the other women of Jindan Tower were protecting Yafei as she cultivated. Over these short 2 days, they had watched with their own eyes as Yafei continuously made breakthroughs from a 5-star Do Huang. 6-star Do Huang, 9-star Do Huang, 1-star Dozong, 3-star Dozong, 4-star Dozong, 6-star Dozong, 7-star Dozong, 9-star Dozong. Even now, the aura on Yafei was still steadily growing stronger, drawing closer and closer to that next realm. As a triple-colored flame of purple, green, and blue descended, Han Chang looked at Yafei's steadily rising aura and felt somewhat fortunate in his heart that he had created the Budian pill. Sister Yafei's talent is a bit worse than I thought, so the efficacy of the Budian pill can be maximized on her. Big brother, I feel like my talent isn't very good either. Do you think you could give me a Budian pill to taste? Ziyan came to Han Chang's side, tugging his hand and gently shaking it. Sure, after Kailin and I get married. I'll be quite busy in the near future, so I might not have the time. Han Chang patted Ziyan's head and led her over to Kailin's side. Kailin was drinking tea. Seeing Han Chang sit beside her, she felt as if his temperament had changed. Chang, you seem to have become even more captivating, Tilda. Kailin didn't know how to describe it, for Han Chang's aura was truly unique. Though not an ounce of energy leaked from him, that noble presence grew increasingly intense, making people subconsciously want to submit. Yet such a demeanor didn't feel out of place on Han Chang at all. Instead, it felt incredibly natural, as if it were a natural part of the laws of heaven and earth. At the same time, there was an ethereal sense of mystery that made her want to explore it. That's why we need to get married quickly. Otherwise, you won't be able to count all your sisters in the future. Han Chang took Kailin's hand and rubbed it against his cheek. HMPH, I dare you. Kailin pulled Han Chang down, pressing his face against her chest with a fierce expression. Smelling the familiar milky fragrance, Han Chang smiled and said, of course I wouldn't dare. I resolutely obey Her Majesty's commands. Hee. I thought so, Tilda. Kailin raised her head arrogantly. As the sun set in the west, a majestic aura surged from Yafei, as formidable as an ancient dragon. 1-star Dozun. Sensing that the energy within her body had run out, Yafei opened her eyes and felt her cultivation realm in disbelief. Was she dreaming? The master and disciple pair, Yunyun and Nalan Yanran, stood dazed. They couldn't quite accept this reality. The sun hadn't even set yet. How could they have fallen asleep? They were even dreaming, and this dream felt so real. Except for Han Chang, almost everyone, including Yafei herself, stood rooted to the spot in a daze, unable to believe this was real. Even though they had witnessed Yafei breaking through from a Do Huang to a 9-star Dozong with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. After all, the gap between a 9-star Dozong and a 1-star Dozun was quite massive. A faction presided over by a 9-star Dozong could be called a first-rate faction, but a faction presided over by a 1-star Dozun was a super faction. Chapter 133, An Extraordinary Budian Pill. Chapter 133, An Extraordinary Budian Pill. A Dozong, a super realm that countless people dream of in a lifelong pursuit for countless others, is undeniably part of the upper echelon of the fighting Qi continent. Yet Yafei merely took a Budian pill, and in less than 3 days, she crossed 2 major realms and 13 minor realms, going from a 5-star Do Huang to a 1-star Dozong. Is this reasonable? Sister Yafei, how do you feel? Han Chang broke the silence, smiling as he asked her how it felt to be a Dozong now. Yafei blinked, flicked her finger, and a spatial crack opened up accordingly. Is this what a Dozong is like? No wonder so many people love to cultivate and become stronger, so this is what it feels like to grow strong. Still immersed in sensing the powerful strength within her body, Yafei heard Han Cheng's question, and her pretty face bloomed into a smile as brilliant as a radiant rose. It's great, thank you, little brother. Yafei happily walked up to Han Cheng, couldn't help but hold his face, and kissed him on the cheek. Han Cheng gently broke free from Sister Yafei's embrace and said with a smile, why is sister being so polite? It's just a medicinal pill, as long as it's useful to you. Even though she was pushed away, Yafei wasn't angry, she just chuckled and glanced at the side where Kailin was smiling wryly. Sister-in-law, my younger brother and I are not biological siblings, but we are closer than real ones. Now that you two aren't married yet, I must kiss him a few more times, otherwise I won't have the chance in the future. It's fine, I don't mind, I trust you too, Kailin walked over and said with a beaming smile. Han Cheng's mouth twitched a few times. Damn it, what's going on today, why is the atmosphere so weird? Is this the Budian pill you spent so many years creating? The aura on sister's body is actually no different from those dozongs who broke through normally. Kailin didn't put Han Cheng on the spot either, instead, after sensing the aura on Yafei's body, she was exceptionally surprised. You must know that with Yafei's aptitude, even if pills were piled on regardless of the cost, the end of her life would only be a Do Huang. A dozong was simply impossible. A Do Huang could possibly be piled up using energy, not requiring too high of a talent. But a dozong wouldn't work, pure energy piling wasn't enough. It required a certain amount of talent to sense the barrier between a Do Huang and a dozong. This was also one of the reasons why forces on the fighting Qi continent with a dozong backing them could be called first-rate forces. This was almost a consensus on the continent, but now, this common sense had been shattered. Whether it was the barrier between a Do Huang and a dozong, or the natural chasm between a dozong and a dozun, facing this heavenly path provided by a single Budian pill, they were merely small petals and didn't affect anything at all. Moreover, a dozong piled up with pills like this didn't feel floaty or unstable at all. Hee, what do you think? Han Cheng chuckled proudly, took a sip of tea, and said, the Budian pill is my masterpiece of painstaking effort. On the surface, it only looks slightly stronger than an 8th grade pill, falling just short of the 9th grade. Yet in reality, the refinement difficulty of this Budian pill is definitely the hardest among the 9th grade treasure pills. At the same time, I also borrowed the trait where a grade 9 profound pill must endure pill lightning on its own before forming, and added it to the Budian pill. Therefore, this Budian pill also possesses a somewhat profound and mysterious trait. For instance, the worse one's cultivation talent is, the better the effect after taking the Budian pill. Furthermore, dozong is not its endpoint, it's just that the energy of the Budian pill only supports the user in breaking through to dozong within a short period. Take Sister Yafei as an example, in the coming decades, Sister should be able to reach the half-saint realm. Half-saint. Half-saint. As soon as these words were spoken, the vast garden instantly fell into a state of shock. This was simply too outrageous. A half-saint, what such a powerhouse represented, was very clear to the well-traveled women present. And precisely because they knew, they felt deeply shocked. A half-saint powerhouse, although not a true do-saint, and still a long way from the real do-saint realm, was a transcendent existence completely surpassing dozong powerhouses. Even within top-tier forces like the Pill Tower in the Hall of Souls, a half-saint powerhouse was an absolute high-level figure and an indispensable force. No matter where they went, half-saint powerhouses held a position, no one dared to look down upon them. Which of such powerhouses hadn't gone through thousands of years of bitter cultivation, or possessed great fortune, acquiring numerous opportunities to reach this step? Yet what about Yafei? She didn't do anything at all, yet she'll be a half-saint in a few decades. Is this reasonable? Quote. Silence. It wasn't until the moon climbed up into the sky that everyone slowly recovered from their shock. Feeling the scorching gazes converging on him, Han Cheng decided to give them some comfort. That's just how the Budian pill is, the worse the cultivation talent, the better the effect after taking it. Of course, you don't need to be anxious, after all, there are pills like the ethereal Yuanzun pill and the Bodhi pill to assist in breakthroughs. This remark was mainly addressed to the master and disciple Yan Yan and Nan Yanren. Kailin was already an early 2-star do-saint, while Long Yu and Ziyan, under Han Cheng's spare no-expense feeding, progressed at a remarkable speed, and breaking through to do-saint in the future would not be a problem. Only the master and disciple were both dozongs, and it was uncertain how far they could go in the future. However, Han Cheng's comfort effect might not have been very good, they still left first, perhaps needing a good while to recover. Yafei also left the garden with them, as they all knew that Han Cheng and the others were accustomed to cultivating in the garden. Looking at the backs of the three of them, Han Cheng had one more sentence he hadn't said. Actually, if a 9-turn peak dozong takes the Budian pill, there is a 70% chance to break through to a half-saint, and a 30% chance to directly advance to a do-saint. In other words, after a 9-turn dozong takes the Budian pill, the worst they could be is a half-saint. The next second, Han Cheng pushed these thoughts aside and began practicing the moonlight cultivation method, which he hadn't practiced for over a month. The 3 female demons on the side were earnestly protecting Han Cheng. Mainly, today's Han Cheng was very different compared to before. Today, Han Cheng used Zhaoqing to absorb the power of the 3000 burning flame completely. If Han Cheng hadn't needed the 3000 burning flame for a huge purpose, its origin fire would almost have been sucked dry. However, such a 3000 burning flame could also more easily become a part of Han Cheng's body. 3000 burning flame, 3000 star undying flame. Previously, the only thing I could guide down was moonlight. Sunlight is too terrifying, I can't bear it. But besides sunlight and moonlight, there's also the starlight of the all-inclusive stars. The light of a single star might not have much energy, but what if they add up? I believe this is definitely not a small quantity. Furthermore, the moon should also be a star, right? With the blessing of the 3000 burning flame special ability, the moonlight essence I can absorb should definitely be enhanced. At this thought, under Han Cheng's will, the purple 3000 burning flame transformed into a massive net covering the sky, greedily absorbing the power of the stars. Chapter 134, I don't hold grudges. Chapter 134, I don't hold grudges tilde. The next day. The thick starlight mist in the garden had been absorbed completely by the few of them, and they all smiled simultaneously. As expected of the 3000 burning flame, such a miraculous object of heaven and earth is truly fascinating. Han Cheng couldn't help but sigh with emotion, is this the 3000 burning flame? It's simply too fierce. The moonlight energy last night was at least 10 times richer than before. It had grown so dense that it turned into a mist within this garden. Moreover, the starlight energy was just as Han Cheng had guessed beforehand. With the 3000 burning flame present, the gathered starlight energy was not the least bit inferior to the moonlight energy, and starlight energy also provided some benefits to the physical body. As a magical beast, Long Yu's soul power was not far behind the spirit realm, and she would likely make a breakthrough before long. Chang, was this also within your plan? Kai Lin lay infatuatedly in Han Chang's arms. A man full of such wisdom was simply too charming. Han Chang smiled mysteriously, looking down at Kai Lin's pretty face without saying a word, yet silence spoke volumes at this moment. Ziyan had already fallen asleep. Because the feeling of starlight energy tempering the body was simply too comfortable, this last couldn't help but fall asleep. Long Yu carried Ziyan back to her room, leaving the garden to Han Chang and Kai Lin. However, the two of them were not yet married, so certain exciting things could not be done yet. But even without those life-harmonizing acts, the two of them still loved being nestled closely against each other like this. After being overly affectionate for half a month, Han Chang had to visit the ancient clan according to their previous agreement. Go early and return early, don't get captivated by those little vixens of the ancient clan, and there's one more thing. Kai Lin acted uncharacteristically, lacking her usual decisiveness, and instead nagged Han Chang endlessly with instructions. Han Chang stood quietly in place, letting Kai Lin tidy his already neat clothes, smiling as he listened to the words of care from the person before him. After a long while, Kai Lin seemed to realize that she might have been a bit too wordy. She slowly stopped her movements, looking reluctantly at this face engraved in her heart, letting the other party cup her face and leave a breath upon her tender, bright lips. My queen, our marriage matters are left to you. ... Ancient Saint City, one of the true overlords on the Fighting Chi continent, and the gate to the ancient world, the dwelling place of the ancient clan. With Han Chang's current cultivation as a primary demi-saint, it still took him 10 days to arrive at this place. Slowly descending from the sky and sensing the terrifying might belonging to a Dodi, the smile on Han Chang's face grew increasingly brilliant. Dodi, that's more like it. If it were too weak, it wouldn't be interesting at all. Han Chang walked unhurriedly toward the city gates of Ancient Saint City, and soon arrived at the gates of this oldest city on the Fighting Chi continent. On both sides of the city gates, there were nearly 100 figures wearing black armor and holding long spears. Their sharp and cold gazes constantly swept across the surroundings, and not a single aura was lower than the Dohuang class. Should one say, as expected of the ancient clan. Mr. Han, you have come. As soon as he arrived at the city gates, a figure came before Han Chang and bowed respectfully. Han Chang looked closely and saw that it was Ling Quan, whom he had met once before. It seems Commander Ling Quan has been waiting here for quite a while. This is as it should be. The news of your arrival, Mr. Han, was notified down by Lord Clan Ancestor long ago, and the entire ancient clan attaches great importance to it. The ancient clan soldiers on the side couldn't help but feel a wave of surprise seeing Ling Quan acting so subserviently now. Was this still their usually incomparably arrogant Commander Ling Quan? That actually makes me a bit flattered. Let's hurry inside then, we mustn't keep Senior Ji Yu and the others waiting for long. Alright, please follow me, Mr. Han. The gates of the ancient world, which were usually only opened at fixed times, had already opened the moment Han Chang arrived. This was the ancient clan's respect for Han Chang, a ninth-grade alchemist, and also their optimism towards him. Just after entering the gates of the ancient clan, Han Chang saw a middle-aged figure wearing plain robes. He looked completely ordinary, but within Han Chang's perception, this person's aura was seemingly endless, resembling a truly boundless ocean. The next second, Han Chang found himself already standing atop a mountain peak, surrounded by swirling clouds and mist, looking like an ethereal fairyland. Senior Ji Yu. Indeed, my name is Ji Yu Yuan. If little friend doesn't mind, we can address each other as uncle and nephew. Sensing the demi-saint cultivation on Han Chang's body as well as the heavenly realm great perfection soul power, a trace of a smile also appeared on Ji Yu Yuan's face. Such strength completely crushed the younger generation of the ancient clan, going straight after the powerhouses of the older generation. And he was also a ninth-grade alchemist, a young man with such an infinitely bright future. As long as Uncle Ji Yu doesn't mind, Han Chang said with a smile. An ancestor thousands of years old wanted to be your uncle, what was there to be unhappy about? Worthy nephew, did you know? Before you came, I had already thought as highly of you as possible, but now after seeing you, I find that I still underestimated you. You are even more outstanding than I imagined. Ji Yu Yuan was truly surprised, and his words unconsciously carried a hint of excitement. With such talent, even the god-grade bloodline among their Dodi bloodlines couldn't compare to it. Han Chang took out a scroll from his storage ring and presented it before Ji Yu Yuan, saying with a smile. Then uncle might be even more pleasantly surprised. This is a gift I have prepared for uncle for a long time, please accept it. Oh, Ji Yu Yuan was truly quite surprised this time. A gift that could make him even more pleasantly surprised. Was Han Chang really this confident? He took the purple scroll and saw 3 large black characters written upon it, Budian pill. Ji Yu Yuan knew about this medicinal pill. It was a very special pill refined by Han Chang not long ago at the alchemist convention hosted by the Pill Tower, and its techniques were also extremely unique. Only after opening it, even with Ji Yu Yuan's composure accumulated over several millennia, his expression couldn't help but change. Worthy nephew, are you sure you want to give me the medicinal formula for this Budian pill? Of course, uncle has helped me quite a bit before, so consider this a small token of appreciation from your junior. I wonder if uncle likes this gift. Han Chang smiled faintly, thinking in his heart that after the ancient clan obtained the Budian pill to strengthen themselves, it should make the Han clan feel a bit more uncomfortable. Damn it, those 2 tiny soul hall protectors actually dared to make a move against him. This grudge was far from over. I am very satisfied with this gift, and the ancient clan is very satisfied as well. Starting today, worthy nephew, you shall forever be a friend of the ancient clan. Ji Yu Yuan said in a firm and unquestionable tone. Han Chang was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Ji Yu Yuan's reaction to be so strong. Uncle, wouldn't that be inappropriate? There is nothing inappropriate about it. Worthy nephew's matters are the ancient clan's matters. As the patriarch, I still have some authority. Ji Yu Yuan said with a chuckle, his words retaining the overbearing aura of a top powerhouse on the Fighting Chi continent. Han Chang also smiled, not taking it too seriously in his heart. He wasn't Xiaozan, unable to tell nice words apart from harsh ones. Some words should just be listened to. How could one actually take them seriously? All promises were based on the premise that both parties' strengths were on the same level. Once one side's strength was gone, those promises were nothing but bullshit. Chapter 135, Honored Guest of the Ji Yu Clan. Chapter 135, Honored Guest of the Ji Yu Clan. Within the Ji Yu Clan, almost all members of the younger generation had heard that an esteemed honored guest had arrived at the Ji Yu Clan. Not only did this alarm the clan chief, but it also caused all the elders of the Ji Yu Clan to reach a unanimous consensus, unprecedentedly without a single dissenting voice. You must know that factions were practically standing in forests within the Ji Yu Clan. Although it wasn't as severe as splitting apart, even the clan chief did not have the final say on everything within the Ji Yu Clan. To be able to make the clan chief and the elders, 2 factions that were almost opposed to each other, reach an agreement, it must be a matter of great benefit to the Ji Yu Clan. For a time, these young people of the Jiyu clan were also filled with curiosity, even those cultivation maniacs were no exception. Just what kind of honored guest was it that could make the high-level figures within their clan express a unanimous view? Soon, they found out. The practice grounds. As a few of the most outstanding youths among the younger generation of the Jiyu clan, the group led by Jiyu Qingyang often sparred here. By the way, big brother, do you know who that person regarded as an honored guest by those elders really is? The robustly built Gaiyu looked at Jiyu Yao and Jiyu Yun exchanging blows while probing Jiyu Qingyang for gossip. The elders Gaiyu mentioned were not those Dozun realm elders who slowly ground their way up based on seniority, but rather the true higher-ups of the Jiyu clan, who were also the elders of the most powerful Dosheng powerhouses on the fighting Qi continent. Jiyu Qingyang smiled and shook his head, feeling very curious in his heart as well. Stop thinking about it, we have just broken through to Dozun. A big figure who can make even the clan chief treat them seriously is not something people like us can touch right now. Big brother, I heard that many granddaughters and nieces of the elders in our Jiyu clan have been called over. I guess that honored guest must be a male, and he shouldn't be very old. Gaiyu looked at Jiyu Qingyang beside him with both eyes, but his peripheral vision was constantly staring at Jiyu Yao, who was sparring with Jiyu Yun on the practice grounds. I just don't know if Zuner went over as well. Jiyu Yao's movement suddenly paused for a moment, and he was caught by a flaw by Jiyu Yun, knocking him out of the ring. Jiyu Qingyang sighed helplessly. This Gaiyu looked thick-eyebrowed and big-eyed, but he was actually the one with the most schemes among them. Knowing full well that Jiyu Yao had reached an almost obsessive degree over Zuner, he still stirred up trouble like this. Humph, Jiyu Yao walked up to the two of them, pushed Gaiyu down with a slap, and turned to look at Jiyu Qingyang. What he said is true. Quote. Jiyu Qingyang's mouth twitched a few times, and then he softly said, an honored guest who can make the clan chief personally step forward to entertain. Do you think that with your current one-star Dozun cultivation, you can afford to provoke them? Why was this kid so reckless? Quote. Jiyu Yao was silent for a moment, then his tone became firm. Hey, if he wants to marry Zuner, I don't care who he is, he must pass my test. The weak are not worthy of having Zuner. Then you must first have the chance to see them. Unless you break through to Dosheng right now, you won't even know the name of that honored guest. Gaiyu's voice came over. Evidently, this fellow had been paying attention to this side all along. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiyu Yao's expression instantly turned ugly. Suddenly, Jiyu Qingyang abruptly turned his head to look back, only to see their Jiyu clan's goddess smiling as she conversed with a young man he had never seen before. Quote. That last one is Jiyu Qingyang, the most outstanding member of the younger generation of the Jiyu clan. Does senior not want to go down and play with them? Jiyu Zuner looked smilingly at Han Cheng beside her, a flash of shock passing through her eyes. Just what kind of gift did the senior bring out for the Jiyu clan that actually made those old fellows willing to push her out? Han Cheng glanced at these youths of the Jiyu clan. They were all newly entered Dozun, and the highest cultivation was Jiyu Qingyang, who was only at the peak of 3-star Dozun. He shook his head slightly. Forget it, I am merely an alchemist and do not have much combat power. If we are to compare, it should be comparing alchemy with them. As for comparing combat, it would be better to compare with the youths of the medicine clan. PFF. Jiyu Zuner couldn't help laughing out loud. She discovered yet another advantage of this senior. He knew how to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. Giggle, then senior is bound to win. Not a single one of them is an alchemist, and they don't even possess a fire attribute. That's good, otherwise I might lose face. Han Cheng smiled slightly, combining it with the original plot he was familiar with, and gained a rough understanding of the Jiyu clan's strength in his heart. About 15 to 20 Saint Realm powerhouses. Although it was somewhat far behind compared to the 30 to 40 of the Han clan, it was also due to the reason of bloodline power. The reason the Han clan had so many Saint Realm powerhouses was because they possessed the void-swallowing flame, not needing to worry about the exhaustion of bloodline power, allowing them to reproduce recklessly. In order to ensure that their own strength did not regress too much due to the exhaustion of bloodline power, those Dosheng powerhouses with high-level bloodlines were all controlling the speed of reproducing offspring. Trying their best to ensure that for the next few generations, meaning several thousand or even tens of thousands of years, the Jiyu clan could still have this number of Saint Realm powerhouses. Precisely because of this, a gap was opened in high-end combat power, especially in the Saint Realm, between the Han clan and the other 6 ancient clans. Especially for high-tier Doshens, the number that the Han clan alone could produce was almost more than the Jiyu clan, Lei clan, and Yan clan combined. These thoughts arose in Han Cheng's heart in just a flash, and the next instant, he saw Jiyu Qingyang looking over toward this side. Han Cheng nodded slightly, then asked Jiyu Zuner to take him to the place where the historical books of the Jiyu clan were recorded. Following Jiyu Zuner around for a stroll, he discovered that there wasn't really any fun place in the Jiyu clan. Or rather, Han Cheng's heart was no longer on sightseeing. When leaving Holy Pill City, he had left his heart in Kailan's body, beating together with her heart. Of course, this was also related to the Jiyu clan's excessive emphasis on their bloodline rank, which made Han Cheng's feeling not very good. Just because they tested that their bloodline rank was not high, they would draw their swords and commit suicide on the spot. Such a Jiyu clan truly made Han Cheng feel somewhat suffocated. Since you guys value bloodline rank so much, what the hell is the point of cultivating cultivation methods and do techniques? When fighting an enemy, just directly compare bloodline ranks, and the side with the lower one can just commit suicide directly. It's like when a Dozong encounters a Dozun, since your cultivation is not as high as the other parties, just commit suicide directly, why bother running away? Everyone doesn't need to fight anymore, just compare ranks directly. I cultivate a TN rank cultivation method, and you cultivate a Zon rank cultivation method, so you should commit suicide, you are not worthy of fighting me. I am a Dozun powerhouse, and you are a Dozong, so you deserve to die, you shouldn't be running for your life. I cultivate a D rank Do technique, and you cultivate a Zon rank Do technique. You are not worthy of fighting me, and when you see me, you should commit suicide. Sigh, is the Do D bloodline good or bad in the end? By the shore of a wide lake, Han Cheng lay on a recliner with a fishing rod placed beside him. One hand occasionally cast bait, while the other hand held the historical books of the Jiyu clan. However, Han Cheng only glanced twice at the historical books recording the Jiyu clan itself before stopping. He did not like this kind of history with distinct ranks. What he was holding in his hands now were the stories of those legends once upon a time on the fighting Qi continent. Chapter 136, Conversation with Jiyu Yuan. Chapter 136, Conversation with Jiyu Yuan. Oh, this is the story of Senior Qin Beisheng. Han Cheng turned to the history of the Qin clan, one of the earliest ancient tribes to be destroyed, and the largest section of it was dedicated to the Qin Beisheng he was familiar with. During the era when the Qin clan existed, the Jiyu clan had just begun to rise, and the same was true for the Xiao clan and the Han clan, none of them amounted to much. At that time, the Tuosh ancient emperor had not yet become a Dodi. However, the Dodi of the Qin clan had appeared much earlier. After the Dodi expert left, the Qin clan underwent over 10,000 years of development. From weak to prosperous, at its peak, the number of 8-star Dosheng exceeded the number of fingers on one hand, making it the undisputed overlord of the fighting Qi continent. Yet, no matter how powerful a faction was, there would come a time of decline. Gradually, the Qin clan transitioned from prosperity to decline, transforming from the once fearless supreme ruler of the mainland into a setting sun tribe supported by only a handful of Dosheng, flickering like a candle in the wind. At that time, countless wolves were eyeing the Qin clan, waiting only for those few Dosheng experts of the Qin clan to pass away so they could carve up the Qin clan. But perhaps the centipede crawls even when dead, or perhaps the final luck of the Qin clan burned anew. A person in whom the Qin clan placed high hopes, so much so that even the factions eyeing them believed the Qin clan would rise again because of him, was born. By the era when Qin Beisheng was born, the Qin clan had only one breath left, with a few old Dosheng still propping up the empty shell of the clan. Qin Beisheng's bloodline grade was not high, it was rumored not to exceed grade 3. However, his talent and subsequent performance far exceeded the limits of this grade 3 bloodline power. At age 8, he became a 1-star Do practitioner, at 9, a Do master, at 11, a great Do master, at 12, a Do Ling, and at 15, a Do Wang. Starting from age 15, Qin Beisheng entered the sights of those few Dosheng of the Qin clan. Beginning from the Do Wang realm, Qin Beisheng continuously engaged in battles. Whether against humans or magical beasts, across hundreds of battles, he suffered not a single defeat. At 17, he became a Do Huang expert. Having likewise experienced hundreds of life or death battles, he emerged victorious in every single one. At 20, he broke through to the Dozong realm. Countless members of the Qin clan grew excited, believing that the Dodi bloodline of the Qin clan had revived. Yet they quickly discovered this was merely an illusion. It turned out that Qin Beisheng's current achievements were entirely due to his own natural talent. In the Dozong realm, Qin Beisheng similarly experienced hundreds of battles, winning every single one. With an overwhelmingly tyrannical posture, in the year he turned 23, he broke through to Dozun. Afterwards, under the protection of those Dosheng of the Qin clan, Qin Beisheng continuously challenged the younger generation of various ancient tribes. There was no help for it. Faced with these old Dosheng who were ready to risk their lives with you at any moment, those major factions dared not act recklessly. They feared that the dying behemoth of the Qin clan would drag them down together in its final moments, and even leaving them severely wounded was not worth it. Moreover, many youngsters with high-grade bloodlines from various ancient tribes felt that Qin Beisheng was no match for them, considering him merely a clown dancing on a beam. However, facts proved that Qin Beisheng was truly ferocious. He remained undefeated in the Dozong realm as well, and with an invincible momentum, at age 27, he became a 1-star Dosheng. Before turning 40, Qin Beisheng had already reached the 7-star Dosheng. For a time, almost everyone believed that the Qin clan would flourish once again because of this. After all, with an expert like Qin Beisheng in existence, others simply did not dare to harbor any designs on the Qin clan. Yet, no one expected that internal strife would suddenly erupt within the Qin clan. In a fit of anger, Qin Beisheng left the Qin clan, taking with him the high-tier cultivation methods and Do techniques of the Qin clan. Not long after, the Qin clan disintegrated. Although the Qin clan disintegrated, quite a few of its surviving descendants managed to live on. At that time, all major factions were greatly wary of Qin Beisheng. Aside from the former vassal factions of the Qin clan, no other factions laid a hand on those survivors. Ji Yuan appeared beside Han Chang, pulled out a recliner, lay down on it with a complex expression, and looked up at the sky above. Senior Qin Beisheng gave the Qin clan a dignified curtain call. Though the main lineage of the Qin clan was completely wiped out, the bloodline of the Qin clan was ultimately passed down through those survivors. In this world of myriad things, none can escape the cycle of rise and fall. Our ancestors left us tens of thousands of years of grace, dominating the life and death of countless people across this continent. In the end, becoming ordinary people because of the power of our ancestors is also quite reasonable. 10,000 years from now, if the Ji Yu clan can have a curtain call like the Qin clan, I will have no regrets even in the netherworld. At this moment, Ji Yuan seemed to have seen through all worldly matters, standing aloof from worldly affairs. Some matters cannot be solved purely by relying on fists. When people's hearts are not united, it is all wasted effort. Uncle is overthinking. Every member of the younger generation of the Ji Yu clan is a proud son of heaven, and for the Ji Yu clan to flourish for another 100,000 years in the future is not a problem at all, Han Cheng said with a smile. Hee, you make this old man look ridiculous, nephew. Those kids are merely a bunch of children in front of you. A half smile appeared on Ji Yuan's calm face. Some things only bring despair precisely because one has seen right through them. I wonder how nephew feels about Zuner. Junior Zuner has great talent, and she is also a very sensible girl. She is very good. Right in front of Ji Yuan, Han Cheng first praised Ji Zuner, then changed the topic. Unfortunately, my heart already belongs to someone else. There are two women who truly love me, and I cannot fail their sincere hearts. Moreover, Junior Xiao Yan's talent is also quite good, and his future achievements will not be bad. Is that so? A flash of helplessness crossed Ji Yuan's emotions, but he quickly smiled and brought up Han Cheng's marriage. However, that is true. For someone as outstanding as nephew to marry a Dosheng expert would also complement each other perfectly. Then many thanks for Uncle's auspicious words. Unfortunately, Uncle is the pillar of the Ji Yu clan and cannot move lightly, otherwise, this nephew would surely brazenly ask Uncle to be my wedding witness. Who would have thought nephew trusts me to this extent? A wedding witness was generally something only an elder of high virtue and prestige could undertake. Although Ji Yuan knew what Han Cheng said was merely polite filler, hearing it still made one feel very happy even if you knew it was false. That's right, Uncle, does the Ji Yu clan happen to have the blood essence and bone marrow of a rank 9 magical beast? Han Cheng asked casually. Would a semi-saint realm one do? Ji Yuan replied casually. That probably won't do. I wanted to do some medicinal formula for the grade 9 profound pill. Those of the semi-saint realm were still somewhat lacking. Han Cheng shook his head and said with a smile. After all, after consuming the Budian pill, all cultivation boosting pills below the grade 9 profound pill will become ineffective. This side effect is by no means small. It's truly great to be young. Ji Yuan sighed with emotion. Compared to the formidable medicinal efficacy of the Budian pill, what did a few minor side effects amount to? Even so, Han Cheng was still not satisfied and still possessed sufficient fighting spirit, which made him truly envious. As the setting sun went down, Ji Zuner came to the lakeside. Uncle, you really aren't cut out for this. You haven't even caught a single fish. Let me treat you to tonight's dinner. I'm getting old, hee. Chapter 137, Ji Zuner, who yearns for the light. Chapter 137, Ji Zuner, who yearns for the light. Night fell, and in an elegant and quiet manner, Han Cheng began his normal cultivation. I have to admit that the 3000 burning flame is truly a wonderful treasure, fitting Han Chang's situation almost completely. As the starlight and moonlight across the sky converge, Han Chang's soul boundary was improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even though there is a very, very, very long distance between the heavenly state great perfection and the Emperor Realm soul, even the top geniuses in terms of soul cultivation talent would have to undergo grueling cultivation for over 100 years to reach the Emperor Realm soul. If it were an ordinary Do Shang, they might not even touch the threshold of the Emperor Realm soul until the day they died. But now Han Chang dares to say that within 10 years, he will be able to touch the fringe of the Emperor Realm soul. In another 3 to 5 years, he will be able to break through that barrier. The Emperor Realm soul, I should be able to try contacting that power of the sun then. Han Chang recalled that after breaking through to the heavenly state great perfection, when he tried to directly touch the power of the sun with his soul, he couldn't even last for 0.1 seconds before being burned to absolute nothingness, making him feel in his heart that his future might be even brighter. If, after reaching the Emperor Realm soul, he can last for 2 or 3 seconds, dying 100 or 80 times just to slightly perceive a hint of the profoundness of the sun's power, then everything will be worth it. The sun is out again. It clearly felt like not long had passed, but in the blink of an eye, it was already dawn. Han Chang stretched his body. This feeling of his physical body being continuously tempered by the power of the starlight was just like having multiple beautiful female technicians massage you. It felt immensely satisfying. The time should be about right. Saying this in a low voice, Han Chang took a step forward and arrived at the lakeside once again. For the next few days, Han Chang's schedule was just like this. Only, what Han Chang did not know was that every night while he devoured the moonlight essence and the power of the starlight, Ji Yuzuner seemed to have turned into a moth, subconsciously wanting to get close to him. However, Ji Yuzuner's willpower was very strong. She discovered that as long as she did not absorb the moonlight, she wouldn't have that feeling, so she stopped the cultivation. Still, practicing the moonlight cultivation method every night had almost become Ji Yuzuner's habit. After all, nobody could refuse the feeling of soul power improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although she wasn't used to it, Ji Yuzuner could still control her own behavior, and she began to practice Doji with all her might. Previously, every night she practiced the moonlight cultivation method while also practicing Doji, and both her cultivation and soul power had been making rapid progress. Now that she was practicing Doji wholeheartedly, her cultivation speed wasn't much faster. In fact, because her soul aspect had stagnated, from the perspective of overall efficiency, it was actually much worse. What troubled Ji Yuzuner even more was that the Golden Emperor's sky-burning flame inside her body had developed a bit of a temper because there was no moonlight energy to absorb for the past few days. Of course, this was just an exaggeration, merely a feeling Ji Yuzuner had, but it was indeed true. Sigh. At night, Ji Yuzuner stood in front of the window, watching the starlight and moonlight in the distance being absorbed, feeling a wave of resentment in her heart. It's not like I can run over to Senior's courtyard to spend the night, nor can I make Senior stop cultivating. I can't blame Senior either. After all, this moonlight cultivation method is indeed a secret technique far surpassing the TN class, and it brings me 100 benefits without a single harm. Senior and the others probably haven't noticed this feeling of wanting to get close. After all, Senior is already extremely close to those few women to begin with. Instead, by a stroke of luck, Zuner saw Senior and the others' secret, and not only was I not threatened or anything, but I was even taught the secret technique. If Zuner were to repay kindness with enmity, that truly wouldn't make me much of a human. Sigh. That night, Ji Yuzuner standing by the window thought about a lot. All the details of her meetings with Han Chang were recalled by her several times, but in the end, she discovered that she didn't have a single excuse that was enough for her to fall out with Han Chang. Moreover, because of Xiao Yan, she actually owed Han Chang many favors, and had taken advantage of this kind and gentle Senior quite a few times. Thinking this, Ji Yuzuner felt that she was the sinful party, and she should give Senior Han Chang some compensation. But what did she have that could compensate Han Chang? Or rather, what did she have that she could take out to help Han Chang? Now that Han Chang was able to enter the ancient clan as an honored guest, it meant that his benchmark was already a Do Shang expert, and an extremely influential Do Shang expert at that. As for Ji Yuzuner, although she was the daughter of Ji Yuan, the patriarch of the ancient clan, the little princess of the ancient clan, and the holder of the divine grade bloodline, she was currently only a 4-star Dozun. Her authority within the ancient clan was at most comparable to some elders at the Bansheng realm, and in some aspects even inferior. Senior, oh Senior, the speed at which you grow stronger really catches Zuner off guard. Ji Yuzuner began internal psychological turmoil. When has the little princess of the ancient clan ever owed a favor without repaying it? Of course, she subconsciously forgot about the most precious thing she possessed. For the next period of time, Ji Yuzuner chose to spar with the 4 commanders of the ancient clan to relieve her mental internal friction. However, young people like Ji Yuyao who admired Ji Yuzuner thought this was Ji Yuzuner's test for them. Even though they were almost roasted to a crisp by the Golden Emperor's sky-burning flame, they didn't show a shred of impatience. Instead, they scrambled to be Ji Yuzuner's sparring partners. In the blink of an eye, a month's time passed. Ji Yuzuner's emotions had eased very well. On this day, she was unilaterally beating up Ling Quan. Suddenly, the aftershocks of a powerful energy fluctuation spread outward, catching the attention of quite a few people. Simultaneously, countless figures shuttled through space. Well, at the very least they had to be Dozun experts. After all, the ancient clan had quite a few rules. However, when everyone approached within 10,000 zhang, they were stopped by the Dosheng elders, with Ji Yuzuner being the only exception. Well, sometimes Ji Yuzuner's authority was also huge, especially when it came to certain secrets of the ancient clan, which were completely open to Ji Yuzuner. After all, this was the patriarch's own biological daughter, 100% one of the ancient clan's own people, and it was impossible for her to leak secrets. After Ji Yuzuner drew closer, she discovered that the elders of the ancient clan were all here, and they were all power-wielding elders. Her dear old father was also there, and Han Chang, who was here as a guest, was right beside Ji Yuan, occasionally speaking up to remind the 3 grade 8 alchemists who were jointly refining medicinal pills. Ji Yuzuner was very well aware that these grade 8 alchemist elders were usually extremely arrogant. Yet right now, the 3 of them didn't have the slightest temper against every single word Han Chang said, behaving as obediently as primary school students. Even those elders who usually had huge opinions about Ji Yuzuner were now all smiles, making Ji Yuzuner almost think she was dreaming. These old fellows could actually smile. Ji Yuzuner was creeped out a bit by those smiles and hurriedly went over to her old father's side, which finally gave her a bit of a sense of security. Only then did she have the time to look up at the thunderclouds in the sky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ji Yuzuner subconsciously thought she might have seen wrong and hurriedly recounted them. The thundercloud still had 10 colors. Could I really be dreaming right now? This feels way too real. Chapter 138. The shock of becoming a venerable on the spot. Chapter 138, The Shock of Becoming a Venerable on the Spot. This was naturally true, and Ji Yuzuner was well aware of it, but her understanding seemed to have been shattered. An 8th grade pill had a maximum of 9 colors, and correspondingly, the pill Thundercloud could only have up to 9 colors. It was impossible to have 10 colors. Ji Yuzuner could not figure it out and instinctively turned her head. The moment she saw Han Cheng's figure, she thought of something. Budian pill. The elders are refining a Budian pill. Although Ji Yuzuner used an inquiring tone, she was already certain in her heart. Ji Yuan's gentle voice sounded, "That's right, it is indeed a Budian pill. My nephew is currently instructing these elders." Ji Yuzuner nodded. Although she still had doubts in her heart, she knew that this was not the time for chatting. Wrap the pill in flames and let the pill lightning strike the pill, but do not let the pill face the pill lightning directly. You must wrap the pill in a layer of energy so that it undergoes the tempering of the pill lightning while preventing it from being destroyed by the violent pill lightning. Understood. The 3 grade 8 alchemists carefully followed Han Cheng's guidance, allowing the pill to welcome the pill lightning without the slightest bit of impatience. Instead, as the pill was repeatedly struck by the pill lightning, its energy became increasingly pure and its brilliance grew more dazzling. A trace of piety appeared on their faces. It was as if they were seeing the duty alive in the world. No, for an alchemist, this was simply a miracle. For the final black demon lightning, let less than 1/10 of its power strike the pill, but do not completely obliterate it. All right, let this old man do it. Elder Tongchuan, who was at the half-saint realm, nodded, raised a palm, and met the black demon lightning head-on. This strand of black demon lightning was inherently weaker than the real black demon lightning, so for a half-saint expert, it was not much trouble and they could control the power of their strike. Under Elder Tongchuan's intentional control, a tiny strand of black demon lightning broke through the barrier and accurately struck the shining pill. After being struck by the black demon lightning, the previously dazzling pill instantly dimmed, and the black ball fell to the ground. Many elders grew nervous. This didn't mean it failed, right? However, when they looked at Han Cheng, they discovered that Mr. Han wore a smile on his face. The crowd, who did not understand why, said nothing, because just a few breaths later, they instinctively widened their mouths in shock as they looked at the pill that had broken out of its shell, was the size of a dragon's eye, and had the warm and smooth texture of jade. If not for the aura occasionally revealed by the seemingly unremarkable pill, which caused some elders to swallow hard, they might have really thought it was a failure. Patriarch, let me test the pill. An elder with the cultivation of a 9-star Duzun stepped out from the crowd, his face bearing a brave expression that showed no fear of sacrifice. No. Elder Gu Chao bears heavy responsibilities. Let this old man handle the pill testing. Let this old man do it. Elder Gushui. Seeing this scene, Ji Yuan couldn't help but darken his face and immediately interrupted these fellows. All right, looking at your appearances, I can tell that the medicinal efficacy of the Budian pill is genuine. What should be tested next is the other effect of the Budian pill. Indeed, what the Patriarch says makes sense. That's right, testing the other effect is even more important. Several Saint Realm elders nodded. They had all previously read the medicinal formula of the Budian pill. Now it seemed that one effect was indeed real and very authentic, so what needed to be verified was the other effect. If that effect was true, then their Ji Yu clan would truly rise to power. With a thought from Ji Yuan, Ji Yuzuner's servant Ling Ying appeared before the crowd. Ling Ying, I called you over this time to test the pill. After consuming the pill, do not panic no matter what happens, understand? Yes, this old servant obeys. Ling Ying did not fully understand the situation, but since Lord Patriarch had spoken, he would simply obey orders. He took the pill handed to him, swallowed it in one gulp, and then sat cross-legged on the ground, waiting for the medicinal efficacy to take effect. Not long after, Ling Ying felt that his cultivation realm, which had been stagnant for a long time, actually began to loosen. Being at the peak of the 9-star Duhuang, Ling Ying's cultivation naturally could not be hidden from everyone present. Without any accidents, this would be his endpoint. Yet, not long after consuming the Budian pill, the aura on Ling Ying's body slowly began to rise. In front of the Budian pill, the barrier between Duhuang and Dudong was merely a sheet of paper, easily broken through. Early 1-star Dudong, mid-stage 1-star Dudong. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Ling Ying broke through to the 3-star Dudong in front of everyone. He stayed at this realm for a little longer, but only a little, and then he reached the 4-star Dudong. Every single person present slapped themselves instinctively at the scene before them. This damn thing was simply too outrageous. Of course, not everyone was watching on the scene. Han Cheng did not continue paying attention. For something whose answer he already knew, he didn't need to put too much effort into it. Some elders with powerful soul power were also observing Ling Ying's movements from a distance. After being stuck for more than 10 days, Ling Ying finally broke through to the Duzun realm. Feeling that the energy within his body was gone, he also opened his eyes, got up, and came to Ji Yuzuner's side, not forgetting his identity. However, whether it was everyone present who watched from beginning to end, or the elders observing this side from a distance, upon discovering that Ling Ying's cultivation of a 1-star Duzun was no different from one obtained through normal cultivation, they all simultaneously drew in a breath of cold air. Next, following Ji Yuzuner's command, Ling Ying tested his own strength. Han Cheng did not continue paying attention to those tests. He only knew that for the next period of time, the elders of the ancient clan were even more enthusiastic towards him. Even high-tier Dushengs like the 3 immortals of the ancient clan, absolute top figures of the ancient clan, showed not a shred of arrogance when meeting Han Cheng, and even placed themselves in a slightly lower position. Several days later, it was a little more than a month away from the wedding date. Leaving so soon, nephew won't stay for a few more days. Learning of Han Cheng's intention to leave, Ji Yuan was truly a bit reluctant to part. In life, having found a confidant, what more could one ask for? Although there was a difference of several thousand years in age between Han Cheng and Ji Yuan felt that Han Cheng understood him. There are less than 40 days left until my wedding day. As the groom, I certainly cannot be absent. Han Cheng smiled and shook his head. A trace of regret flashed across Ji Yuan's face. If only such a fine son-in-law belonged to him, how wonderful that would be. That's true as well. This is my nephew's major life event, so he indeed should return early. If he were to miss it, that wouldn't be good. When is my nephew leaving? Tomorrow morning. Haha, it seems my nephew can't wait to embrace his beautiful bride. Ji Yuan couldn't help laughing out loud, without any feeling of mockery, but rather with the empathy shared by fellow men. If one could spend their life with a woman they loved and who loved them in return, then every process of this wedding would become an unforgettable memory. Early the next morning, 8,000 zhang away from the gates of ancient Saint City. Even a 1,000-li journey must eventually end in farewell. Uncle, let's stop here. This nephew will definitely come again in the future. Farewell. Wait, nephew, take this. If you encounter trouble, crush it. Chapter 139, Return. Chapter 139, Return. Northwest Continent, Jindan City. As invitations were continuously sent out, the news of Han Chang's wedding, the master of Jindan Tower, champion of the All-Continent Alchemist Convention, and esteemed ninth-grade alchemist, spread across almost the entire Northwest Continent. Any faction that was an overlord in their own right, or those closely related to some of the managers within Jindan City, received invitations. Jindan City was now a veritable behemoth in the Northwest Continent, with a Dosheng expert holding down the fort. It was a transcendent existence and the undisputed supreme ruler of the Northwest Continent. For a time, who knows how many factions sprang into action, hoping only to make that lord remember them. At the same time, various branches of Jindan City were furiously preparing for their city lord's wedding. Everyone was racking their brains on how to make this wedding lively and bustling. For this reason, the general planner of this wedding, Ms. Yafei, was so busy spinning in circles that she did not know how much hair she had lost. Fortunately, she was already a Dozun expert now, and her life level had completed a leap. Sleeping one night a month was more than enough for her. At the same time, the members of the advisory group were also actively putting forward opinions for this wedding. They were all powerful women within Jindan City, and the men had been excluded by them. In Yafei's words, those men simply did not understand romance tilde. What is it, sister-in-law? Are you thinking about little brother? Seeing Kai Lin in a daze, Yafei waved her hand in front of her and couldn't help teasing with a smile. Kai Lin's face flushed slightly, and she said with a proud and spoiled tone, I'm not thinking about that odious fellow at all. It'd be even better if he didn't come back. Yet her occasional glances towards the sky outside the window exposed her inner thoughts. Yafei and the others looked at Kai Lin's appearance and all smiled without speaking. They were not worried that Han Chang would not return. After all, for such an important matter, the always reliable Han Chang could not possibly miss it. There was still a full month left. Han Chang would definitely make it in time. Time trickled away bit by bit, and emissaries from many factions had already arrived successively. Jindan City, which had become lively because Han Chang won the Alchemist Convention Championship, was now growing increasingly bustling. Many people who rushed over from the Central Plains gained a deep understanding of Jindan City's prosperity. If compared purely by the degree of prosperity, I'm afraid Jindan City was even more prosperous than Holy Pill City. After all, Jindan City was small, while Holy Pill City was huge. At night, Kai Lin and the others devoured the moonlight essence as usual. Suddenly, they felt a familiar energy fluctuation. The several women opened their eyes simultaneously, tore through space, and arrived above the magical beast forest outside Jianan Academy. The moonlight energy formed a bright orb of light, and the starlight power outlined a hexagram pattern that surrounded the orb of light. The next second, all the light dispersed, and the moonlight and starlight energies dissipated in place, replaced by a dashing, handsome youth and a plain-looking, black-haired old man dressed entirely in black. Compared to the youth beside him who was as dazzling as the sun, this old man looked much more ordinary, seemingly no different from an ordinary person, except for his pair of black eyes that were as bottomless as black holes. However, upon seeing the women waiting for them, this old man subconsciously revealed a gentle smile, as if looking at his own biological granddaughters. Elder Qin. Grandpa Qin, you're alive, that's great. Seeing Qin Beisheng walk out of the secret realm, Kai Lin and Long Yu couldn't help being somewhat surprised. Ziyan at the side had already jumped up with joy. Her big backing was alive, now she could do whatever she pleased, ha 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 w hi hi hi. This is just my soul avatar, I am still far from truly being resurrected. Qin Beisheng smiled and shook his head, but he was already very satisfied with his current state. After all, he could enter and exit the secret realm at will now, right? That was already a very big progress. Is that so? Ziyan was somewhat disappointed, thinking she could. The next second, Ziyan was given a flick on the forehead by Han Chang. You little girl, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Those seniors of the ancient dragon clan treat you quite well, you must not repay kindness with enmity. I'm not that bad at all, big brother, you're just imagining it yourself. Ziyan rolled her large eyes, refusing to admit her previous malicious thoughts in the slightest. Hee, that's right, our Ziyan is a good child after all. Qin Beisheng walked in front of Ziyan and rubbed the little girl's head. Han Chang's mouth twitched a few times. Good grief, if he had known, he wouldn't have asked the ancient clan for the spirit dragon Tianji. You old man, go ahead and spoil her. Ziyan, then you lead the senior to show the way, we'll head back first. Kai Lin pulled Han Chang's hand and issued a task to Ziyan. Rest assured, this is my territory. Ziyan patted her small chest and said very domineeringly. Speak, were you infatuated by some vixen from the ancient clan? I've been wrong, queen. I hardly came into contact with any women in the ancient clan. Watching the receding figures of the three, Ziyan subconsciously sighed. Sigh, it seems I must grow up quickly so I can help big brother counter elder sister Kai Lin, otherwise, big brother won't have any status left in the future. Watching Ziyan muttering to herself in a tone like a little adult, Qin Beisheng at the side couldn't help finding it amusing. Oh, why do you say that? Grandpa Qin, have you ever gotten married? Ziyan first asked a counter question in return. Qin Beisheng shook his head. At that time, his mind was entirely focused on combat and breaking through realms. How could he have any thoughts of getting married? Sigh, then it's completely normal that you don't understand, Grandpa Qin. After all, a man before marriage and a man after marriage are completely two different appearances. Ziyan began to tell Qin Beisheng the profound principles she had learned from those sisters during this period, listening to which Qin Beisheng was completely dumbfounded. At the top of Jindan Tower, Kai Lin leaned tightly against Han Chang's chest, feeling his warm and powerful embrace as a cool night breeze blew across their hearts. There were no words, only silently pressing closely against each other's bodies. The twinkling starlight replaced them in speaking the sweet words within their hearts. As Han Chang returned to Jindan City and the date of the wedding gradually drew near, people from the major factions or individuals who received invitations all arrived. Pill Tower, which had the closest relationship with Jindan Tower, sent Zan Yi, one of the big three. The 2 sects, 3 valleys, and 4 pavilions all sent people as well. Flower sect sent a young woman, rumored to be the next sect leader. Tianming sect sent their young sect leader. However, because of their cultivation method, Tianming sect leaders updated very frequently. Burning Flame Valley sent Valley Master Tang Jian and his beloved daughter, Tang Hure. Ice River Valley, oh excuse me, because there was no interaction, no invitation was sent to this faction. Sound Valley sent a few young people, both men and women. Among the 4 pavilions, apart from Starfall Pavilion which only sent Xiaoyan, the other pavilion masters all came, along with their young pavilion masters. These were only the ones with relatively louder reputations. There were also many super factions whose reputations were not prominent, yet their strength was not inferior to the 4 pavilions in the slightest, as well as factions closely related to Jindan Tower, all of whom sent people. Chapter 140, Becoming a Father. Chapter 140, Becoming a Father. As for the ancient clans, Han Cheng only had relatively deep interactions with the Jiyu clan, and he didn't even know where the rest of them were. Of course, there was no need to mention Jiangnan Academy on this side, they were all his own people, so there was no need to elaborate. However, Xiao Yan, who brought Xiao Yixian with him, seemed even busier than Han Cheng, the groom, at least for now. At the lively wedding, 2 dining tables fell into a deathly silence. Xiao Yan looked sheepishly at Ji Yuzuner on the opposite table. Ji Yuzuner showed no emotion on the surface and still smiled calmly, but only she knew what she was thinking inside. Xiao Yixian at the side lacked some confidence, but she still didn't let go of Xiao Yan's hand. Love was selfish, especially among some ignorant adolescent men and women. I am very glad to have so many good friends attend the wedding of Kailin and me. I have received all your kind intentions, and thank you very much everyone. Seeing so many people coming, Han Cheng felt warm inside. Ever since recovering his memories of his past life, Han Cheng had gone from a penniless orphan to a successful person with a successful career and a happy family, all relying on his own talent. Time acceleration, activate. In the blink of an eye, it had been a month since the wedding ended. The author is a single dog, doesn't know the wedding process, so skipped it directly. Han Cheng's pent-up passion of many years was fiercely released during this month, and in his excitement, he actually felt a sense of breakthrough. Then came the activation of 128 times speed, burning 300 million gold coins. On the surface, Han Cheng had only been in seclusion for a year, but in reality, he had already cultivated for 128 years. He reached the peak of the 9-star Do Shang, possessed an Emperor Realm Soul, and became a max-level player on the Fighting Chi continent today. Sigh, life is as lonely as snow tilde. Han Cheng sighed with emotion. It was his first time staying in seclusion for so long, and he was still somewhat unaccustomed to it, so the next second he came to Kailin's side. Kailin, who was talking with Ziyan, felt the familiar aura and unconsciously raised the corners of her mouth. Wife, I miss you so much tilde. Han Cheng hugged Kailin, their faces pressing and rubbing against each other continuously, almost generating static electricity. Kailin was somewhat speechless and pushed Han Cheng's head away with a slap. In broad daylight, don't move around blindly. What's wrong with daytime? It's not like we haven't done it before, Muma. Han Cheng fiercely kissed Kailin on the side of her face, and then was slapped back by Ziyan's little dragon claw. Ziyan waved her small fist. You are not allowed to bully elder sister Kailin. Big brother, if you want to bully someone, come and bully me. Equals convex. Han Cheng and Kailin both twitched the corners of their mouths involuntarily. Kailin pulled Ziyan back to her side. She shouldn't have said those things to this lass. Suddenly, Han Cheng's heart beat rapidly, and his expression changed instantly, becoming somewhat serious. At the same time, a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. He placed one hand on Kailin's lower abdomen and the other on his own heart. Han Cheng's sudden action startled both Kailin and Ziyan. They looked at him with puzzled faces, wondering what he was doing. What's wrong? Kailin noticed that the smile on Han Cheng's face was becoming more and more obvious and couldn't help asking. Han Cheng wanted to pick up Kailin and spin her around, but his reason made him steady himself, though his emotions were still very excited. I sense our bloodline is being born. Kailin was somewhat surprised and said subconsciously, no way, I haven't felt anything as the mother yet, but you, the father, already feel it. This wasn't a matter of trust or distrust, this was entirely a matter of Kailin's dignity as a woman. Could she still be beaten to the punch by him? Ziyan also pressed her ear against Kailin's lower abdomen, listened for a long time but didn't hear any movement. That's right, big brother, didn't you feel wrong? Han Cheng's mouth twitched a few times. What kind of movement could a fertilized egg possibly make? He could sense it because his Emperor Realm Soul had significantly enhanced his perception, as well as the connection between their bloodlines. No matter what, wife, try not to do anything for the next period of time. Just tell me directly if anything comes up, you know. Han Cheng thought for a moment and added, even if you want to fight, don't fight opponents of the Shang realm. I'm not that delicate yet, Kailin said unconvinced, her face cupped in Han Cheng's hands. She was a queen, hey, the queen of the snake people tribe, the supreme sovereign of magical beasts. Just pretend you're doing it for me, alright, my queen. Han Cheng gently pinched Kailin's collagen-rich face and said softly. The corners of Kailin's mouth turned upward involuntarily, and she raised her eyebrows. Alright, who made you my husband? In fact, seeing Han Cheng like this, Kailin already somewhat believed Han Cheng's judgment in her heart. After all, this man had never been wrong. However, she was really strong and wouldn't be as fragile as other women. At this moment, Ziyan puffed out her chest. Since that's the case, Big Brother belongs to me during this period. Han Cheng was silent for a moment. Ziyan, looking like that of yours, I really don't want to do that kind of thing to you, I simply can't muster any interest, you know. Ziyan nodded thoughtfully, and the next second, Ziyan turned into a big Ziyan. How about this, husband Tilda? You haven't grown up yet, doing this will be a burden to you, you silly girl. Han Cheng poked Ziyan's forehead with a serious expression. This lass was only tier 7. When did she reach tier 8? Ziyan said proudly, taking advantage of the year you were in seclusion, Big Brother, I am now an adult. An adult dragon, Kailin smiled and added, while pulling the big Ziyan to her side and giving Han Cheng a wink. Seeing this scene, the pent-up passion in Han Cheng's body surged up instantly. Time passed very quickly, especially the days spent in the company of 2 female enchantresses, several months passed in the blink of an eye. The news of an ancient spatial secret realm appearing in the Central Plains Beast region made Han Cheng step out of the land of gentleness. With Han Cheng's current strength, even crossing from the westernmost end to the easternmost end of the Fighting Chi continent was just a wave of his hand, effortless. Han Cheng secretly brought Kailin and Ziyan to this ancient secret realm space. Relying on the concealment of his Emperor Realm Soul, no one could discover their whereabouts. The cyan blue-purple tricolor flames melted into the moonlight, entering this ancient secret realm space many steps ahead of the others. The others were still waiting for the spatial storm at the entrance of this secret realm to subside. Under this state, even Do Shang powerhouses could not force their way in, as it was very easy to destroy the secret realm. Therefore, everyone could only wait silently for this secret realm to completely descend onto the continent. And just while they were still waiting, Han Cheng had already subdued those heavenly demon puppets and walked through the gate. Spearheaded by the treasure-hunting expert Ziyan, the 3 of them came to the ancient forest. After pocketing the soul infant fruit and the dragon phoenix origin fruit, the remaining good things in this ancient forest were also completely looted. Chapter 141, Steady and Secure. Chapter 141, Steady and Secure. It's great to follow Big Brother. We can enter this kind of secret realm whenever we want. When those people outside come in, we'll have taken all the good things. After putting away the heaven rank Do skill, the 10D rank Do techniques, and the Do Sheng skeleton, those heavenly demon puppets didn't even have a chance to move and were directly captured by Han Chang. Ziyan hugged the medicinal beast, took a deep sniff, and chuckled with a hee. This feeling was simply amazing. Everyone else had to follow the rules, but they could follow Han Chang directly inside to take all the good things. After those people came in, they could only eat dust. Until Ziyan was sent back to Ancient Dragon Island, the people outside the secret realm were still waiting for the spatial fluctuations to subside. No one knew that everything inside had already been looted clean. This is the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. On Ancient Dragon Island, Elder Zuli looked at the fruit in front of him and couldn't help trembling with excitement. The Void Ancient Dragon and the Ancient Heavenly Phoenix, the top-tier magical beasts of the Fighting Chi continent, had fallen together. This was a rare treasure of heaven and earth that could only appear under an extremely low probability. Whether it was obtained by the Heavenly Demon Phoenix or the Void Ancient Dragon, they would be able to suppress the other side and become the undisputed, sole supreme ruler of the magical beasts. Presumably, Elder should know how to consume this Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, right? Han Chang asked with some concern. Actually, this old man doesn't know either. According to the historical records of the Void Ancient Dragon clan, the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit has only been successfully consumed twice. The first time was by the Ancient Heavenly Phoenix, which suppressed our Void Ancient Dragon clan for hundreds of years. In the end, we also obtained a Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, and after successfully consuming it, that senior perished together with that Ancient Heavenly Phoenix. Elder Zuli said somewhat awkwardly. He wasn't very old either, only a few thousand years old. Since that's the case, Han Chang thought for a moment and stroked the head of Ziyan in her lily form. In that case, let Ziyan consume the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit by my side. Then I will have to trouble you. No matter what, Ziyan will be the new Dragon Emperor of our Ancient Dragon clan. Elder Zuli considered it for a moment and agreed to Han Chang's proposal. Solely in terms of methods to deal with potential crisis situations, Han Chang was vastly superior to their East Ancient Dragon Island. After all, he was a 9th-grade alchemist, and his various methods were not something they, magical beasts with brains full of muscles, could compare to. Then we will be leaving, Elder Zuli. Wait a moment, please accept these medicinal materials. They are unique to Ancient Dragon Island and should be of great help to Ziyan. Crimson Space. If asked where it was safest for Ziyan to consume the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, this Crimson Space would rank second, but if Han Chang was also in this space at the same time, it would rank first. Grandpa Chen, this is for you. Ziyan skipped over to Qin Beisheng, who was sitting on her own statue, and proudly presented a top-grade soul infant fruit contained in a box crafted from the wood of the soul infant fruit tree. A flash of surprise crossed Qin Beisheng's smiling face. He glanced at Han Chang with a smile, and then said kindly to Ziyan, "Goodness, this is a top-grade soul infant fruit. It really helps this old man a lot. Thank you." "You're welcome, this is what I should do." Ziyan waved her hand magnanimously, and the next second flashed beside Han Chang, saying, Actually this is all Big Brother's credit. He brought us directly into that secret realm. Now those fools are still waiting outside." Qin Beisheng was not surprised that the main contributor this time was Han Chang, but he suddenly remembered Han Chang's unfathomable methods and slapped his own thigh hard. "Oh dear, Brat Han, go on a trip with this old man's avatar after a while. I remember the spaces of quite a few ancient races, perhaps there are some inheritances left behind in them. Before that, you should first consume the soul infant fruit to completely restore your soul origin. Those spaces are not urgent." Han Chang nodded. However, he wasn't lacking in anything right now, so he wasn't in a rush. The spirit dragon heavenly Ganoderma that Han Chang had previously brought from the Jiyu clan had only restored a portion of Qin Beisheng's soul origin, a bit more than the heavenly state great perfection, giving his soul avatar the power of about a 2 or 3 star Do Shang. Now with the soul infant fruit, and a golden quality one at that, Qin Beisheng should surely be able to restore his entire soul origin. Qin Beisheng also understood the priorities. Those secret realm spaces and the like were not urgent. 3 days later, Qin Beisheng's soul origin was completely restored. Having undergone tens of thousands of years of tempering, his soul power had traveled a very long distance even within the D state, comparable to Han Chang. At this time, Qin Beisheng's combat power was definitely not lower than a 6-star Do Shang. Even with the terrain advantage, a 7-star Do Shang would not be his match. The young people of today are truly incredible. Qin Beisheng glanced at Han Chang, only to find that he couldn't see through the aura on this brat at all. It was as if he had merged with heaven and earth, completely untraceable. "Congratulations, Elder Qin, on finally restoring your soul origin and regaining your freedom. Grandpa Qin is free, that's wonderful, carrot oh carrot." Qin Beisheng could sense that these few people were genuinely happy for him, and for a moment he was in high spirits, laughing heartily. Ha 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 ha. 2 days later, under the nervous gaze of the few people, Ziyan swallowed the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit in one gulp. Afterwards, Ziyan transformed into a purple ball of light, and then resumed her true form, a 100-jong-long void ancient dragon, concentrating on absorbing the energy contained within the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. 3 people, no, to be precise, 2 people, since Kai Lin might be pregnant, so Han Chang and Qin Beisheng guarded Ziyan. Half a month passed consecutively, and everything was normal on Ziyan's side. Her aura was steadily and rapidly increasing, and at the same time, powerful energy was gathering on her back, clearly a precursor to awakening the wings of the ancient heavenly phoenix. It should be fine. After all, Ziyan is already at tier 8. Han Chang breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, he was a top-tier feeder. Qin Beisheng on the side nodded. From his perspective, the little girl Ziyan was currently progressing smoothly in everything. At night, within a radius of dozens of li, it turned into a sea of star and moon mist. This nearly liquefied energy made Qin Beisheng lament that he had lived a hard life before. Because he found that starlight energy was of great help to Ziyan, Han Chang increased the concentration of starlight energy on Ziyan's side quite a bit, while the 3 of them mainly absorbed moonlight energy to enhance their soul cultivation. Such peaceful days were the normal situation. Like those passionate protagonists who were leveling up, fighting monsters, or being hunted down every minute of every day, that kind of lifestyle was the abnormal situation. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. Another morning sunrise arrived, and Kai Lin's soul power reached the mid-heavenly state, currently expressing her love for Han Chang with a quarter-hour-long kiss. It was just unknown whether out of envy, a desire for one too, or whatever the case might be, Qin Beisheng saw the purple light ball, which had grown to a size of 1,000 zhong, rapidly shrink and fly towards the direction of Han Chang and his wife. Chapter 142, Formulating a Plan. Chapter 142, Formulating a Plan. Fortunately, since it's this brat, this old man can rest easy. Qin Beisheng watched Ziyan and Han Chang kiss, with Kai Lin smiling on the side, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He practically treated Ziyan like his own biological granddaughter. Previously, he had been worried that this girl might run into some scumbag, but now Qin Beisheng was completely at ease. Although 2 women shared a single husband, the relationship among this family of 3 was already very close. Moreover, both women were magical beasts, so they wouldn't care too much about matters of this sort. Furthermore, Han Chang was also reliable, the youngest and most outstanding tall, rich, and handsome man on the Fighting Chi continent. What else was there to be dissatisfied with? Now, after consuming the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, Ziyan's cultivation base soared straight up, suddenly reaching the late stage of 4-star Doshang, just a tiny bit short of 5-star Doshang. However, among these 4 people, she was only slightly higher than Kai Lin, who was at the early stage of 4-star Doshang. If she wanted to turn the tables and become the master of the house, she was still falling a bit short. There are 2 things we need to do next. First, resurrect Elder Qin. Second, unify the Void Ancient Dragon Clan and let Ziyan become the new Dragon Emperor of the Void Ancient Dragon Clan. The other 3 listened attentively as Han Chang laid out his subsequent plans. Regarding the 2 matters proposed by Han Chang, several of them nodded in agreement. In fact, this can actually be considered a single matter, because the conditions required to resurrect Elder Qin are as follows. 3 types of heavenly flames. On my side, I have the green lotus core flame, the sea heart flame, and the 3000 burning flame. Next is the skeleton of a Doshang expert. The body of this creator saint will do. Originally, it should have been a blood-generating bone-melting pill. However, that blood-generating bone-melting pill is at most 8th grade, so I plan to replace it with a 9th grade pill with even better effects, the Endless Life Pill. The Endless Life Pill is ranked 9th, at the Precious Pill level. With my current alchemy skills and soul power, pushing it to the Profound Pill level will not be a problem. The only thing still missing is the essence blood and bone marrow of a rank 9 magical beast. After all, Elder Qin has an Emperor Realm soul. If the materials are slightly inferior, they might not be able to withstand the powerful force of an Emperor Realm soul. According to my thoughts, I plan to focus this target on the North Dragon King among the 3 rebel kings on Ancient Dragon Island. Is one enough? Why don't we just kill all 3 of them? Anger flashed in Ziyan's eyes. She actually already knew about her parents, so she harbored intense resentment towards those 3 rebellious insurgents. In her view, those 3 Dragon Kings should all be hacked to death by her. Ziyan, you will be the Dragon Emperor in the future. Those 3 fellows are still part of the Void Ancient Dragon Clan's strength after all. There's no need to use killing to solve problems. Han Chang rubbed Ziyan's head and appeased her, saying, my plan for the future of the Void Ancient Dragon Clan is this: execute the most powerful North Dragon King as a deterrent to display the majesty of our Lord Dragon Emperor Ziyan. Then suppress the West Dragon King and South Dragon King, pressing them under a volcano for 1,000 or 800 years. During this period, their cultivation must not advance an inch, and they won't have any freedom, suffering the scorching heat of volcanic magma every day, wishing for death. At the same time, this also demonstrates Ziyan's mercy toward the Void Ancient Dragon Clan. After all, our Lord Dragon Emperor cannot rely solely on majesty. At the same time, trade with Jindan Tower to continuously develop and grow. After decades, the West Dragon King and South Dragon King will gradually be forgotten by everyone. By that time, you, Ziyan, will have also broken through to 9-star Doshang. No matter if you want to kill those 2 fellows or do anything else, no one will be able to say anything. In this way, the ancient dragons who were originally loyal to the other Dragon Kings will all recognize Ziyan's rule, allowing us to preserve our strength to the maximum extent and avoid internal consumption. Killing people isn't the goal, understand? Han Chang's thorough analysis instantly made Ziyan's mind suddenly clear. Understood. Circle.operator Omega Circle.operator. Killing people isn't the goal is to make them not resist when you kill them. That's pretty much what it means, and at the same time, it can also clean up the factions of the 3 great Dragon Kings. Han Chang nodded, not forcibly correcting Ziyan's thoughts. This plan of killing 2 birds with 1 stone, regardless of whether anyone can see through it, they won't be able to say anything. Watching Han Chang easily resolve a headache-inducing trouble amidst casual laughter, Kai Lin couldn't help a myriad of brilliant colors welling up in her beautiful eyes. This was her husband, the embodiment of wisdom. Qin Beisheng's heart was already filled with emotion, and he felt a few shreds of admiration for Han Chang. Personal valor was indeed precious and commendable, but in front of a wise man, that was merely a reckless brash fellow. To achieve great accomplishments, the guidance of a true wise man is indispensable. Just like Han Chang, with a few words, he clearly laid out the problems that needed to be solved in the future, the direction of development, and the situations that needed attention. With such a wise man guiding the future, this faction's future would certainly not be bad. If, after the death of the then great elder Qin Zheng of the Qin clan, a wise man like Han Chang had appeared to help guide his direction, he wouldn't have left the Qin clan. That group of brainless vermin, whose bloodline powers were gone, were still taking pride in it, dividing classes, and extracting benefits. Even if Qin Beisheng possessed monstrous cultivation, so what? Those old fellows were dead sure that he wouldn't dare kill them. Sometimes, teammates like pigs are even more agonizing than opponents like gods. The backup plan he left behind back then had mostly likely been ruined by those old fellows. Qin Beisheng had figured that out clearly long ago. However, people always need to have a hope, a source of anticipation, right? Even though Qin Beisheng knew that most likely no descendants of the Qin clan would ever come here, he still persevered bitterly. And it was precisely this persistence that made him hold on for tens of thousands of years, allowing him to wait for Han Chang. Perhaps this is a new opportunity given to me by the heavens. Qin Beisheng figured something out, and at the same time, a trace of curiosity rose within his heart. He wanted to see just how far this stunningly talented young man could go. Once the general plan was finalized and they confirmed there were no omissions, the 4 of them set off, left the Crimson Space, and headed straight for Ancient Dragon Island. Major events happening in Zhongzhou over the past year came one after another. First, an ancient Doshang secret realm was thoroughly looted by a mysterious person using unknown methods, leaving quite a few factions with wasted excitement and false joy. Closely following that was the annihilation of the Ling clan. This was tantamount to detonating a nuclear bomb in the originally stable and peaceful Zhongzhou, causing many factions to become nervous. However, as time went on and more than half a year passed without anything happening, everyone gradually relaxed. Yet just a short while ago, the Grand Heavenly Lord of the Hall of Souls, as a top-tier powerhouse of 1-star Doshang, led Ji Yui the 2nd Celestial of the Hall of Souls, Chudi the 8th Celestial, Moyu the 9th Celestial, the Black and White Heavenly Venerates, Jiaxing Celestial, and a host of Elder Zuns and Protectors from the Hall of Souls to annihilate Starfall Pavilion with thunderous momentum. Medicine Saint Yao Chen of the Semi-Saint Realm, Wind Venerable, and others all perished. Only Yao Chen's disciple, Xiao Yan, managed to escape with his life thanks to his teacher, wife, seniors, and others fighting for their lives to protect him. For a time, the entire Fighting Chi continent shook because of this. Starfall Pavilion, a top-tier faction of the Fighting Chi continent with a semi-saint powerhouse holding down the fort, was just like that annihilated by the Hall of Souls. Chapter 143, Commotion. Chapter 143, Commotion. The dark and evil forces, the Hall of Souls, for a time had monstrously arrogant flames of violence and a far-reaching infamous reputation. The major factions of the Central Plains were immediately panic-stricken, sitting on pins and needles, fearing they would repeat the same disastrous path of the Starfall Pavilion. Many people or factions chose to submit under the tyrannical might of the Hall of Souls. Those who did not submit to the Hall of Souls also stealthily began seeking allies in order to protect themselves. And the Pill Tower, which had always been regarded by everyone as capable of contending with the Hall of Souls, naturally became the primary choice for people to cozy up to. Of course, there were also quite a few people who came to the Jinden Tower, wanting to seek cooperation. It was just a pity that Han Chang was not present, and since no one could make a decision on such a big matter, it had to be dropped unresolved. Yafei and other senior executives of the Jinden Tower were holding a meeting. After all, the matter of the Starfall Pavilion being destroyed by the Hall of Souls was simply too huge, and they had to consider it very carefully. Is the Starfall Pavilion really gone just like that? Ji Yu had not reacted yet. He had previously successfully refined 3 top-tier Tier 7 medicinal pills in succession. Having just woken up, he was notified that there was a major matter to discuss, and at this moment, his brain was still somewhat muddled. Yafei nodded and said in a somewhat heavy tone, "MN, it is said that only Xiao Yan escaped with his life under the protection of everyone in the Starfall Pavilion, risking their lives." It was too sudden. This action by the Hall of Souls had not a shred of warning. Furthermore, it was spearheaded by a Dosheng expert and a Bansheng expert, giving the Starfall Pavilion no time to react at all. Sigh, are these truly the top factions on the Fighting Chi continent? Truly terrifying. Yun Shan, who had just broken through to Dozun, felt somewhat complicated in his mood and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When he first learned of Xiao Yan's identity, he had even worried that the Cloud Mist sect would suffer retaliation from the behemoth that was the Starfall Pavilion. Looking back now, Yun Shan felt even more fortunate about that choice of his. In front of the Hall of Souls, a faction like the Starfall Pavilion was merely a slightly larger ant that could be wiped out simply by freeing of a hand. Fortunately, their Jinden Tower not only had true Dosheng experts holding down the fort, but their own tower master was also a 9th grade alchemist, whose strength was more than a notch stronger than the Starfall Pavilion. Our Jinden Tower doesn't need to worry too much. With the Tower Master and Madam here, we don't need to fear the Hall of Souls either. Yafei's words made everyone nod in agreement. This was just the strength of their Jinden Tower alone. If one were to count those factions that interacted closely with the Jinden Tower, it wasn't much worse than the Hall of Souls. However, we cannot disturb the Tower Master for everything, we must also shoulder some responsibilities. As Yafei spoke, she took out 2 Budian pills. After introducing the medicinal efficacy of the Budian pill to everyone, she said, "Now is a special period, so I have decided that anyone whose cultivation has reached the 9-turn Dozun can take the Budian pill to advance, and contribution points can be made up later." Senior Skyfire, I wonder which realm you have reached now. Venerable Skyfire, who had been living a wonderful life inside the Jinden Tower, heard Yafei's question, and the aura of his 9-turn cultivation flashed across his body and vanished. Then many thanks, Miss Yafei, this old man will not let everyone down. Venerable Skyfire truly hadn't expected that he could one day actually advance to Dosheng and reach his step. It was truly pleasantly surprising. That fearlessly graceful genius youth in his eyes back then had actually grown to this degree today, even creating medicinal pills that could escort people directly into the Saint Realm. What kind of sheer talent and brilliance was this? And he, an unlucky fellow who had fallen due to greed, actually had the chance to become a saint. A Dosheng, an existence that countless people dreamed of, who could possibly refuse? Even if he might face such powerful dark and evil forces like the Hall of Souls, Venerable Skyfire did not shrink back. Ancient Dragon Island. Ancient Dragon Island, which had been split for thousands of years, had finally integrated into one body once again. The Void Ancient Dragon Clan welcomed unification once more, and at the same time welcomed their new Dragon Emperor of the Void Ancient Dragon Clan, Ziyan. Although their Lord Dragon Emperor was a female dragon, she was not inferior to male dragons, and even in aspects such as administrative means, she was definitely the most outstanding Dragon Emperor in the history of the Void Ancient Dragon. The North Dragon King, who had the greatest rebellious heart, was executed by Lord Dragon Emperor with thunder's means, directly having his bones crushed to ashes, and even losing the opportunity to enter the Dragon Tomb, showing how ruthless her methods were. As for the West Dragon King and South Dragon King, they were suppressed beneath the Heavenly Flame volcano. Although they rebelled, because they were instigated by the North Dragon King, the death penalty could be avoided. However, the 2 of them had rebelled after all, so punishment while alive was unavoidable. Therefore, these 2 Dragon Kings were suppressed beneath the mountain, only when they could atone for the sins they had committed would they be released. Except for a tiny minority of rebels who were executed, the rest obediently submitted under Ziyan's rule. Not long after, under the rapt attention of the Void Ancient Dragon Clan, an extremely powerful energy fluctuation erupted. The rich aroma of medicinal pills almost spread across the entire Ancient Dragon Island, and a heavy rain transformed from medicinal pills fell down. A grade 9 profound pill Grand Master was on extremely intimate terms with their Dragon Emperor of the Void Ancient Dragon Clan, making everyone up and down the Void Ancient Dragon Clan have no more grievances about Ziyan becoming the Dragon Emperor. Although there were still some estrangements among the 4 Ancient Dragon Islands at this moment, they all believed that under Ziyan's rule, the Void Ancient Dragon Clan would soon usher in prosperity. Several days later, Han Chang returned to the Jinden Tower. Alliance, unnecessary. Han Chang looked at elder sister Yafei, pointed at Qin Beisheng at the side, and said, "This is Elder Qin, a supreme expert at the Dosheng realm. That hall master of the Soul Hall in front of Elder Qin is nothing more than a fart. Sister doesn't need to worry about the future safety of our Jinden Tower. Senior Elder Qin, there will likely be no shortage of trouble for you in the future." Yafei politely gave a bow of respect to Qin Beisheng. Hee, no need to be polite. Han Boy's matters are this old man's matters. Qin Beisheng was in a very cheerful mood. He hadn't felt the sensation of having a physical body after resurrection for far too long. Right, sister, help me collect more of the medicinal herbs on this list. I want as many as there are, the more, the better. Han Chang took out a list and handed it to Yafei. Ever since the Jinden Tower got on track, Han Chang hadn't paid much attention to its major and minor affairs, and he didn't even know what was in the Jinden Tower's warehouse. The one who truly managed things was actually Yafei, the deputy tower master. Given the relationship between the 2 siblings, Han Chang gave Yafei a level of trust similar to Kai Lin. Yafei took the herb list, glanced at it, and then said in pleasant surprise, "Young sister-in-law is pregnant." MN, as the true tower master of the Jinden Tower, Yafei's current knowledge and insight were no worse than some Dosheng experts. The intention of these medicinal herbs Han Chang wanted was very obvious, pointing straight to nourishing and settling the fetus. MN, I'm going to be a father. Han Chang's tone was somewhat emotional, and at the same time somewhat proud. He, a father, knew about the coming into being of the child earlier than the mother. Who else could do this? Kai Lin at the side felt somewhat awkward. Who would have known that this child would just arrive so suddenly? Before coming, it didn't even notify her, the mother. Until Han Chang stated that she was likely pregnant for over half a year, she only then sensed that an extra aura of life had appeared within her body. During this next period of time, I probably won't have much mind to spare on the Jinden Tower. Everything will be entrusted to sister. Chapter 144 The Voice in the Sun. Chapter 144 The Voice in the Sun. Little brother, the way you say that makes it sound like you've ever managed Jinden Tower before. Yafei rolled her eyes. She was the one who had managed Jinden Tower all these years. All right. Hee. Han Cheng chuckled, completely shameless. Following Han Cheng's return, the once somewhat uneasy hearts of the people in Jinden Tower regained their peace. Even if it was the Hall of Souls, what of it? Jinden Tower could still stand tall upon the Fighting Chi continent. No matter how treacherous and perilous the current situation on the Fighting Chi continent was, within this one new three-fen plot of land belonging to Jinden Tower, prosperity and stability remained the main melody. Furthermore, because of the dark and evil force of the Hall of Souls, Jinden Tower's business had actually flourished quite a bit more. Every day, aside from accompanying Kai Lin as she recuperated and nurtured her pregnancy, Han Cheng either cultivated or drank tea and chatted with these old friends from Jinden Tower, living quite a leisurely life. Right, Long Yu was still in the midst of advancing and had yet to wake up to this day. 2 years ago, after Han Cheng and Kai Lin got married, Long Yu swallowed the final medicinal pill for advancing her true dragon bloodline. If not for the fact that her aura was still steadily increasing, Han Cheng would have long since forcefully awakened her. Within the Han residence, the massive ocean of starry moon energy was being absorbed by 4 endless whirlpools, disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Early the next morning, Han Cheng looked at the newly risen sun and felt that it was time. Merely absorbing the moonlight essence no longer allowed Han Cheng's soul power to increase at such a fast speed as before. Han Cheng already had a vague guess. After all, isolated yin cannot be born, and isolated yang cannot grow. At the same time, with his current cultivation, he should have the qualifications to touch upon the path of the sun. 128 times speed, activate. Relying on the backing that he couldn't die under accelerated states, Han Cheng directly placed his soul beneath the sun. Only after waiting for a long time did he merely feel some scorching heat, which wasn't as severe as he had imagined. I didn't expect the Emperor Realm Soul to be so awesome, so let me absorb the sun's energy. Thinking this, Han Cheng began to absorb the sun's energy in the same way he previously absorbed the moonlight essence. If the process of absorbing moonlight essence was as refreshing as swimming in a cool lake, then absorbing the sun's energy was as painful as swallowing burning charcoal into his mouth. However, Han Cheng clearly felt that under such scorching, not only did the refinement of his soul power reach a higher level, but vaguely, it also carried a hint of an aura that was utterly rigid and utterly yang. You must know that no matter whose soul it was, its essence was cold and gloomy. The aura of extreme rigidity and extreme yang was mutually opposed to the essence of a soul body. Yet now, Han Cheng's soul actually carried an aura completely different from its essence, which had to be said was milestone progress. Being in a state of time acceleration, Han Cheng's soul aura grew increasingly masculine and vigorous, vaguely resembling a fireball. And just when the sun absorbed by Han Cheng's soul reached a certain limit, the sun that Han Cheng saw underwent a change. If the sun in Han Cheng's eyes before was merely a huge energy source and a lifeless object, then the sun now had come alive. Han Cheng's consciousness suddenly elevated infinitely, leaving the Fighting Chi continent, and the bizarre and motley major thousand worlds came into view. But it was only a fleeting glimpse. Han Cheng's consciousness grew closer and closer to the sun. Before he had time to resist, he was pulled into the sun. Though it's not like he had any strength to resist anyway. Exclamation mark. Han Cheng suddenly discovered that his consciousness was not destroyed by the sun, but instead continued to penetrate deeper toward the sun's core. Han Cheng's once superficial astronomical knowledge came in handy, and he could verify the accuracy of that knowledge from a very close distance. Very quickly, Han Cheng's consciousness crossed the sun's energy ocean and arrived at the true core of the sun. An energy ball the size of a fist, shining with brilliant golden light and slightly illusory, appeared within Han Cheng's consciousness. Han Cheng's consciousness was once again pulled into this small energy ball, and he felt as if time had stagnated. But very soon, he discovered that time had not stagnated. He was now viewing this major thousand worlds and the myriad realms from the perspective of the sun. Time was flowing backward, no. To be precise, Han Cheng's consciousness was swimming against the current, watching the pass of this sun. Unfortunately, the speed was too fast, and Han Cheng couldn't see much of anything clearly at all. Soon, Han Cheng's consciousness arrived at the very beginning of this sun's birth. Long ago, Han Cheng had a question: what was the difference between the suns and fantasy worlds and the stars of his past life? Now, Han Cheng got his answer. In this world, the origin of all solar stars was merely the energy projection of that very first primordial sun star. As the energy source for countless worlds among the myriad realms, the sun star was undoubtedly extremely special. If the myriad realms wanted to sustain themselves, they could not do without the sun star. Likewise, the rivers of time that existed because of the myriad realms could not do without the sun star either. Therefore, the sun star was very special. He could exist at any node within the river of time. Likewise, because these solar stars were all projections of the sun star, he could descend upon any world at will. Interesting little fellow, quite daring aren't you? Hee, then let me see just how far you can grow. A muffled voice sounded, and Han Cheng's consciousness dazedly returned to his body. Not knowing how long had passed, Han Cheng hurriedly lifted the time acceleration state and came to the poolside. Seeing that Kai Lin and Sister Yafei were still sitting by the edge soaking their feet, he breathed a sigh of relief. Judging by this, it probably hadn't been long. Han Cheng shook his head, left only a pair of swim trunks on himself, and jumped into the swimming pool. The cool current washed away Han Cheng's irritation, leaving behind calmness. Flipping through the inheritance that had newly appeared in his mind, Han Cheng confirmed that this was not his hallucination. With an existence like that, I'm afraid even the so-called Master Realm is just a fart. Under the astonished gazes of Kai Lin and Yafei, Han Cheng raised a single finger, and endless sun energy gathered upon his finger. The two women, who were close at hand, did not feel a shred of heat, but seeing that the water in the swimming pool had already vanished, they knew that the energy contained within that tiny energy ball was definitely terrifying. With a thought from Han Cheng, this golden energy ball transformed into a golden pill the size of a dragon's eye, landing in the palm of his hand. There was only a slight warmth, just like the warm feeling of a pill freshly baked out of a medicine cauldron. Ha 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 ha, I really am a genius. Putting this sun essence pill away into a fine jade bottle, Han Cheng's figure flashed, arriving beside Kai Lin. He pulled her into his embrace, sharing the joy in his heart. Kai Lin, sister, do you know, I just thought of a fantastic alchemy direction, which is to directly condense sun energy and moonlight essence into a pill. It will definitely be the ultimate of 9th grade pills, and even the energy contained within it cannot be matched by even an emperor pill. As expected of my husband, simply amazing. Chapter 145, Short-sighted Han Cheng. Chapter 145, Short-sighted Han Cheng. Men are sometimes no different from children. This was the truth Kai Lin realized after getting married. In the following days, Han Cheng basically had to sunbathe and moonbathe, day and night without rest. How does it feel? I feel that my body has become very warm. Although it's a bit scorching, with the moon essence pill I won't feel any pain, instead, it's very comfortable. Taking both the sun essence pill and the moon essence pill at the same time, Kai Lin found that her cultivation base was soaring by leaps and bounds, without even needing her to actively refine it. Furthermore, it felt very comfortable, just like feeling a breeze under the warm sunlight. After confirming that Kai Lin had no problems, Han Cheng handed both jade bottles in his hand to her. Here, take one sun essence pill and one moon essence pill a day. There were 100 pills inside each jade bottle, which Han Cheng spent a day and a night condensing yesterday. Kai Lin put away the pills, wrapped her arms around Han Cheng's neck, wore a mischievous smile, and said with breath like orchids, "Tell me, do you have any ideas about this king? I didn't expect that I hid it so deeply yet you still discovered it. It seems I have no choice but to give up this idea." Han Cheng pretended to sigh helplessly, and then kissed her. In those day and night times after getting married, what positions, what knowledge hadn't they studied and practiced? To some extent, they were already an old married couple. After a fierce battle, Kai Lin licked the remaining milk from the corner of her mouth with her pink, tender tongue, and lay in Han Cheng's arms with her eyes closed, basking in the sun. Han Cheng helped Kai Lin tidy up her skirt, pondering that the weather was quite nice today, and thought of taking a nap. It's just that, heaven doesn't grant people's wishes. News of his return was hardly hidden, so naturally, someone came to disturb their peace. Junior Xiaoyan, it's not that I don't want to help you, but my current identity doesn't allow me to do as I please, nor can I act however I want like before. Looking at Xiaoyan in front of him, Han Cheng shook his head with a helpless expression. Jinden Tower is no longer a small force now, with nearly 10 million people up and down. I also know that the Hall of Souls is no good thing, harboring wolfish ambitions, but I cannot abandon so many people and leave them unattended just because of this single point. At least, before the Hall of Souls truly makes a move against Jinden Tower, I will not be hostile to it. But the Hall of Souls has already destroyed the Starfall Pavilion, and they will definitely not stop their steps. The Hall of Souls has seen right through this point, which is why they dare to be so unbridled. By then, when all other forces are annihilated by the Hall of Souls and only Jinden Tower remains, have you ever thought about this outcome? Xiaoyan said with fierce words, attempting to persuade Han Cheng with a dangerous future. No, Jinden Tower is different from other forces. Han Cheng shook his head. My side currently has 2 9-star Dosheng holding down the fort, and in a few years there will be 5 9-star Dosheng powerhouses. What the hell is a mere Hall of Souls? However, this was Jinden Tower's foundation, and it was impossible to state it directly to outsiders like Xiaoyan and Ji Yuzuner. Senior, you really disappoint me too much. I thought you were a person of foresight, but I didn't expect you to be so short-sighted and narrow-minded. Xiaoyan simply couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. Burying his head in the sand at a time like this and pretending nothing was wrong was truly disgraceful. Immediately, Xiaoyan turned around, flicked his robes, and left indignantly. Senior Han Cheng, although brother Xiaoyan said some excessive things, Zuner truly feels that you made a wrong decision this time. Don't walk down a dark path to the end. Having said that, Ji Yuzuner also turned around and left to chase after Xiaoyan. Han Cheng's expression remained as usual as he smiled slightly. Hey, how can swallows and sparrows know the ambition of swans? If he didn't let the Hall of Souls continue to run rampant and let the Han clan continue striving, how else could he obtain the complete Tuosh ancient Emperor Jade and let the people around him break through to Dodi? The Han clan, the matter of those 2 protectors attacking me isn't over yet, just wait and see how I deal with you all. It's just that Han Cheng's impression of Ji Yuzuner worsened by a few points. Clearly, back when the Budian pill was refined in the ancient clan, she had witnessed it right by the side. Her bodyguard Ling Ying even personally tested the efficacy of the medicine, and everything happened right before her eyes. How could she not understand the logic that possessing the Budian pill meant possessing the future? Whether it was the Han clan or the Hall of Souls, no matter how powerful they were, when facing the collective beating of hundreds of Dosheng powerhouses, they wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. Has love muddled your brain? Hey, right pointing arrow _ right pointing arrow. A breeze blew past, taking away a few of Han Cheng's thoughts. He returned to the Han residence, embraced Kai Lin, and continued to enjoy his little life, quietly watching the rising winds and churning clouds on the continent. Meanwhile, by the window on the 7th floor of Jinden Tower, Nalan Yanran looked at Xiaoyan's departing back, her expression also complex. She didn't know what to say. This change was truly too sudden. The affairs of the world are unpredictable. The young master of a top force on the fighting Qi continent had turned into a stray dog in the blink of an eye. So what if the Hall of Souls is powerful? With the Tower Master here, Jinden Tower will never repeat the tragic path of the Starfall Pavilion. Yanran, come here for a moment, your teacher has something to tell you. Yun Yun's voice rang in Nalan Yanran's ears, pulling her back to her senses. Oh, coming, teacher. For Han Cheng, leisurely days always passed exceptionally fast, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Han Cheng suddenly received an invitation card, inviting him to attend the ancient clan's coming-of-age ceremony as a spectator. Han Cheng still remembered Ji Yuzuner's words from some time ago clearly. Although he was magnanimous, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable inside. After all, he was also a normal person. It's just that, looking at the last 2 words on the invitation card, Ji Yuan made it hard for him to refuse either. After all, he couldn't elevate Ji Yuzuner's behavior of being turned into a licking dog by Xiaoyan's honey trap to the entire ancient clan. At the same time, he couldn't forget the ancient clan's attitude towards him, as well as the spatial jade slip Ji Yuan had given him before. Given the trump card capable of summoning a 9-star Dosheng to make a move, and looking at the fact that the highest on the fighting Qi continent nowadays was a 9-star Dosheng, Ji Yuan had truly been very generous and loyal to him. Although there was a relationship of interest involved in this world, who would truly love you and treat you well for no reason? Even biological parents, when faced with a future where someone was destined not to live past 30, unable to provide for their retirement, and even needing endless spending because of him, would choose to give up. This world is just this realistic, so sometimes it's better to be muddle-headed. Of course we're going. Kai Lin, Elder Qin, let's go together. Wherever you are, that's where I'll be. Kai Lin smiled slightly, grasping Han Cheng's hand tightly together. It just so happens that this old man also wants to see what level the most powerful overlord of this current era has reached. Qin Beisheng was also very curious. He wanted to see how the Dodi clan of this era differed from the one in his era. Are they keeping pace with the times, or continuing the stale rules from tens of thousands of years ago? Since they had decided to go, naturally they wouldn't drag their feet. Han Cheng and Qin Beisheng each left behind a clone, and then rushed toward the ancient saint city in the east of the fighting Qi continent. Chapter 146, Hypocrite. Chapter 146, Hypocrite. Ancient Saint City. This was Xiao Yan's first time coming here, but unfortunately, it was not in the identity of the young master of Starfall Pavilion. Ever since Starfall Pavilion was destroyed by the Hall of Souls and Xiao Yan narrowly escaped with his life, he had been cultivating hard inside the Pill Tower. However, aside from cultivation, he had also been running around for the sake of revenge, rallying forces that could stand with him to contend against the Hall of Souls. Unfortunately, he didn't even have the qualifications to see those elders within the Little Pill Tower, let alone any chance to persuade them. Aside from Zhang Yi, who firmly supported him, the other two of the Danta 3 giants had no intention of helping. They even advised Zhang Yi not to interfere, which made Xiao Yan furious. Before, they said they were close old friends with his teacher, how tight their relationship was. Now that his teacher was killed by the Hall of Souls, how come not a single one of them reacted? Shouldn't avenging a grievance be what they ought to do? Why wouldn't they agree? Afterwards, Xiao Yan learned that the senior who had always helped him had returned, and at that time, he was extremely excited. He believed that Han Cheng would definitely help him avenge his teacher. It's just, Xiao Yan hadn't expected that every time he was in trouble before, asking Han Cheng for help always yielded assistance, so why wouldn't it work this time? Could it be that he was no longer a graduate of Jianan Academy? Hypocrite, hypocritical, short-sighted, a sycophantic villain. Now that he had received the invitation letter from the ancient clan, no matter what the result might be, he would not give up even the slightest chance. Looking at the black storage ring and colorful storage ring on the fingers of his left hand, Xiao Yan once again saw the scene in his mind of his teacher and Xiao Yixian burning their lives and self-destructing in order to send him out. Teacher, Xiao Yixian, I will definitely avenge you both, definitely. However, just as Xiao Yan arrived at the city gate of Ancient Saint City, enemies crossed paths, he ran into the people of the ancient clan whom he hated the most. Isn't this that stray dog of the Xiao family? What qualifications do you still have to come to our ancient clan? Ling Quan wore a suit of black armor, looking like a pompous dog, or rather, quite proper and exceptionally majestic. HMPH, are you blind? You can't even recognize this invitation letter. Xiao Yan's mood was very bad right now, and he directly tossed the invitation letter in front of Ling Quan. Ling Quan grabbed the invitation letter. Feeling the astonishing heat contained within it, a sharp glint flashed through his eyes, but he ultimately endured it. HMPH, I'm just afraid that certain stray dogs have no ability of their own and secretly stole the invitation letter of that guest of the ancient clan. Then have you finished reading it now? Is it mine or not? Xiao Yan's eyes carried undisguised anger. This appearance of being ready to risk his life at any moment made Ling Quan feel that it was even more necessary for him to block him. Just at this moment, a familiar figure appeared, causing Ling Quan to wave his hand, throw the invitation letter back to Xiao Yan, and tell him to scram quickly. Xiao Yan caught the invitation letter, glanced at those few people behind him, let out a cold snort, and walked into Ancient Saint City. Mr. Han, you have come. Commander Ling Quan again, what a coincidence, hee. Just as Han Cheng was about to take out his invitation letter, Ling Quan hurriedly invited him in, not daring to look at it at all. Mr. Han, you don't need to, please enter. Han Cheng nodded, pulled Kai Lin's jade hand, and walked inside. Qin Beisheng followed closely behind, looking around at Ancient Saint City and comparing it with those ancient clans in his memory. Elder Ji Yuyi, Han Cheng looked at the elder in front of him who was at the demi-saint stage, feeling somewhat surprised. I didn't expect Mr. Han to still remember this old man, I feel deeply honored. Ji Yuyi, who had broken through the shackles of the demi-saint realm because of the Budian pill, learned that Han Cheng was coming to the ancient clan to observe the ceremony and seized the opportunity to host Han Cheng. Elder Ji Yuyi has broken through, right? Congratulations, Han Cheng said with a smile. It is all thanks to Mr. Han, otherwise, this old man would probably have no affinity with the saint realm in this lifetime. Ji Yuyi sighed with emotion, but he did not forget the main business. Mr. Han, Madam Han, and this senior, please come with me. Over the next 2 days, please temporarily reside in Ancient Saint City. 2 days later, the gate of the ancient world will open. Ji Yuyi's heart was filled with a burst of surprise. The couple of Han Cheng aside, their cultivation was already higher than his anyway, and he had been prepared for that long ago. He just hadn't expected that this seemingly unremarkable old man's strength was equally terrifying. On this old man, he actually felt a bit of pressure comparable to those few figures within the clan. Deep in his heart, he once again gained a profound understanding of the appeal of a 9th-grade alchemist. No wonder no one was willing to provoke high-level alchemists. At the drop of a hat, they could rally a few super experts who would dare to act recklessly against them. Waiting for 2 days' time was not very long, and during these 2 days, it wasn't as if there was no excitement to watch. The down-and-out descendant of the Xiao family whom the little princess of the ancient clan liked had arrived within the ancient clan. How could those suitors of the little princess not turn up the pressure on Xiao Yan? On the surface, it seemed as though only those young people inside the pavilions were watching, but in reality, who knows how many old monsters were secretly watching from behind the scenes. One could see that Xiao Yan was challenged by name by the third commander of the Black Annihilation Army of the ancient clan, possessing no qualification to refuse at all. In fact, almost all the upper echelons of the ancient clan were clear about the matter from a few months ago. Many elders who originally supported Ji Yuzuna or remained neutral were no longer optimistic about them. If you want to be together, then be together. Whatever happens, happens, but you cannot damage the overall interests of the ancient clan. Just because he didn't help you, Xiao Yan, get your revenge, Mr. Han, a dignified 9th-grade alchemist grandmaster, turned into a short-sighted rat. Their ancient clan's young lady was even more outrageous. Just because he didn't help your lover, you lost your mind entirely. Is enduring in silence wrong? With the Budian pill around, a 9-turned Dozun was equivalent to a Saint Realm expert. Under such circumstances, the number of Dosheng they had would definitely be the fastest growing on the Fighting Chi continent. In just a few years, having 100 or 200 Dosheng experts would not be a problem at all. With such a steady development strategy to secure a guaranteed victory, just because your lover wanted revenge and others didn't agree, you claimed that others were in the wrong. Wasn't this a bit too outrageous? After all, Ji Yuzuner was not unaware of the matter regarding the Budian pill. If she didn't know, the elders of the ancient clan wouldn't have reacted this way either, yet she was clear about it. She knew all these. In other words, she knew right from wrong, but simply because of her lover, she could turn black into white. Was the little princess of the ancient clan truly devoted to the ancient clan? This was a question worth pondering. For any faction, no matter what kind of person you are, at the very least your loyalties must not be misplaced. If it's like this, then what's the use of cultivating you? It'd be better to raise a few more dogs instead. At least they can guard the house and protect the courtyard, right? Therefore, none of the elders of the ancient clan raised any objections to the actions of these young people from the Black Annihilation Army. Seeing Xiao Yan, who was a 1-star Dozun, reach a 4-star Dozun after unleashing the Heavenly Flame 3 mysterious transformations, and with some difficulty defeat the third commander who was at the peak of the 5-star Dozun, everyone became clear about this descendant of the Xiao family's strength. It was roughly around the 6-star Dozun level. However, relying on heavenly flames and soul power stronger than experts of the same level, an ordinary 6-star Dozun was simply no match for him. Such strength, even among the ancient clans, was quite good. It's just a pity that even with such strength, Xiaoyan was merely decent at best, and the absolute top geniuses of the ancient clans wouldn't think much of someone like him. It's just a pity that even with such strength, Xiaoyan was merely decent at best, and the absolute top geniuses of the ancient clans wouldn't think much of someone like him. After all, the top-tier geniuses of the ancient clans nowadays had a cultivation level of at least the 7-star Dozun or even the high-level Dozun tier. Don't look at the 6-star Dozun as being just a hair's breadth away from the 7-star Dozun. In reality, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that a mountain separated these two realms. As for saying that the Dodi bloodline becomes a burden after reaching the Dosheng stage, that is purely because the bloodline rank is not high enough. One step slow, every step slow. If Xiaoyan had possessed Dosheng cultivation previously, the Starfall Pavilion would never have been destroyed, and neither his teacher nor his wife would have risked their lives to save him. 2 days passed quickly, and the gates of the ancient world opened. The moment he entered the ancient world, Han Cheng felt the familiar spatial shift. Uncle, it's been a few years. How have you been recently? Han Cheng looked at the astonished Ji Yuan and greeted him with a light chuckle. Ji Yuan widened his eyes and looked at Qin Beisheng. Nephew, won't you introduce this senior to me? This old man is Qin Beisheng. Qin Beisheng stepped forward and said with a calm expression. Qin Beisheng. Ji Yuan felt as if he hadn't fully woken up yet. Could it be that he was infuriated to the point of losing his wits by Zuner, and his brain still hadn't cleared up? Could it be that senior Qin Beisheng of the Qin clan from tens of thousands of years ago? If there wasn't a second Qin Beisheng in that era, then it should be this old man. Qin Beisheng smiled and acknowledged his identity without any fear. Although Ji Yuan's fighting chi cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than his, if they were to genuinely fight, Qin, was no pushover either. Ji Yuan couldn't help drawing a sharp breath, his expression quickly calming down. Senior truly possesses heaven-defying abilities. You must know that even a 9-star Dosheng had a maximum lifespan of only 5 to 6,000 years, yet Qin Beisheng could actually exist for so long. This was truly formidable. Even Ji Yuan, who had perused all the books of the Ji Yu clan, had never heard of such a powerful method. This old man merely had good luck and ran into the brat Han, otherwise how could I still be like this now? Qin Beisheng waved his hand. Only after experiencing it firsthand did one understand how difficult it was for a person to persist. For tens of thousands of years, just for that increasingly illusory future, Qin Beisheng had thought of giving up countless times along the way. Sigh, nephew, Zuner has been spoiled by me and lacks sense. Please don't take it to heart. Ji Yuan turned his head to look at Han Cheng, recalling the foolish thing his daughter had done some time ago, and he felt a wave of embarrassment. Han Cheng smiled and shook his head. It's fine, uncle. Zuner was probably just acting on a momentary impulse, I don't mind. Although everyone knew this was a lie, at least it saved face on the surface. That's good, that's good. Having a daughter in my old age, I originally wanted to give Zuner a perfect childhood, but who would have thought that someone would steal my daughter's heart away? Truly. Listening to Ji Yuan talk about his experience in raising a daughter, Han Cheng secretly kept it in mind. These were all failed experiences and needed to be taken as a warning. However, Han Cheng believed that the daughter of himself and Kai Lin would definitely not turn her back on her own family like Ji Zuner. Childhood education was very important. Han Cheng felt that he should be able to keep the children by his side for education and not let them leave him, at least not let them leave their parents before the age of 18. Otherwise, it would be miserable if they got tricked by someone. Back at the same manor, Han Cheng looked at the manor that had clearly been cleaned up but was not inhabited by anyone else, and his impression of the Ji Yu clan in his heart was still quite good. After Han Cheng brought the two of them for a stroll around the ancient world, they all felt there was nothing particularly interesting about it. Sigh, still just as antiquated. The ancient clans view bloodline rank far too heavily. After watching those descendant citizens of the ancient world, Qin Beisheng could already practically foresee the future ending of the Ji Yu clan. For tens of thousands of years, the clans with the Dodi bloodline remained just like that, completely devoid of vitality. It's just that the people are incompetent. If it were husband, it would definitely be a completely different sight. Kai Lin curled her lips. The so-called ancient clans were just like this. Compared to future development potential, they weren't even as good as their snake people tribe. At least after she was tainted by the radiance of wisdom from Han Cheng and carried out reforms on the snake people tribe, the snake people tribe was now thriving with a promising future. Hearing Kai Lin's words, Han Cheng smiled, grabbed Kai Lin's jade hand, and placed it against his own face. Don't overestimate me too much. There are quite a few experts in the Ji Yu clan, and factions stand in great numbers. This isn't something that can be resolved overnight. Unlike the snake people tribe, where Kai Lin only needed her absolute strength and identity as queen to make her word law. To be honest, the Ji Yu clan's deep-rooted problems had already become hard to cure, and many things weren't something you could change just because you wanted to. Especially since these people were all considered one's own people, and you couldn't just use fists or kill people, making it even harder to handle. Although what you say is right, the current situation of the Ji Yu clan is very similar to the Qin clan back then, but this old man, just like this lass, has a lot of confidence in you. Qin Beisheng had great confidence in Han Cheng. This was an intelligent life form's respect for wisdom. He had also gone to see the reformed snake people tribe, during that period after Han Cheng and Kai Lin got married. In that year and more, he had traveled almost all over the entire fighting chi continent. The more he saw, the more he could feel Han Cheng's wisdom. A race without a future and a race full of hope were in completely different mental states. As long as one wasn't blind, one could see it. Alchemists in other places were still stubbornly clinging to the old ways in remote areas and acting like local emperors, whereas alchemists within the region influenced by Jindan Tower were constantly striving upwards and delving into alchemy. Having proposed such a system that filled people with hope and allowed them to grow stronger, Han Cheng's wisdom needed no further words. Didn't expect my wisdom to be so obvious already. Han Cheng smiled, but he didn't have any intention of meddling in other people's family affairs. Some things were a case of those involved being lost while onlookers saw clearly. Sometimes it was better not to be overly confident. Returning to the manor, Han Cheng discovered that quite a few elders of the Ji Yu clan had come over, and among them were quite a few who were in the same realm. However, looking at their smiling expressions, Han Cheng guessed that they probably all broke through by taking the Budian pill. Towards these people, Han Cheng didn't turn them away either, instead having a good chat with them for half a day. Of course, those few grade 8 alchemists of the Ji Yu clan had also come together, inquiring about many doubts they had encountered. Although starting from a grade 8 alchemist, every alchemist had their own path to walk. As a 9th grade alchemist grandmaster, with his lofty vantage point, Han Cheng could still offer them some pointers. Han Chang did not refuse this kind of matter. After all, the current GU clan's foundation was still very profound, and establishing a good relationship with these GU clan elders could be said to have 100 benefits without a single harm. Although these elders might not be of one mind with GU Yuan, and might even belong to opposing factions, what did that have to do with Han Chang? What he needed was the foundation of the GU clan, the prestige of the GU clan, and the GU clan as a whole to act as an ally. There was no need to draw the line so clearly. Ignorance is bliss, after all. Chapter 148, Do Not Yell at Me. Chapter 148, Do Not Yell at Me. After another night soaked in the sea of star and moon energy, the fiery red sun slowly rose, and the GU clan's coming-of-age ceremony was about to begin. Kylin stretched her limbs and skillfully swallowed a sun essence pill and a moon essence pill. Within the next 3 days, her cultivation would increase by a notch. Not much, equivalent only to the results of a 9-star early-stage Dosheng cultivating with all their might for 10 days, but it was enough for her. Propping up the head resting on her lap, Kylin awakened the sleeping Han Chang with a kiss. Straightening his attire, Han Chang pulled Kylin's jade hand and walked out of the room. Qin Beisheng smiled as he watched the two walk out, downed the tea in his teacup in one gulp, and followed Han Chang's pace. On the huge GU clan plaza, figures had already arrived before dawn. After all, even the geniuses of the GU clan needed to treat this kind of coming-of-age ceremony with caution, since it was a once-in-a-lifetime event. As the sun climbed higher and higher, the figures on the plaza became denser and denser. In fact, given the status of Han Chang and the others as Dosheng powerhouses, just coming was already giving face to the GU clan, whether they showed their faces or not didn't matter. However, Han Chang happened to see someone, and coupled with the fact that watching this kind of ceremony up close allowed one to feel the atmosphere, he walked over. You are that waste taken in by the abandoned sun. Hand over your cultivation method to me, and I can put in a word for you to enter the heavenly tomb, how about it? Yao Xingji, the outstanding figure among the medicine clan's youths, saw Xiao Yan alone, walked up to him without hesitation, and bestowed his pity upon Xiao Yan with an extremely arrogant posture. Xiao Yan's expression turned ugly. To him, Yao Chen was like a father. How could he endure seeing him insulted like this by Yao Xingji? I'll give your mother. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Yan's cultivation instantly surged to the 4-star Dozun, and picking up the Zan heavy ruler, he slashed towards Yao Xingji. With Yao Xingji's cultivation as an 8-star Dozun, he wasn't injured, but after all, this was the GU clan, so he could only endure it. Yao Xingji's expression was ugly. This trash actually dared to be so impolite. Detestable. A little trash taken in by an old trash, a bunch of lowly things. Clan brother. What, are you going to air grievances for that old trash? Or air grievances for that little trash? Clan brother. Stop yelling at me, a bunch of lowly garbage, a fellow who lucked out and refined a 9th grade pill, yet is touted as the continent's #1 alchemist, utterly ridiculous. Yao Xingji, whose anger had rushed to his head, suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of suffocation. His soul, body, and consciousness, everything about him was frozen. It was unknown when the surroundings had turned pitch black, so dark that one could not see their own fingers. Time and space, everything lost its meaning, and Yao Xingji did not know how long had passed. It could have been 1 second, 1 year, or perhaps 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. Finally, just at the moment Yao Xingji felt his soul was about to dissipate, a golden light dispelled this eternal darkness, and he returned to the GU clan once again. Giving face to the GU clan, I won't kill you. However, if you want to take back the 9 Netherwind Flame, use Wind Attribute and Ice Attribute heavily to your cultivation methods and Do techniques to trade for it. Just as Yao Xingji regained his wits, he saw his clansman beside him trembling and nodding unceasingly. No matter how foolish he was, Yao Xingji understood that something terrifying seemed to have happened, otherwise, these clansmen wouldn't be acting like this. The next second, Yao Xingji, feeling a sudden emptiness, widened his eyes and clutched his chest in disbelief. Where is my 9 Netherwind Flame? Instantly, the other few medicine clan members quickly grabbed Yao Xingji, not allowing him to shout loudly anymore. Walking to the side, the few of them began to talk about what had just happened. In other words, that person just crooked a finger, and the 9 Netherwind Flame inside my body took the initiative to leave my body, turning into in that person's hand. Meanwhile, Han Chang, holding a light black folding fan, arrived beside the foremost seating area and bowed to an old man who looked somewhat ruffian-like. Student Han Chang greets the headmaster. You are Han Chang, are you mistaken? You really are a student who came out of my Jianan Academy. Meng Tianqi was still very surprised. Although Su Jian had told him many times already, he still found it somewhat hard to believe. Could it be that Jianan Academy's educational standard had improved so much over these years? Han Chang sat down next to Meng Tianqi and said with a smile, it is completely true, I am definitely a graduate of Jianan Academy. However, headmaster, the headmaster in the future might not necessarily be you, old sir. What, someone wants to snatch my position? Who is it, who dares? Ahem, it is precisely myself. You. Meng Tianqi looked at this brat who was 100 times more handsome than himself. Being both a 9th grade alchemist and a Dosheng powerhouse, he indeed seemed to have the qualifications to snatch his headmaster position. However, Meng Tianqi felt he could still salvage the situation. Did Su Jian and the others agree? You must know, they are this old man's. The elders all agreed, and I was elected as the next headmaster with a unanimous vote. Han Chang pointed at himself with a smiling expression, and Meng Tianqi's mouth twitched a few times. That shouldn't be, back then this old man treated them. Headmaster, you must not have returned to the academy to take a look for 100 years, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible, not 100 years, at most 70, 80, or 90 some years. Anyway, definitely not 100 years. Meng Tianqi felt a bit guilty for a moment. He felt it definitely hadn't been as long as 100 years, but it seemed he really hadn't gone back for quite a long time. Sigh, fine, this old man sees that you kid are not bad either, and today's weather is also not bad. Now, this old man announces that you are the second headmaster of Jianan Academy. Headmaster, do you have to be so hasty? Han Chang increasingly felt that this headmaster was somewhat unreliable. Kid, you must understand this old man. Actually, not a single person supports this old man. This old man's mood is very painful. Meng Tianqi feigned sadness while continuously winking at Han Chang. Han Chang seemed to understand something and asked tentatively, then how about I refine a pill for the headmaster to help you break through the Dosheng realm? This old man's heart suddenly feels all warm and cozy. Right, kid, when are you taking office as headmaster? Meng Tianqi changed his face instantly. I'm fine with anything, it depends on when the headmaster has time. Han Chang suddenly thought of something and added, right, headmaster, you old-timer will have to prepare the medicinal ingredients and pill formulas yourself. Ahem, with those words of yours, is this old man the kind of person who doesn't abide by the rules? Meng Tianqi coughed awkwardly twice, and then changed the subject. That said, that hand fire control technique of yours is truly wonderful. However, the medicine clan does have quite a few alchemists after all. Do you want this old man to help hold the fort? Headmaster, rest assured, if the medicine clan members are all like this, then they are nothing to worry about. Han Cheng smiled, flapped the folding fan in his hand twice, and said with a smile, moreover, I've recently been planning to make the title of the continent's #1 alchemist truly live up to its name. Chapter 149, Ceremony Challenge. Chapter 149, Ceremony Challenge. Not long after, led by Ji Zuner, Xiaoyan also arrived here. Zuner greets old Mr. Student Xiaoyan greets the headmaster. Oh, you are also a student of Jianan Academy. Meng Tianqi was somewhat surprised, not expecting Jianan Academy to have such an outstanding pupil. To be such a major Dozun powerhouse at this age was quite impressive. Yet, why had Su Jian never mentioned this to him? Yes, headmaster, Xiaoyan felt somewhat nervous. After all, he could only be considered half a student of Jianan Academy. He had left the academy before graduating. Oh, it seems this old man has been doing a pretty good job as headmaster. As he spoke, Meng Tianqi glanced smugly at Han Cheng. Han Cheng's mouth twitched a few times. This headmaster was truly unreliable. Ji Zuner and Xiaoyan sat down to the side and began discussing the heavenly tomb right beside Meng Tianqi. You have a conflict with them? Meng Tianqi looked at Han Cheng and asked in a low voice. Just some minor conflicts among young people, headmaster need not mind. Han Cheng glanced at the nervous Xiaoyan and Ji Zuner beside them, smiling slightly. Xiaoyan's motives were obvious even to his heels. They were nothing more than gathering allies to exact revenge on the Hall of Souls in the Han clan. However, given Xiaoyan's current identity and strength, there was not the slightest chance of success. Unless he was a Dosheng powerhouse and a 9th grade alchemist, who would be willing to risk their lives with a solitary person like him? It didn't matter if he alone wasn't afraid of death, but what about their large families? Were they supposed to charge blindly forward just like him? What a joke. Therefore, Han Cheng didn't need to bring up those unpleasant matters at all. He only needed to stand to the side, quietly waiting to watch his building collapse. Hearing Han Cheng say this, Meng Tianqi held the boy in slightly higher regard inwardly, not expecting this young man to have such breadth of mind. No wonder he could reach where he was today. Rest assured, I will put in a good word for this little fellow when the time comes. For the sake of this old man, presumably those old fellows in your clan won't make things too difficult for him. Up ahead, Meng Tianqi stretched lazily and glanced sideways at the two people beside him. Then many thanks, old mister. Ji Zuner smiled softly. Aren't you just saying that on purpose for this old man to hear? Little girl, still trying to pull tricks in front of this old man. Meng Tianqi rolled his eyes. However, if Xiaoyan wants to enter the heavenly tomb, he must successfully get past this hurdle. You should know what I am talking about. Meng Tianqi turned his head to glance at Xiaoyan, then tilted his chin toward the cold figure ahead, lowering his voice. As long as you can last 100 rounds against that fellow without losing, you will be able to shut the mouths of those old fogies, and entering the heavenly tomb should become much easier. Hearing this, Xiaoyan could not help frowning. When he made a move against Yao Xingji earlier, he had used almost his full strength, except for the 4-color Fire Lotus which served as his true trump card. But, without a doubt, the combat strength of the Asura commander from the Jiyu clan was definitely not something Yao Xingji could compare to. Being both 8-star Dozuns, the former could probably pin down and beat up the latter. 100 rounds. Xiaoyan had a headache. His cultivation realm was still too low. Compared to his peers on the mainland, a 1-star Dozun cultivation was not bad, but in front of these fellows with the Dodi bloodline, it was still too low. Ji Zuner watched Xiaoyan from the side with some worry. A 1-star Dozun cultivation was still too low. In her heart, she began to ponder whether there was any way to help Xiaoyan. A melodious chime sounded, and the adult ceremony of the Jiyu clan began. Ling Quan, 7th commander of the Black Annihilation Army, 1-star Dozun strength, 6th grade bloodline grade. By the resolution and discussion of the Elder Council, he is granted a golden clan pattern. Watching that elder's actions, everyone seeing this scene for the first time found it quite novel. What is the use of this thing? Kailin didn't understand and looked at Han Cheng beside her. Han Cheng did not answer, his gaze turning to Qin Beisheng on the other side. Elder Qin, you might as well explain this. Actually, it is just equivalent to a secret technique that temporarily boosts strength. It's just that because of the Dodi bloodline, the side effects are much smaller than other secret techniques. Qin Beisheng smiled. This thing seemed interesting to look at, but once one reached the Dosheng realm, it was essentially useless decoration. The higher the bloodline grade, the greater the magnitude of strength enhancement. It's just that after reaching Dosheng, anything below the 7th grade has no obvious boost. Even with a divine grade bloodline, after reaching 4-star Dosheng, being able to boost a minor realm would be considered good luck. That's right, Elder Qin, I heard that your old self didn't even have a 4th grade bloodline back then, is that so? Han Cheng suddenly remembered something and looked curiously at Qin Beisheng himself. Bullshit, this old man was clearly a 4th grade bloodline back then. Qin Beisheng's face turned dark. Damn it, which bastard wrote history so randomly? Soon, watching the Jiyu clansmen cheering and gasping in astonishment over the high-grade bloodlines, Qin Beisheng sighed again. Sigh, all Dodi bloodlines are the same, in the end, won't they eventually dry up? The only thing one can truly rely on is oneself. As a Dosheng powerhouse, Qin Beisheng wouldn't care about mere bloodline grades like this. If you put it that way, shouldn't their ceremony be held as early as possible? Otherwise, in a few years they'll become Dosheng and won't even use it anymore. Isn't that a waste of effort? Kailin felt something was amiss. The young people of the Jiyu clan were all Dozuns, not far from reaching Dosheng. Holding the ceremony at this time, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? The Dosheng realm is not so easy to break through. For these descendants countless generations away from the source of the bloodline, the Dodi bloodline doesn't offer much help in breaking through to Dosheng, and might even become a burden. Han Cheng took Kailin's hand and patiently explained to her. Of course, that is on the premise of not having your husband around. Han Cheng didn't spell it out clearly, but Kailin understood his meaning, booty and pill. Suddenly, Ji Yu Yao, who had tested for an 8th grade bloodline, abruptly looked toward Xiaoyan. You know what I am talking about. If you are truly a man, then come up and challenge me. If you choose to retreat, then hurry up and get lost from the Jiyu clan. For a moment, countless people watched Xiaoyan with great interest along Ji Yu Yao's gaze. Han Cheng was the same, very eager to see what choice Xiaoyan would make this time. A 1-star Dozun's cultivation could not be hidden from the profound cultivators present, and many people slightly shook their heads. Feeling more and more gazes converging on him, Xiaoyan clenched his fists inside his sleeves. Ji Yu Zuner beside him angrily stood up, looking at Ji Yu Yao with irrepressible fury. Ji Yu Yao, is this how you treat a guest of the Ji Yu clan? Young miss, precisely because he is a guest, he has the qualification to refuse. Ji Yao's face was cold. Even if it was Ji Yuzuner, he would not back down in the slightest on this matter. Ji Yuzuner clenched her fists, glaring furiously at Ji Yao. She knew very well that the Ji Yu clan revered martial arts and their clan customs were such that if the challenge party retreated, the entire Ji Yu clan would despise that person. But the difference in cultivation was too vast, there was no way to fight. Chapter 150. Helping too much means you have to keep helping. If the cultivation gap was only 2 or 3 stars, Ji Yuzuner wouldn't be this angry, but the gap was a full 7 stars. You must know, this was at the Dozun realm. A difference of 3 stars in cultivation basically already determined the outcome. As for a difference of 7 stars, hey, there was simply no way to fight, even if a Dodi came, it would be the same. Especially since Ji Yao practiced top-tier cultivation methods and Do techniques, his combat power was almost among the strongest in the same rank. Qin Beisheng looked at the cultivation gap between the two sides, and then subconsciously glanced at Han Chang. If a person isn't capable, they just aren't capable, everything else was just an excuse. When this monster was at a 1-star Dozun, wasn't he able to unleash power comparable to a Do Sheng? Miss, Ji Yao's action complies with the rules. If Xiao Yan is unwilling, he can also refuse. At this moment, an elder of the Ji Yu clan stood up. A down-and-out descendant of the Xiao family, without even a single Saint Realm powerhouse behind him, yet he still expected the Ji Yu clan to treat him how? Being able to send him an invitation letter was already considering him important. If he really felt it was unfair, then he should refuse, leave the Ji Yu clan, and cultivate the Dodi by himself. By then, the entire upper and lower echelons of the Ji Yu clan would be begging you to marry their little princess. Even at that time, you could double down and humiliate those who insulted you back, and no one would say anything. It's just that now is now. Xiao Yan right now is only a 1-star Dozun. What right does he have to make a hegemon faction, where Dozun powerhouses are countless and Do Sheng powerhouses exceed 20, take him seriously. Everyone is not even on the same level, just based on a single word from you, Ji Yuzuner. Stop joking, the Hall of Souls is much weaker than the Ji Yu clan, yet the Hall of Souls directly wiped out the Starfall Pavilion, and didn't Xiao Yan still cowardly cling to life? The Ji Yu clan giving him a chance to prove himself right now is already giving him a lot of face, alright D winking face no. Hey, I'd say you guys are going a bit too far. This kid is only a 1-star Dozun, and whoever you send is already an 8-star Dozun. How do you expect them to fight? Seeing this scene, Meng Tianqi still spoke up. If you ask me, you Ji Yu clan members should still let someone with a similar cultivation level come out. Humph, Meng Tianqi, don't you think what you just said is very foolish? The Ji Yu clan elder sneered, it's not impossible if you like battles of the same realm so much, then Miss should sever ties with Xiao Yan. Our Ji Yu clan also has quite a few women who are worthy of Xiao Yan as he is now. How about it, Xiao Yan, what do you think? Enough, Ji Yuzuner's furious eyes looked toward the elder, golden flames flashing past and disappearing. Ji Yu Yao is several years older than brother Xiao Yan. This is not fair. Humph, being several years older means it is unfair. Another elder stood out, feeling increasingly disgusted in his heart toward their own young lady's words and actions. According to what Miss says, should this old man invite someone 1 year younger than Xiao Yan? It's just that that gentleman, whether in achievements or doji cultivation, has already far surpassed Xiao Yan. Does this count as fair? Besides, Miss is the most outstanding proud daughter of heaven of our clan. If your sweetheart wants to stand upright and openly by your side, is there a problem with letting him defeat the most outstanding youngsters of the younger generation of our Ji Yu clan? Yet another elder stepped forward. This was even someone who had once supported Ji Yuzuner. Miss, do you not want to stand upright and openly with your sweetheart? Or escape for a lifetime? Quote. In an instant, Ji Yuzuner had nothing to say. Because no matter how she spoke, it was wrong. If she didn't want to escape, that meant accepting this challenge on behalf of Xiao Yan. If she escaped, it meant that she, Ji Yuzuner, had no confidence in Xiao Yan, looked down on him, and held no hope for him. What had this become? Hey. Simultaneously, the gazes of Ji Yuzuner and Xiao Yan turned toward the handsome young man holding a black folding fan to the side. Only this time, this person did not proactively speak up to help them like a long time ago, but instead stood by and watched coldly. The youth picked up the black folding fan, blocking the lower half of his face, his calm eyes quietly looking at the two of them without any fluctuation. Looking at these two, Han Cheng's heart suddenly recalled a piece of history from his past life. When the Hongwu Emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang, unified the world and rewarded merits, his rewards and attitude toward Lu Bowen. Lu Bowen's contributions were certainly not small, and even among the civil officials, he was second only to Li Shanchang. By reason, such a meritorious official, even if not treated as a pillar of the state, at the very least should not be made to feel chilled, and surface-level courtesy projects couldn't be omitted. However, because Lu Bowen's attitude toward Zhu Yuanzhang was very disrespectful, making Zhu Yuanzhang very uncomfortable, so well, hey. Sunere, sharp tongue with a soft heart. Even if Lu Bowen looked down on you on one hand, he didn't betray you either, instead, everything he did was well organized and orderly. Such a person, just because they didn't act like a bootlicker to you on the surface, you treated them like that, and didn't even show any expression when they died. An emperor's mood was not worth mentioning compared to the merits established by someone. If you wanted to help them, you had to cast aside your dignity and treat yourself as loyal as a dog. Rather than helping others while still having to consider the gains and losses of yourself and those around you in your heart. Even if doing so for one person would cause millions of people who believed in you to lose their lives, you still had to help them, otherwise you would just wait to be liquidated by them. You were not allowed to have pride or your own thoughts, you just had to pay everything for that person, and then receive a sentence, this is my best friend, I am also very sad that he died. Had I known he was so arrogant, we wouldn't have done this. Scenes from a television drama he had watched in the past surfaced in Han Cheng's mind, and he suddenly felt a chill all over his body, feeling somewhat frightened. However, upon feeling the seemingly endless power within his body, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he possessed absolute power and could suppress everything, otherwise, he would have wanted to kill Xiao Yan. People all change, different experiences forge different personalities. And Xiao Yan like this who hadn't experienced too many setbacks was simply not the Flame Emperor. Purple flame surged upwards, Han Cheng took Kai Lin and left, with Qin Beisheng closely following behind. That kind of pitiful gaze was truly unbearable for Han Cheng, it made it seem like not helping made him heinous, which was really fucking uncomfortable. Yet Han Cheng's heart was still soft, so he chose, out of sight, out of mind. This is a matter between you ancient clans, resolve it yourselves. If any of you gets beaten to death, you can come find me to help resurrect them, just pay up. Come to a hidden spot to watch so that you can't find anyone. A fierce, one-sidedly crushed battle began. The cultivation gap was simply too vast. The gap of 7 stars in the Dozun realm was almost equivalent to a 9-star Do Huang fighting a 9-star Dozong. Defeat was certain without a doubt. Even if there was a secret technique, it was the same. A 4-colored fire lotus erupted, its power extremely terrifying. The power unleashed with the cultivation of a 4-star Dozun amplified by his secret technique would heavily injure even a 7-star Dozun. But as it happened, the opponent was an 8-star Dozun, and furthermore used a heaven-rank Do skill, whose power was not much inferior to the fire lotus. Finally, grabbed by the neck by his opponent, he revealed a bloody smile. 101 moves. Chapter 151, Clearing Inner Demons. Chapter 151, Clearing Inner Demons. A figure excitedly saved Xiaoyan, and Ji Yuzuner smiled and said to Ji Yu Yao, brother Xiaoyan has already lasted 100 moves. Ji Yu Yao, you lose. Quote. Ji Yu Yao was silent for a moment, then looked at Ji Yuzuner. When did I ever say it would end once he lasted 100 moves? Ji Yuzuner suddenly remembered something. It seemed there truly was no such agreement. A hint of dangerous light flashed in Ji Yu Yao's eyes. He wanted to kill this fellow, a fellow from a fallen clan. What right did he have to covet the young miss? Sensing the change in Ji Yu Yao's gaze, Ji Yuzuner waved her hand, and golden flames danced on her palm. If you still want to fight, then I will accompany you in the fight. A chilling look flashed in Ji Yuzuner's eyes, forcing Ji Yu Yao to turn and leave. Xiaoyan, defeated yet retaining his honor, returned to his seat. Looking at the 2 storage rings on his fingers, his eyes drooped. Even though Ji Yuzuner was currently receiving the 7-colored clan patterns at this moment, he didn't raise his head. Wait for me a bit longer. Time would not stagnate because of any single person, it would only keep moving forward. After viewing it from another angle, Han Cheng seemed to understand why he felt such disgust toward these 2 people. They had clearly agreed to treat each other with a normal mindset before, yet suddenly he wanted to distance himself, so that was how it was. Willing to be manipulated by your inner demons, it seems you truly felt despair. Knowing clearly that something was wrong, yet still drawing closer even when your minds were affected, are you all unafraid of death? Han Cheng shook his head helplessly, but after hesitating for a few seconds, he let out a helpless sigh. This is the last time. The next moment, 2 medicinal pills exuding a cool aura appeared in front of Xiaoyan and Ji Yuzuner, pressing against the center of their brows. It caused them to subconsciously close their eyes, and the restless aura on their bodies began to grow peaceful. Meng Tianqi, who was sitting next to the 2 of them, noticed this scene at the very first moment, and quite a few powerhouses of the Ji clan noticed it as well. Watching Ji Yuzuner open her eyes and once again recover that otherworldly aura with clear eyes, some knowledgeable powerhouses seemed to understand something. Ji Yuzuner's expression was complex. As her gaze shifted, she recalled the things she had done during this period of time. They were completely brainless actions, and for a moment, she felt a wave of guilt and shame. Xiaoyan also sobered up, his face revealing feelings of guilt and lingering fear. Looking around, he discovered that the person he wanted to apologize to was nowhere to be found. Aren't you planning to accept their apology? Meng Tianqi looked at the young man, a wave of admiration welling up in his heart. Forget it, I am a rather petty person. If we meet again, I might not be able to control myself and beat them up again. Han Cheng shook his head, preparing to leave the Ji clan right then and there. Immediately afterward, Han Cheng changed the subject and looked at Meng Tianqi to ask. Elder Dean, when will it be convenient for you to hold the inauguration ceremony for the next dean? Half a year later, I suppose. Besides, your brat's Jindan Tower is already such a massive faction, why are you still eyeing this old fellow's position as dean? Meng Tianqi was somewhat uncomprehending. Jiandan Academy was not particularly large, at the very least, it couldn't compare to a behemoth like Jindan Tower. Han Cheng smiled slightly, looked at the space around him, and then said, that feeling of being worshipped by a large group of youthful maidens is something I yearn for greatly. Quote. Meng Tianqi suddenly grinned broadly and pointed at Han Cheng. You brat. At the same time, he wore the expression of a kindred spirit. Just with this remark, Meng Tianqi felt himself grow much younger. What maidens? Unbeknownst when, a red figure had appeared beside Han Cheng. Her tone was calm, but he knew that murderous intent was hidden within. Han Cheng turned his head with a smile, one arm wrapping around Kai Lin's willow-like slim waist while the other held a folding fan to fan her. I was saying that my wife is forever a youthful maiden, making me utterly infatuated. Spending every day clinging together isn't enough, tilde. HMPH, slick tongue. Han Cheng and the others left the Ji clan just like that. Everything that needed to be seen had been seen, and what followed was a multi-person movement among those ancient clans. People like them couldn't even see a single hair of it. It was better to leave early and go back to busy themselves with their own affairs. They couldn't possibly just stand here for half a year, could they? Furthermore, his loyal servant Long Yu had awakened, so he had to return. Given the relationship between him and the Ji clan, when couldn't he come if he wanted to? There was no need to bother with those useless formalities. Holy Pill City. Master, madam, you're back. How many times have I said it? Call me sir. Yes, sir. Han Cheng looked at Long Yu before him, who was heroic and spirited with long black hair fluttering in the wind, showing no inferiority to men. He couldn't help raising his eyebrows. It seems your harvest from this deep sleep lasting so many years is truly not small. It is entirely thanks to Sir's grace that Long Yu was able to reach this step today. Long Yu looked at Han Cheng with excitement. She would not forget that 10 years ago, she was still a tier 6 magical beast that hadn't broken through for decades. Now, in a mere 10 years, she had become a 9th tier magical beast supreme. Alright, just keep those words in your heart. The bond between us doesn't lack these few words. Han Cheng said with a solemn expression and a serious tone, Long Yu, next I am going to give you a very important task. You must complete it seriously, understand? Rest assured, sir, as long as Long Yu has a single breath left, I will definitely not let you down. Very good, your task is, to personally protect Madam when I am not around. Although Long Yu did not understand, she still nodded. Yes, Long Yu will definitely protect Madam well. Very good, Han Cheng nodded. With Long Yu's 6-star Dosheng cultivation, she should be able to let Kai Lin nurse her pregnancy in peace. I am not some ordinary woman. This king is a Dosheng powerhouse, where would I need to be protected? Kai Lin at the side said she was unwilling with her mouth, but in her heart, she was still very happy. The emotions of female creatures during the gestation period are extremely acute. This law applies to the vast majority of intelligent life. Han Cheng domineeringly stopped Kai Lin's mouth, making her obediently listen. This was a man's imperial position in the family. Han Cheng had originally wanted to borrow some secret recipes for nurturing pregnancy from the Ji clan to take a look, but on second thought, as a dignified 9th grade alchemist, shouldn't he be the expert in this area? Now with Long Yu closely protecting Kai Lin by her side, Han Cheng could also peaceably delve into researching a suitable medicinal pill formula for nurturing pregnancy. Jinden Tower operated normally, and the Hall of Souls also had no movement. The previously restless factions gradually quieted down, as if nothing had ever happened. This world would not be destroyed simply because of the absence of any single person, it would still operate normally. At this time, certain people also experienced the joy of time acceleration for the first time. Inside the Heavenly Tomb, the younger generation of the ancient clans were killing energy bodies, raising their cultivation at an extremely fast speed. Although unexpected events occurred during this period that forced them to unite, killing each other remained the main melody. Especially the undisguised conflicts between the Hun clan and Xiaoyan, as well as between Xiaoyan and the Yao clan. If not for the fact that the Jiyu clan had many people, I'm afraid Xiaoyan would truly have been in dire peril. Chapter 152, Impossible to Win. Chapter 152, Impossible to Win. It is worth mentioning that although Jiyu Zuner had regained her sanity and apologized to some elders of the Jiyu clan, she was still the same towards Jiyu Yao, she neither liked nor could stand him. This outcome left Jiyu Yao deeply hurt. Jiyu Zuner had zero interest in him, whether she was in a dazed state or fully awake. What the heck? But at this moment, Jiyu Yao wasn't the only loser in this emotional entanglement, Jiyu Zuner was a loser as well. She already understood Xiaoyan's feelings and had come to terms with the fact that she was the loser. What did childhood sweethearts matter? The moment Xiao Yixian paid with her life, Jiyu Zuner had already lost completely and utterly. No matter how magnanimous she was and how willing she could be to share a man with other women, she absolutely could not accept becoming a dispensable, marginalized person. Jiyu Zuner was not someone who gave up halfway, her willpower was very strong. But no matter how hard she persisted, no matter how inclusive she tried to be, she still couldn't compete with a dead person, especially one who had died for him. Even if Jiyu Zuner's shining points were 10,000 times more than Xiao Yixian's, the moment Xiao Yixian detonated herself to send Xiaoyan away, she had already completely filled Xiaoyan's heart. It was only a matter of time before Jiyu Zuner was pushed out. After regaining his sanity, Xiaoyan also understood this point. It was basically impossible between him and Zuner anymore. Every time he closed his eyes, Xiao Yixian's face would surface, and his feelings for Jiyu Zuner were rapidly fading. In the third layer of the Heavenly Tomb, within Xiaozan's dwelling, Jiyu Zuner looked at the colorful storage ring on Xiaoyan's finger as he was receiving the inheritance and let out a helpless sigh. Is this your move, Xiao Yixian? She had lost. Even if she used this move right now, she couldn't compare to Xiao Yixian. The white-haired Xiaozan also felt a wave of emotion. What a pity, otherwise, he could have brought this flower of the Jiyu clan back to the Xiao family. However, recalling the woman Xiaoyan had mentioned before, Xiaozan had to admit that even if it were him, he would have made the exact same choice as Xiaoyan. The dead were forever the best. One who died for you. Everything about her was the most wonderful thing in this world. Even the past white moonlight couldn't compare to even a 10,000th of her. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 years had passed. The matter of the Han clan's younger generation all perishing was not important, and Xiaoyan obtaining the Xiao clan's bloodline and greatly boosting his strength wasn't very important either. What truly mattered was that the medicine clan's inherited heavenly flame, the 9 Netherwind flame, had been taken away by Han Chang. Yao Xingji was so anxious he was stamping his feet. The moment he left the heavenly tomb, he left the Jiyu clan and returned to the medicine clan. The people from the other ancient clans tacitly stayed for a while, and 2 days later, they traveled together toward Holy Pill City. Those fellows from the medicine clan could be said to be the proudest clan among all the ancient clans. Even if the current Han clan, Jiyu clan, and the former Xiao clan were added together, they wouldn't be half as proud as the medicine clan. Simply because, they had the dual overpowered buffs of being an ancient clan and an alchemist, giving them indeed the capital to be proud. However, the person the medicine clan ran into this time was likewise the most noble 9th grade alchemist, and he was also extremely young. Achieving the status of a profound Pill Grandmaster in the future was a given, and even, reaching the realm of the Pill Tower's founder from the past, becoming a 9th grade Golden Pill Grandmaster, wasn't impossible either. Moreover, he was on good terms with the Jiyu clan, and their relationship was definitely extraordinary. Have you not seen how Han Cheng took away Yao Xingji's heavenly flame, yet the Jiyu clan acted as if they saw nothing? From this, it could be seen that the Jiyu clan would most likely stand on Han Cheng's side. Of course, the people from the other clans were not surprised by this situation. Who told those fellows from the medicine clan to walk around with their tails up in the air all the time? If it were them, they wouldn't support the medicine clan either. These people timed it very well, catching sight of the medicine clan's Yao Wangui bringing Yao Xingji into Holy Pill City right at the outer region of Holy Pill City. Everyone followed behind the 2 from the medicine clan without concealing themselves, because the 2 from the medicine clan didn't want to bother with them at the moment either. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation appeared before their eyes, and Jiyu Zuner along with an elder of the Jiyu clan followed behind the 2 from the medicine clan. That elder glanced at the people behind them, smiled slightly, and didn't say anything. Among the melon-eating onlookers, Meng Tianqi couldn't help but be startled when he saw that elder of the Jiyu clan, Jiyu Nane, even this old thing has come out. Could that brat be the illegitimate son of the Jiyu clan's patriarch? Xiaoyan beside him and the few people from the Lei clan turned dark in expression. This headmaster was simply too unreliable, wasn't he? No, this chance to show off cannot be completely monopolized by that old fellow, this old man must go too. Saying this, Meng Tianqi quickened his pace. As he walked, he muttered under his breath, although that brat is going to snatch this old man's position, this old man is magnanimous. Although the rest of the people were somewhat speechless listening to Meng Tianqi's words, they all strongly agreed with his decision. The team leaders of the Yan clan and Shi clan also quickened their pace. Opportunities to pull closer to a 9th grade alchemist were rare indeed, missing this would simply be a sin against heaven. Just like that, the 3 groups of people, harboring different motives, marched one after another toward Jinden Tower. Yao Wangui did not conceal the aura of a 4-star Dosheng on his body, pressing toward Jinden Tower with a heavy might. However, in the next instant, an even more powerful aura emerged from Jinden Tower, suppressing Yao Wangui firmly in place, unable to move a fraction of an inch. Do you want to die? A heroic-looking woman in black stared coldly at Yao Wangui with chilling eyes, her bone-chilling murderous intent pointing straight between his brows. Yao Xingji beside him was already frightened into sitting on the ground, his body trembling unceasingly due to the fear brought by death. Yao Wangui wasn't much better off, his face pale as death, looking even more dreadful than if his parents had died. As the elder in charge of punishments for the medicine clan, when had he ever suffered this kind of threat? It's just that, the opponent's cultivation as a 6-star Dosheng was enough to crush him. If they truly fought, he feared he would be defeated and killed in less than 10 moves. Misunderstanding, I am here to find Mr. Han. Yao Wangui cherished his life, he certainly didn't want to die. He was an honorable big shot of the medicine clan, how could he be killed just like that by a lowly person? But I see hypocrisy in your eyes. You're lying. Long Yu's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, contemplating whether to kill this fellow right away to avoid endless retaliation in the future. Although with Mr. Han's cultivation, there wouldn't be any danger, flies were still quite annoying. This old man is not lying. Yao Wangui was truly scared inside. How could this woman possibly see through his thoughts? In the dark, two groups of people watched this scene and couldn't help being startled. They hadn't expected that Jinden Tower actually possessed such a powerful expert. Elder Nane, how is it? Hee, a genuine 6-star Doshang, should I say as expected of a 9th-grade alchemist. Ji Nane felt a wave of envy in his heart. It was truly great to be friends with a high-grade alchemist, even a pig could be fed until it soared. 6-star Doshang. After hearing Mang Tianqi's judgment, the group at the very back couldn't help exclaiming in shock. But before they could finish being shocked, a massive cyan pillar of fire suddenly rose into the sky above the gigantic Black Bill Tower. Black thunderclouds churned rapidly, with black demon lightning shuttling through them. The rich medicinal fragrance transformed into tangible medicinal pills, falling down like raindrops. Chapter 153, Profound Pill Grandmaster. Chapter 153, Profound Pill Grandmaster. Pill rain falls, a profound pill emerges. Inside the pill tower, many alchemists watched this scene excitedly and cried out in exclamation. Dense numbers of pills fell onto the ground like raindrops, and these raindrops contained a considerable amount of energy. If consumed, they would bring many benefits. The premise was, for those below Do Wang. The cyan pillar of light pierced straight into the clouds, and the pitch-black lightning frantically bombarded the cyan embryo within the pillar of light. A grade 9 profound pill was different from previous pills. It needed to weather the pill lightning itself, utilizing the pill lightning to drive it closer to perfection. The terrifying aftermath of the energy caused many experts below the Sheng stage to be injured. Even so, they did not leave, instead gritting their teeth to watch it until the end. A grade 9 profound pill. It had not appeared on the Fighting Qi continent for hundreds of years. Now that they could witness it, it would be worth it even if they died. As the saying goes, if one hears the Tao in the morning, dying in the evening is acceptable. For alchemists, witnessing the birth of high-grade pills with their own eyes was more important than their lives. Under everyone's gaze, the dark clouds in the sky disappeared, the pill rain gradually stopped, and the embryo within the pillar of light began to beat, just like a true life form. Snap. Han Cheng gently snapped his fingers, and the cyan pillar of light transformed into a cyan fire dragon, holding a cyan lotus bud in its mouth as it came before him. A soul imprint was struck onto this lotus bud, and a dragon eye-sized, cyan translucent pill fell into Han Cheng's palm. Through the translucent energy light membrane, one could faintly see an embryo quietly sleeping inside. The rich aroma of the pill caused everyone to unconsciously swallow their saliva. Seeing this, Han Cheng quickly put away this heaven-nurtured earth spiritual pill. As soon as it ended, the crowd in the distance excitedly rushed forward, led by those elders from the little pill tower, making even Han Cheng feel a bit scared. A group of old fogies, what did they want to do to him, such a handsome and dashing young man? Fortunately, they were all asking Han Cheng questions about the pill. Mr. Han, this profound pill of yours seems different from the grade 9 profound pill recorded in the pill tower's records. Why hasn't it turned into a real living creature? Could this not be a profound pill? Impossible. Pill rain falls, a profound pill emerges. Exactly. Regarding these questions, Han Cheng also patiently replied. Because this heaven-nurtured earth spiritual pill is a fetus-nurturing pill, it only looks like an embryo. Compared to the profound pills everyone is familiar with, the medicinal properties of this profound pill of mine are much gentler. Even if a dozong consumes it, there will be no danger of exploding from too much energy. However, this does not affect the fact that it is still a profound pill. After Han Cheng finished speaking, the first elder of the little pill tower asked. Mr. Han, I wonder if you will still refine pills for people half a year from now. Of course I will, except that by then I might only refine 9th grade pills. Han Cheng calculated and found that these 5 years had truly passed quickly. Then I wonder if the pill tower could invite you to personally refine a profound pill. Elder Lin asked excitedly. A grade 9 profound pill. Even if no one in their pill tower consumed it, it could be placed there to let alchemists sense that aura and improve their alchemy skills. Not to mention, during that time they might even be able to learn something, which would be a huge profit. Upon hearing this, the pill tower elders at the side also lit up, looking at Han Cheng with eager expressions. Seeing this group of old fellows acting like this, Han Cheng nodded. Since it's everyone from the pill tower, I will accept this order. Sensing the thin worldly energy between this heaven and earth, Han Cheng estimated that he should be able to recover almost completely after half a year. With a step forward, Han Cheng returned home. As soon as he steadied his footing, Han Cheng was grabbed by a fierce beast. Big brother, what delicious things do you have on you? Quickly take them out and let me eat them. Ziyan hugged Han Cheng's neck, continuously leaving marks on his face. Han Cheng speechlessly patted Ziyan's bottom, which finally made her stop. That is a fetus-nurturing pill, I definitely can't give it to you to eat. Han Cheng put Ziyan down, felt around, and pulled out 2 jade gourds, which respectively contained the sun essence pill and moon essence pill. Here, these are what you're supposed to eat. 1 pill of each of these 2 kinds should keep you from needing to eat anything for the next 3 days. Sigh, fine, D winking face no. Ziyan opened the 2 jade gourds, took out the 2 pills and popped them into her mouth. Feeling the abundant energy within them, she sighed helplessly. The baby in big sister Kai Lin's belly is the most important, so is her aunt, I'll let him have this. Han Cheng smiled and tapped Ziyan's forehead, inquiring about the current situation of the Void Ancient Dragon clan. The Dragon Emperor has already come out, so the Ancient Dragon Island should have settled down by now, right? They've all settled down. It's mainly because of those 2 volcanoes you left behind, which made those 2 guys howl endlessly every day, so the other dragons became obedient. Ziyan recalled those 2 cyan volcanoes filled with blue seawater, which emitted a purple light every night to absorb starlight and strengthen the volcanoes themselves. The suppressive power grew stronger and stronger, accompanied by the continuously rising high temperature roasting. Such a tragic punishment naturally served as a warning to other dragons. I've finished handling all the matters within the clan, which is why I came out. You can rest easy. Ziyan let out a chuckle. Han Cheng's mouth twitched a few times. He believed that Ziyan knew what was proper. Inside Jinden Tower, Yafei sat in the main seat, while the 2 Dosheng experts, Long Yu and Venerable Skyfire, acted as her left and right guardians, watching the disheartened medicine clan elder opposite them with great interest. The remaining 2 groups of people sat separately in 2 rows, openly eating melons. Neither side spoke, just waiting quietly like this. Yafei leisurely waited for Han Cheng to come over. After all, since it involved a behemoth like the medicine clan, it was not appropriate for her to make decisions arbitrarily. Yao Wanggui's face was as pale as paper, as he realized that he seemed to have provoked an extraordinary existence. A profound pill grandmaster. This was a realm that all the alchemists of the medicine clan combined could not reach. Especially since the news had not yet spread back to the clan, he could die here at any moment now. No matter how arrogant he was scared at this moment. The melon-eating crowd watched the medicine clan's commotion while being astonished by Jinden Tower's terrifying power. They could casually produce 2 Dosheng experts, one of whom was even a 6-star Dosheng, an absolute powerhouse even among the ancient clans. And this didn't even count Han Cheng and his wife. Coupled with his methods as a profound pill grandmaster, Jinden Tower would likely grow into a supreme overlord-level faction not inferior to any of their ancient clans in the future. It was impossible to block them, because they discovered that the Jiyu clan, which had a close relationship with Han Cheng, didn't show a shred of worry. They didn't know what kind of soul-confusing soup he had fed the Jiyu clan, making them completely unconcerned. Yao Wangui and Yao Xingji felt like every second dragged like a year. Why was time passing so slowly? Yao Xingji regretted it even more. If he had known earlier, he would have asked Elder Wanmo to step forward. That was a 6-star Dosheng, who absolutely wouldn't have ended up like this. Finally, after what seemed like 10,000 years, that noble purple figure finally appeared. Whether dead or alive, there would finally be a result. Chapter 154, 3 9th grade pills. Chapter 154, 3 9th grade pills. People of the medicine clan, where are the things I want? Han Cheng's indifferent tone made Yao Xingji's body stiffen, though fortunately Han Cheng wasn't speaking to him. Yao Wangui said with a pale face, this old man came out in a hurry, so I asked you to grant us a few more days. In a hurry, not necessarily. Han Cheng wore a cold face, a hint of ice flashing through his eyes. I'm afraid you wanted to bully others using your power, but you didn't expect Jinden Tower not to be something a single person of yours could bully, which is why you were in such a hurry, right? And no, this old man really did come in a hurry. Yao Wangui wasn't a fool, he had brains and knew he absolutely could not admit to his previous thoughts. Otherwise, not even the medicine clan might be able to protect him. Kid, I know what this old mister of the medicine clan means. Let me tell you, Meng Tianqi suddenly spoke up to bail Yao Wangui out. Yao Wangui couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hadn't expected this boor from the Lei clan not to drop the ball at a critical moment. He would have to treat those brainless folks of the Lei clan better in the future. He just didn't see the look Meng Tianqi was exchanging with Han Cheng. Oh, then I'll have to trouble the dean. The coldness on Han Cheng's face melted as he looked warmly at Meng Tianqi. The people on the side watched these two obviously putting on an act and chuckled inwardly. This medicine clan elder means that he feels the demands you made were too low. After all, the 9 Nether Wind Flame is ranked 10th on the Strange Fire ranking list, and Strange Fire passed down by the medicine clan for many years. How could it possibly have such a low price? Han Cheng feigned thought before nodding, is that so, elder? That's right. Yao Wangui also understood that he was being played, but he had to bite the bullet and chime in. Oh my, then it seems I misunderstood this senior. I'm truly sorry. Han Cheng smiled to express his apology, and the next second, he stated his demands. Since that's the case, I'll add a bit more to the price. In addition to the previously requested Wind and Ice attribute Heavenly Class G methods and Do techniques, add the Lightning attribute Heavenly Class G methods and Do techniques. Also, copy all of the medicine clan's 9th grade pill formulas, along with 110,000 year medicinal kings. Conditions like these should be enough, right? Ah, senior. Han Cheng's sincere expression made everyone endure their laughter with great difficulty. Yao Wangui nodded, he just wanted to leave this place quickly. Enough. Then please. As soon as he finished speaking, a spatial distortion occurred, and the figures of Yao Wangui and Yao Xingji were already teleported out of Jinden Tower. With the medicine clan people gone, these onlookers naturally had to leave as well. After all, Han Cheng's level was simply too high now. People from the Yan clan and the Stone clan couldn't converse with him on equal footing, so there was no need to waste time. They had to go back and report to the higher-ups of their clans, letting the higher-ups who actually had a voice come over. Dean, how about half a year from now? Han Cheng looked toward Meng Tianqi. Half a year later, sure, this old man will have to ask the clan chief for some high-grade medicinal herbs. I want to taste a grade 9 profound pill as well. Meng Tianqi nodded, though inwardly he had made up his mind to make Han Cheng refine a grade 9 profound pill for him. He was only a demi-saint right now. If he were to consume a grade 9 profound pill, wouldn't he just take off? Han Cheng turned his head to look at the Jiyu clan side. He narrowed his eyes, bypassing Jiyu Zuner, and looked at Jiyu Nane. Elder Nane, is the Jiyu clan interested in the grade 9 profound pill? Of course, Jiyu Nane's tone inevitably carried a bit of excitement. A grade 9 profound pill. Even high-level Do saints were willing to pay a heavy price to trade for one. How could the Jiyu clan not be interested? Then I must trouble you to go back and discuss with your uncle and the others about which kind of pill needs to be refined. Prepare the medicinal herbs, and I will go to the Jiyu clan in half a year. Han Cheng said with a smile, ignoring Jiyu Zuner's gaze. Many thanks, mister. This old man will take his leave first. Jiyu Nane wore a smile. No matter what, he had made a contribution this time, right? With that, he brought Jiyu Zuner and left Jinden Tower. In the end, only Xiao Yan was left behind. He looked at Han Cheng with a face full of guilt. Senior, I'm sorry, No need to call me senior. That was the last time I will ever help you. From now on, our scores are settled. Han Cheng shook his head and said to Xiao Yan, you, leave. He couldn't forgive the harm Xiao Yan's actions had caused him just because Xiao Yan had been manipulated by his inner demons. He was no gentleman, he was also human and had his own little temper. Xiao Yan wanted to say something more, but suddenly a spatial teleportation occurred, and he had already left Jinden Tower. Setting aside these messy emotions, Han Cheng spoke with Sister Yafei about the changes to the Jinden Tower's 5-year appointment, then returned to the residence. At this moment, Kailin and Ziyan were still nervously looking at the heaven-conceived earth spiritual pill, somewhat at a loss and completely baffled. What is it? How should this be eaten? Eaten with your mouth, duh. Just eat it directly like this. What else? Trusting Han Cheng, Kailin directly consumed this grade 9 profound pill. The pill melted as soon as it entered her mouth, feeling just like taking a sip of milk, and after that, there was no other sensation. No movement. Ziyan tilted her head, feeling that this pill might be fake. What kind of movement? Han Cheng asked with amusement. Just like when Grandpa Qin was resurrected, when he took the endless life pill and there was such a huge commotion. It was because Ziyan remembered the commotion when Qin Beisheng was resurrected and took a grade 9 profound pill that she had made Kailin be more cautious. Han Cheng touched Kailin's lower belly and softly said, these two types of pills are not the same thing. This is for our child, so the medicinal effect is naturally milder. The endless life pill is meant to be consumed by Do Saint powerhouses, so it doesn't matter if its medicinal power is a bit violent. Anyway, Do Saint powerhouses have robust physiques and can withstand it. Oh, then big brother, in the future when I carry a little baby, will you also let me eat one? Idiot, if I don't give it to you, who else would I give it to? Han Chang heavily knocked Ziyan on the forehead. Why would this girl ask such a silly question? If you really want to eat one, shall I refine one for you right now? No need, haha. Ziyan shook her head and chuckled foolishly, pressing her ear against Kailan's lower belly, wanting to listen to the little baby's movements. Kailan stroked Ziyan's head, leaning against Han Chang's chest, feeling that life was truly wonderful. Chang, do you think our child will be a boy or a girl? I don't know, but as long as it's our child, I will love it. A boy would be good. I can teach him my Dragon Emperor fist. Ziyan raised her head, already imagining the scene of her teaching the little child how to box. Kailan smiled gently and said to Ziyan, I am from the Snake People tribe. The child born will either be a human or of the Snake People tribe, so they won't be able to learn your Dragon Emperor fist. Ah, then I'll give birth to one with big brother. Ziyan looked at Han Chang with burning eyes. Han Chang shook his head and pressed down on Ziyan's head. Ziyan, let's not be in a rush, let's wait until Kailan's child is born first. These are all my children, and I must give them the best. I cannot be careless. Chapter 155, Bodhi Ancient Tree, look at me. Chapter 155, Bodhi Ancient Tree, look at me. The commotion caused by the birth of the Grade 9 Profound Pill was too great, and this news naturally could not be concealed. It quickly spread throughout the Central Plains and was still spreading across the entire continent. The Grade 9 Profound Pill, which had not appeared on the Fighting Chi continent for hundreds of years, had finally manifested once again. This time, Han Chang's title as the #1 alchemist of the Fighting Chi continent was completely solidified, and his reputation had reached an extreme peak. Those high-level alchemists all felt that Han Chang would be the next 9th grade Golden Pill Grandmaster of the Fighting Chi continent in the future. For a time, powers as strong as the Hall of Souls and the Pill Tower were suppressed by the reputation of Han Chang alone. Although it was only temporary, it was undeniable that Han Chang's prestige was extremely high nowadays. Half a month later, inside the Jindan Tower. Fire Elder, a 6-star Dosheng expert of the medicine clan, brought Yao Wengui and Yao Xingji over, simultaneously bringing the things that Han Chang had requested. Mr. Han, these are what you asked for. Might I ask if you can return our clan's inherited heavenly flame? Hey, Fire Elder is full of sincerity. This 9 Netherwind flame will naturally be returned to the medicine clan. Han Chang glanced at his storage ring, nodded in satisfaction, and flicked the black folding fan in his hand outward. The folding fan transformed into a pale black flame and returned into Yao Xingji's body. Yao Xingji felt that there was something extra in his body. Stretching out his palm, the 9 Netherwind flame emitted the sound of howling winds and danced upon his hand. Seeing this scene, the trio of the medicine clan could not help but gasp. Such brilliant flame control methods, truly deserving of being Mr. Han. Fire Elder felt a wave of shock in his heart, never expecting that Han Chang's flame control methods had actually reached this stage. You must know that the 9 Netherwind flame was their medicine clan's inherited heavenly flame. Even people of their own clan cultivating specific cultivation methods might not necessarily be able to refine it perfectly. Yet Han Chang, in merely a few months' time, had turned the 9 Netherwind flame into a plaything in his hands, showing extraordinary methods. Han Chang did not say anything, simply having Long Yu send them away. How could his methods be something they could understand? He handed the cultivation methods and dough techniques to Long Yu to read through once, and then placed them into the internal exchange list. After all, they were his original core team, so Han Chang still needed to put in some effort. Half a year passed quickly. During this period, Han Chang did not go join in the excitement of the space trading convention. Nowadays, he did not lack anything, even if there were things he lacked, that space trading convention would not have them. Every day, he was either accompanying Kailan as she nurtured her pregnancy and cultivated, or refining medicinal pills. Life passed quite leisurely. Kailan's belly grew larger day by day, and growing larger along with her belly was also her cultivation level. The 9th grade pills she ate in a single month were probably more than what other people saw in a lifetime. By now, Kailan was already an early 7-star Dosheng. Pill Tower. A shower of medicinal pills descended, and the ancestor of the Pill Tower watched helplessly as a Grade 9 Profound Pill was refined from Han Chang's hands. As the final Grade 9 Profound Pill refined by the founder of the Pill Tower, the ancestor of the Pill Tower was special. He was both a medicinal pill and the founder of the Pill Tower. But when all was said and done, he was also a Grade 9 Profound Pill. Having witnessed the birth of a same kind, with his own eyes, his mood was still extremely complex. Regardless of how things were, he was extremely grateful to Han Chang. The alchemists of the Pill Tower looked at the approaching Han Chang as if making a pilgrimage. I have lived up to expectations, Senior must take good care of it. Han Chang handed the jade bottle containing the profound pill to the ancestor of the Pill Tower, yet in his heart, he felt somewhat odd. Many thanks, little friend. Hopefully, this thing can be of some help to you. The ancestor of the Pill Tower took the jade bottle and pulled out a notebook. This was some experiential insight left behind by the founder of the Pill Tower regarding 9th grade Golden Pill Grandmasters. Han Chang did not refuse. After expressing his thanks, he left. Golden Pill Grandmaster, the highest realm for alchemists on the Fighting Chi continent nowadays, was something even Han Chang dared not look down upon. Returning to the mansion, Han Chang rested for a day surrounded by Kailan and Ziyan. On the second day, a burst of sunlight flashed, and Han Chang's party returned to Jianan Academy. Meanwhile, within the desolate ancient domain, a battle for the opportunity to achieve Dosheng officially commenced. The star contestants participating this time were Xiaoyan, Jiyu Zuner of the Ancient Clan, Hun Yu of the Hun Clan, and Zhou Feng of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Clan. Of course, Xiaoyan could not be considered a true star contestant nowadays. It was simply because his relationships with the two major top-tier contestants from the Ancient Clan and Hun Clan were complicated that the attention he received was also not lacking. It was just that Xiaoyan's cultivation level barely reached 5-star Dozun. Among these competitors wishing to fight for the opportunity to become a Shang, he was not considered very eye-catching. Moreover, because his cultivation was overly low compared to those star contestants, he instead was not targeted. Without needing to look, one would know that Jiyu Zuner of the Ancient Clan and Hun Yu of the Hun Clan were mutually hostile. If not for everyone currently having a common goal, they would probably have started fighting fiercely right now. The other people had no thoughts of interfering in the struggle between these two factions. From the experts by their sides, it could be seen that neither side was easy to deal with, and there was no need for them to invite trouble upon themselves. Estimating that the manpower had gathered more or less, this group of people chose to join forces to break through the barrier. After all, the fierce beasts in this region were boundless and the danger was extremely high. Even Dozun experts would perish here, so they had no choice but to group up and move together. As strong as a 9-star Dozun, they still had to gather the strength of the crowd, going alone would simply be courting death. Of course, if a Bansheng expert took action, that would be a completely different matter. Except for some Bansheng whose hopes of breakthrough were hopeless, no one else would be willing to take the risk. After all, the Bodhi ancient tree was able to stand tall on the continent for so many years, it was no pushover. After an unknown number of Dozun experts died, the party finally successfully broke through the fierce beast horde and saw the legendary Bodhi ancient tree. Suddenly, everyone noticed a terrifying commotion coming from behind. Turning their heads back, they saw a shocking scene. They saw that the beast horde they had gone through untold hardships to pass earlier was as good as nothing in front of that streak of cyan light. The fierce beasts along the way were all pulverized by it. Such terrifying strength was definitely not that of a Dozun expert, but most likely a Bansheng. That streak of cyan light quickly arrived before the crowd, and they also clearly saw the appearance of this expert. Handsome to the extreme, to the point of even reaching a bewitching degree. If not for his green robes and the cyan lotus dais beneath his feet, which highlighted his lofty and proud temperament, goodness knows how many young maidens and married women he would captivate. Greetings, senior. A group of people respectfully bowed. Facing such an expert, they still had to maintain humility. This seat is Qingdi. Qingdi's pair of slender eyes swept across the crowd, left behind those 4 words, and then approached the Bodhi ancient tree. Seeing this scene, the crowd could not help looking at each other in dismay. Since an expert like that had gone over, should they go or not? Even if they tied themselves together, they probably wouldn't be able to snatch it, right? However, the 3-star contestants other than Xiao Yan did not hesitate at all, immediately following closely behind. The factions behind them were powerful enough that they would not fear even a true Dosheng expert. Seeing this scene, the remaining people thought about it and also followed. After all, strength lies in numbers. Moreover, that person hadn't said that they weren't allowed to go over. Chapter 156, A Cup of Tea, A Pill. Chapter 156, A Cup of Tea, A Pill. When the crowd arrived around the Bodhi ancient tree, they saw that Qingdi was not approaching the Bodhi ancient tree. This was simply because the Bodhi ancient tree had produced 5 demi-saint puppets to block Qingdi's path. If you all want a fortuitous encounter, then deal with one puppet. If you do not make a move, then leave this place, otherwise this seat will not be polite. Qingdi tilted his head, looked at the crowd following behind, and slowly spoke. The crowd, who had originally been somewhat nervous, couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief upon hearing Qingdi say this. It seemed this senior was still a reasonable person. Puppets at the demi-saint realm fell far short of true demi-saint experts. If they brought out some trump cards, they would be able to cope. Thus, the 3 teams from the Hun clan, Jiyu clan, and Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan turned their heads to look at the people following behind. Soon, these people all made the correct choice. With a single slap, Qingdi shattered the demi-saint puppet before him, glanced at the others, smiled slightly, and quietly stood upon the cyan lotus dais, not in a rush to approach the Bodhi ancient tree. When the people currently fighting fiercely saw this scene, their impression points of this Qingdi instantly maxed out. Such a powerful expert had actually given them a fair opportunity, it was simply too touching. After a bout of fierce combat, the crowd followed closely in Qingdi's footsteps, approaching the Bodhi ancient tree without stopping. Then, a flash of white light shone upon the crowd, and they instantly vanished from the spot, even the powerful Qingdi. Today, Jiangnan Academy was exceptionally lively, because this was the inauguration ceremony of their second headmaster. The founder of Jiangnan Academy and first headmaster, old Mr. Meng Tianqi, announced the news of his abdication. With the consent of all the elders up and down Jiangnan Academy, he passed the position to the grade 9 profound Pill Grand Master, Master of Jindan Tower, City Lord of Jindan City, and also the most outstanding graduate in the history of Jiangnan Academy. Han Chang. At this moment, Jiangnan Academy instantly became a top-tier faction on the fighting Qi continent. Half a month later, a rain of pills descended. The students of Jiangnan Academy chanted, "Long live Lord Headmaster," while picking up the pills that fell to the ground. For students below the Dowang class, these pills still held quite a few benefits for them. Meng Tianqi carefully put away the profound pill, his breathing somewhat hurried. This was a grade 9 profound pill after all. Even the patriarch of the Lei clan had never eaten one, yet he unexpectedly got to consume one first. Meng Tianqi picked up the teapot and poured Han Chang a cup of tea. Good lad, Jiangnan Academy actually produced a true dragon like you. Headmaster, no, old headmaster, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. Han Chang's mouth twitched a few times, recalling that fantasy he once had back in Jiangnan Academy. Unexpectedly, it had actually come true. It's nothing much, it's just that the patriarch of the Lei clan wants to invite you to refine a grade 9 profound pill. What do you think? Meng Tianqi thought about it and still felt that his current identity as the old headmaster of Jiangnan Academy was much more dashing. After all, the most outstanding alchemist on the fighting Qi continent was now the second headmaster of Jiangnan Academy. The Lei clan patriarch, huh? Han Chang shook his head and said, not this time. Make it 5 years later. This year's quota for 3 ninth grade pills has already been finalized. 5 years later, that works too. That old dark bastard should be satisfied then. Meng Tianqi nodded, for Han Chang to say this was already giving him face. After all, a profound pill grandmaster had to be treated politely even by high-tier Dosheng. As the headmaster of Jiangnan Academy, there wasn't actually much Han Chang needed to do. He only needed to show his face from time to time to maintain sufficient deterrence, and that would be enough. Of course, there were also some pills that weren't very valuable to him. Han Chang left some behind as the Academy's foundation to deal with any unexpected situations. Han Chang would frequently stay around the Academy in the future, so he, Ziyan, Long Yu, and a few others joined forces to carve out a space exclusively belonging to them here in the Northwest continent. This space wasn't very large, being only about 1,000,000 square kilometers or so in size. After all, this place was meant for living, so it didn't need to be too big. However, the heaven and earth energy within this space was extremely dense, not lagging far behind the Jiyu clan's ancient world. Right now, Kailin and the other 2 women were decorating that space according to their own ideas. The islands previously selected with Han Chang had all been moved in by Han Chang, complete with both freshwater and saltwater lakes, and their areas were not small either. Although there was still plenty of remaining decoration work, the strenuous parts had all been resolved by Han Chang. Therefore, Han Chang did not continue to meddle, instead letting them play to their own imaginations. During this period, he was going to the Jiyu clan to fulfill a promise. He believed that when he returned, he should see a pleasant surprise. Desolate ancient domain, around the Bodhi ancient tree. Those figures that had disappeared half a month ago appeared once again. Watching Qingdi, who emerged last from within the Bodhi ancient tree, collect all the Bodhi seeds, the crowd couldn't help feeling a dryness in their mouths. However, given Qingdi's unfathomable strength, none of them dared to act presumptuously for the moment. MN, this really is somewhat troublesome. With so many of you, this seat only has 24 Bodhi seeds in hand. How should they be divided? Qingdi looked around, inevitably feeling somewhat troubled. Hearing Qingdi say this, the crowd looked at one another in dismay. I have it. Qingdi's eyes lit up, and he said in a sinister tone, you should all have heard of that fellow surnamed Han, right? As Senior Qingdi speaking of that current #1 alchemist of the Fighting Qi continent, Han Chang, who refined a grade 9 profound pill half a year ago. Zhou Feng, with his pair of colorful pupils, asked with a peculiar tone. Correct, it's him. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Qingdi's face. To not hide it from Senior, actually I also really hate that guy. Han Yu tentatively said a sentence. A satisfied smile emerged on Qingdi's face. Hee, it seems there are others who can't stand the hypocritical fellow. Senior, I am the same. Seeing this, Zhou Feng hastily expressed that he shared the exact same attitude. Seeing this, the joy on Qingdi's face became even more radiant. You guys are not bad. What about you lot? As he spoke, Qingdi turned around, looking toward the GU clan crowd and the group of independent practitioners on the other side. Apologies, Senior, Mr. Han is an honored guest of our GU clan. GU Zuner did not hesitate. The palm she held behind her back had already crushed a spatial jade slip. HMPH, what about you lot? Qingdi's expression shifted continuously as he looked at those independent practitioners. Apologies, Senior, but I'm afraid we cannot satisfy you. Although our strengths are humble, we also know that Mr. Han's character is lofty and pure, something not for the likes of us to evaluate. After speaking, one of them made to move away. The others thought about it and also followed in that person's footsteps. Stop right there. Seeing this, Qingdi scattered a handful of Bodhi seeds out. Take these things before you leave. I also feel that Mr. Han is a good person. The crowd, who had been nervous thinking Qingdi was about to strike, couldn't help but reveal smiles. They hadn't expected the senior to love playing such games. It was truly moving. When Han Yu and Zhou Feng saw this scene, their faces turned green. Weren't you screwing us over with that attitude just now? Had we known you played this kind of trick, no matter what we wouldn't have said those things. Not only did we offend a grade 9 profound pill grandmaster, but we didn't even get a single fart out of it. Chapter 157, Pseudo Sun True Fire. Chapter 157, Pseudo Sun True Fire. You two really aren't good people. Mr. Han is such a good person, yet both of you hate him. Your stomachs must be filled with malice. Qingdi looked at Han Yu and Zhou Feng with disdain and turned to leave. His master had sent him out to experience 100 reincarnations to enhance his spiritual intelligence, not to disrupt his master's plans. Han Yu and Zhou Feng's two groups stood in place, looking at each other with livid expressions, then looking at the ancient clan and those rogue groups, just as they wanted to do something. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation came over. It turned out that a half-saint expert of the ancient clan felt the spatial jade slip shattered by Ji Yuzuner and rushed over. Brats of the Han clan. In an instant, Han Yu's face darkened. Finally, the second Tianzun of the Hall of Souls arrived in time and rescued the heavily injured Han Yu. In the end, none of these star players died. Within the ancient clan, Xiao Yan, who had followed them back, prepared to leave not long after staying. Just as he had left the ancient world, he saw Han Cheng's figure. Sen. Xiao Yan desperately wanted to say something, but Han Cheng didn't care to pay attention to him at all, nor did he intend to stop, walking straight into the ancient world. Completely cut off, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. ... My virtuous nephew has advanced to a profound pill grandmaster at such a young age. A golden pill grandmaster shouldn't be an extravagant hope anymore, right? After seeing Han Cheng, Ji Yuan felt some emotion in his heart. If such a young person were a member of his ancient clan, how wonderful that would be. Uncle is overpraising me. The golden pill grandmaster realm is still quite far from me now. I haven't even fully grasped the profound pill realm yet. How dare I talk idly about the golden pill realm? Hee, my virtuous nephew is only a little over 20 years old now and has plenty of time. How can you call it talking idly? Ji Yuan shook his head, looking at Han Cheng who was so young, and couldn't help feeling envious in his heart. He didn't have many thousands of years left to live, whereas Han Cheng could still live for at least 6 to 7,000 years, and might even live to see the decline of the ancient clan. Then many thanks for Uncle's auspicious words. I also yearn for the golden pill realm. During this period of time, Han Cheng had read the notes of the pill tower founder and found that he still had a considerable distance to go before reaching the golden pill realm. Spending 2 days to adjust his state, the ancient clan also began martial law, especially around the Alchemy Plaza area. Anyone below the Saint realm was not allowed to approach. The ocean of stars and moon energy dissipated, and the golden sunlight descended upon the earth. A complex gaze stared closely at that distant figure, and then gradually closed its eyes. At this moment on the plaza, the grade 8 alchemists of the ancient clan were waiting quietly like students. Han Cheng passed through space and arrived in the plaza. A medicinal cauldron intertwined with gold and silver colors fell to the ground, with patterns of the sun, moon, and stars carved on the cauldron's body. A golden flame rose, and in less than a few breaths, the temperature within this plaza rose. However, with a thought from Han Cheng, the temperature that had suddenly risen dropped back down. Is that golden flame the golden emperor sky-burning flame? When was the second one born again? No, it's not the golden emperor sky-burning flame. The strange fire in Mr. Han's hand is much more terrifying than the golden emperor sky-burning flame. Quote. Countless secretive thoughts communicated in secret. They were very curious about the golden strange fire that was even more terrifying than the golden emperor sky-burning flame. Han Cheng was manipulating the sun true fire pseudo and didn't care about those people's thoughts. This was just a pseudo sun true fire condensed by him using pure solar energy according to the methods within the inheritance he had obtained. Although its power couldn't compare to authentic sun true fire, purely in terms of might, it was definitely no worse than the top 3 of the strange fire ranking list. Half a month's time was nothing to Dosheng experts whose lifespan spanned thousands of years, and it passed quickly. Another pill rain descended, and Han Cheng was already used to it. But these people of the ancient clan were seeing it with their own eyes for the first time, so naturally, a round of surprise and exclamation was inevitable. Staying for a few more days, Han Cheng left the ancient clan. His wife was pregnant, so how could Han Cheng have the mind to stay outside for long? The rules of Jinden Tower changed this year. After all, Han Cheng had already advanced to a 9th grade alchemist, so it was impossible to refine 8th grade pills in large quantities like before. Whether those people accepted it or not, there was no other way. The supply and demand relationship between them was that supply was less than demand, and Jinden Tower was also a top-tier faction. They weren't pushovers. Fortunately, Jinden Tower would auction off some 8th grade pills and slots for 8th grade pills from time to time. Just because Ji Yu had successfully advanced to the realm of a grade 8 alchemist not long ago, becoming the second most powerful alchemist in Jinden Tower. After reaching a grade 8 alchemist, Ji Yu he originally thought he would be so happy and pleasantly surprised. But after this day truly arrived, Ji Yu he didn't feel much joy, instead, he became even more modest. After reaching the grade 8 realm, Ji Yu he found that the difficulty for him to continue improving was even greater, almost as difficult as ascending to heaven. The further I walk on this path of an alchemist, the more in awe I am of the Tower Master. Beginners might feel that for the realm of a 9th grade alchemist, as long as one's soul power and alchemy experience are sufficient, a 9th grade alchemist isn't that difficult. However, only after reaching a grade 8 alchemist will you understand how difficult it is to truly put into practice those seemingly weightless words, sufficient soul power and sufficient alchemy experience. I am currently at the Dozun realm, and my soul power is only at the peak of the early spirit realm. This was still brought about by breaking through my Dochi realm. Although there is a method for cultivating soul power, everyone's cultivation talent in this aspect is also very important. I have cultivated my soul power for half a year, and there's still a long way to go before reaching the mid-spirit realm. I've only broken through a tiny step. Not to mention the heavenly realm, just for the perfection of the spirit realm, I feel it will take me at least 50 years. What about after reaching the heavenly realm? Whether it is Dochi or soul cultivation, the further back you go, the harder it gets. A minor realm might have a gap even larger than an entire major realm before it. And this is under the premise that there are no changes during this period and I single-mindedly cultivate soul cultivation techniques. The problem is, should I give up my Dochi cultivation? Moreover, soul power is not all smooth sailing either. Every minor realm will have bottlenecks, and it is unknown how much time it will take to break through these minor realms. Besides soul power, Dochi cultivation, there is also alchemy experience. A normal grade 8 alchemist takes at least 10 days to refine an 8th grade pill. If they have profound attainments, they can refine one in 7 or 8 days. But not every alchemist is Han Chang. When refining 8th grade pills, they all have a failure rate, and it is not low, even for experienced grade 8 alchemists. At the same time, after refining an 8th grade pill, it is a considerable consumption of the alchemist's own soul power and Dochi. Adding all these miscellaneous things together, for a grade 8 alchemist to reach the peak of grade 8, taking 3 to 500 years is the most normal thing. Not to mention the heavenly realm soul and the barrier of the 9th grade pill. The more profound an alchemist's alchemy skills are, the more clearly they can understand Han Chang's power. Ji Yu he said thus. Chapter 158, 5 years. Chapter 158, 5 years. Jinden Tower's business was not affected. Instead, because 8th grade pill slots were available regularly, it became even more booming. Especially with Ji Yu he, the newly promoted 8th grade alchemist master, which moved many alchemists to have thoughts of wanting to enter Jinden Tower for advanced studies and learning. Seeing that there were no unexpected situations, Han Chang was also relieved. Returning to his private space, he looked at this space that had already changed drastically and revealed a smile. The azure sky reflected on the wide lake surface, so clean and thorough. Patch after patch of medicinal gardens, many 100,000-year medicinal emperors were even present. These were all brought back by Han Chang following Qin Beisheng from the space of that era. The boundless green forest, during which low-tier magical beasts occasionally stirred up commotion, the vast emerald grasslands, the desolate Gobi Desert, the scorching volcanic clusters. A cyan light flew out from the largest crater and arrived before Han Chang. Master, Zhao King has successfully completed the mission. MN, sorry to trouble you. This is what Zhao King should do, Master. After finishing, Qingdi returned into Han Chang's body to stay for a few seconds, then went back into the volcano, cultivating by himself. Although, Qingdi, which had already reached the extreme of this world, could advance no further, and even under the blessing of Han Chang's power, had reached the half-emperor realm. But this did not affect its feeling even more comfortable inside the volcano. At the connection point between the lake and the forest, a huge manor appeared in Han Chang's line of sight. By the lake, a mature and dignified imperial older sister, a lively and charming young lady, and a cold black long-haired woman were playing in the water, silver bell-like laughter transmitting into Han Chang's ears. Seeing this scene, Han Chang unconsciously smiled. This was a wonderful life, the life he had always yearned for. He didn't need 80 or 100 women or a flock of wives and concubines, as long as a few sincere women accompanied him for a lifetime, it would be enough. The next second, Ziyan elusively appeared behind Han Chang, smiling mischievously as she pushed him into the lake, being held down in the water jointly by the 3 women. Wonderful life continued like this. After all, given the strength displayed by Jinden Tower, no one would be full and bored enough to offend them. Even the largest black forces on the fighting Qi continent today, the Hall of Souls, gave Jinden Tower a wide berth, unwilling to provoke them. The work of gathering soul origins had all been transferred to be carried out in the southwest continent, rather than going head-to-head with the supreme ruler of the northwest continent today, Jinden City. If they really angered him to the limit, Soul Miesheng facing a 6-star Dosheng did not have much certainty of escaping with his life. As long as it did not affect the Han clan's grand plan, they wouldn't stir up too much trouble. Using a Bodhi heart and a tier 9 magical beast core, relying on the extremely high quality of the main ingredients, Han Chang refined a 9th grade golden pill, pushing Yafei older sister to the Dosheng realm. At this point, Jinden Tower could be considered living up to its name. Vaguely, Jinden Tower's might was already no worse than those ancient clans. After all, no one dared to doubt the methods of a 9th grade golden pill grandmaster in creating experts. 5 years passed just like that. Because of the existence of Jinden Tower, whether it was the northwest continent or Zhongzhou, it was exceptionally peaceful. Inside Jianan Academy, Fire Elder and the Great Elder were in seclusion breaking through to Duzun, so he, this headmaster, had to come a bit more diligently. In fact, even if Han Chang didn't come, there wouldn't be much matter. After all, these people in the Black Corner region were just bad, not stupid. Knowing clearly that the 2 behemoths, Jianan Academy and Jinden City, were each harder to provoke than the other, they wouldn't use their own lives to seek excitement. Suddenly, Han Chang sensed that his spatial jade slip had been crushed, and hurriedly returned to his private space. Big brother, Kailin older sister has given birth. Seeing Han Chang, Ziyan smiled and told him this good news. Hearing this news, Han Chang's head was dizzy and he was about to rush in the direction where Kailin was. He recalled the dangers during those mother's childbirths, shuttling through space while muttering. Save the mother, save the mother. The moment he saw Kailin, Han Chang hurriedly came to her side, pulled her into a hug, and asked nervously, are you okay? Is anywhere uncomfortable? Let me see quickly, eat this pill first. Kailin smiled and cupped Han Chang's face, giving him a deep kiss, which cleared his head quite a bit. Idiot, this king is a 9-star Dosheng after all, the supreme being of magical beasts. Just giving birth to a child, what danger could there be? It seems to be true indeed tilde. Han Chang blinked his eyes, looking into Kailin's eyes, and smiled somewhat awkwardly. How embarrassing, to actually forget about this matter. Kylin tightly hugged Han Chang, and they only separated until Ziyan and Long Yu walked in carrying 2 infants. MN, how come there are 2? Han Chang wiped his eyes, feeling as if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Ziyan and Kylin exchanged a smile, finding Han Chang's brain not working look very interesting. Congratulations, sir, Madam has given birth to a pair of fraternal twins. Long Yu carried a little infant and came before Han Chang, who cautiously took it over. That feeling of blood connection made a special emotion rise within Han Chang's heart. This is my child. Wah wah wah. The little fellow in Han Chang's arms started to cry, not knowing whether it heard his question. For a moment, Han Chang was somewhat flustered. After checking once, this little fellow neither peed nor was hungry, leaving Han Chang somewhat speechless. The 4 looked at each other, none having experience in raising a baby, and then they tried various methods to coax the little fellow. Finally, Han Chang looked at the sister and brother pair holding the 3000 burning flame, and couldn't help realizing something. These 2 little fellows should have inherited some of my constitution, naturally close to the fire attribute. Hearing Han Chang's explanation, the 3 women of Kylin knew it should be like this, as they were all clear about Han Chang's situation. That night, having finally coaxed the 2 little fellows to sleep, Han Chang as a father decided to learn some new knowledge on behalf of the 2 children. Husband, this is not for you to eat. HMPH, I know, but those 2 little fellows are still young and don't know better, so as a father I have to taste it for them first. How annoying. Let's not look at the parenting lessons here for now. The fighting Chi continent, which had been quiet for 5 years, once again had a major commotion. The source causing this commotion was the strange fire ranked 3rd on the strange fire ranking list, Purification Lotus Demon Flame. Strange fires, such rare objects of heaven and earth, were wanted by everyone, especially strange fire spirits like the Purification Lotus Demon Flame that had already given birth to spiritual wisdom. Although it was sealed by pure Lotus Demon Saint in the Demon Flame space, under the impact of the heaven and earth energy tide every 1000 years, that spatial seal would open for a period of time. This was also one of the few timings to subdue the Purification Lotus Demon Flame. It's just that, not knowing how many thousands of years had passed, the Purification Lotus Demon Flame had never been successfully subdued by anyone, and right up until now, it was unknown which predestined person it would benefit. Even those powerful ancient clans had sent people over, showing the attraction of the Purification Lotus Demon Flame. Unfortunately, constrained by the agreement between them, the ones who came were all 4-star Do Shang. Chapter 159, Pure Lotus Demon Saint. Chapter 159, Pure Lotus Demon Saint. However, the Jindan Tower, which had attracted the attention of numerous factions, did not send anyone over. Top factions like the Ancient Clan, Yan Clan, Medicine Clan, Hall of Souls, and Pill Tower had all sent people, but the Jindan Tower acted as if it hadn't received any news, not sending a single person over. This was truly baffling. Could it be that Mr. Han was not interested in the 3rd rank Purification Lotus Demon Flame on the strange fire ranking list? That shouldn't be the case. You must know that among the people who came today, the strongest were only 4-star Do Shang. With the strength of the Jindan Tower, wouldn't subduing the Purification Lotus Demon Flame be an effortless task? As time passed, the Demon Flame space finally opened. Countless powerful figures flashed into the Demon Flame space one after another, causing the space itself to tremble. There were already over 10 Saint Realm experts, and the experts below the Saint Realm were simply countless. After almost everyone had entered, a cyan beam of light shot straight into the Demon Flame space. The barriers that the Purification Lotus Demon Flame had spent thousands of years of painstaking effort to prepare were like nothing in front of this cyan beam of light. Looking at the cyan figure before it, the Purification Lotus Demon Flame could not help but reveal a look of surprise. You are, the Green Lotus Core Flame. That's right, you can also call me, the Qing Emperor. Stepping on a cyan lotus dais, the Qing Emperor did not exude a single trace of strange fire aura. If they weren't both strange fires, even the Purification Lotus Demon Flame wouldn't have been able to recognize such a Green Lotus Core Flame. With a smile on the corner of his seductive and handsome lips, the Qing Emperor looked at the Purification Lotus Demon Flame before him and said calmly, "Surrender to my master, and I can take you out." Exclamation mark. The aura on the Purification Lotus Demon Flame fluctuated for a moment as it looked at the Qing Emperor in disbelief. You have already reached that realm. What kind of person could possibly be worth you risking your life for him like this? The Purification Lotus Demon Flame found it hard to understand. Within this Demon Flame space, the Purification Lotus Demon Flame was confident that even a 7-star Do Shang, it could suppress. However, the reason why it could converse so calmly with the Qing Emperor right now instead of engaging in a fierce battle was because it felt the same sense of oppression from the Qing Emperor that the Pure Lotus Demon Saint had given it in the past. Its Do Chi cultivation had reached the peak of 9-star Do Shang, and its soul realm had even reached the Emperor realm soul, an absolute half-step Do Di realm. Such a figure, on the current fighting Chi continent, might not be invincible throughout the world, but surely they wouldn't have to bow down and submit to others. HMPH, how could you possibly know my master's heaven-defying methods? The Qing Emperor knew that he was able to reach this step today entirely because his master had carried him, otherwise, he would still be a mass of unthinking strange fire right now. Purification Lotus Demon Flame, you only need to know that my master will be the greatest existence in the history of the fighting Chi continent, unprecedented and unmatched. Even a Dodi would only be fit to pour tea and water for my master. Seeing the Qing Emperor's words so impassioned, the Purification Lotus Demon Flame couldn't figure out what kind of person this fellow's master actually was for a moment. Mainly because the Qing Emperor's cultivation was too high, making the Purification Lotus Demon Flame dare not act rashly. After all, strange fires possess the nature of devouring each other, with powerful strange fires devouring weak ones. A strange fire that had walked to this step was not far from achieving the realm of Dodi, yet he still fawned over his master like that, which truly left the Purification Lotus Demon Flame somewhat puzzled. Your master's strength should be even stronger than yours, right? The Purification Lotus Demon Flame asked tentatively. Naturally, the Qing Emperor nodded. Then he probably doesn't need me, right? The Purification Lotus Demon Flame felt as though it really had slept for too long, to the point where even ranking 3rd on the strange fire ranking list was no longer worthy. Although your strength is a bit inferior to mine, a strength of 6 or 7-star Do Shang is not bad either. You can also be a helper to handle some matters for the master on ordinary days. The Qing Emperor lifted his chin and sized up the Purification Lotus Demon Flame. Not devouring me, making me act as a fighter. The Purification Lotus Demon Flame's tone was odd. If the master wants to devour a strange fire, he would devour me. What kind of thing do you think you are? The Qing Emperor gave a burst of disdain, such a narcissist. Come on, bro, the Purification Lotus Demon Flame desperately wanted to unleash a stream of profanities, but considering its strength was inferior, it decided to let it go. As a strange fire with intelligence, was being devoured by someone something to be proud of. I'll ask you one more time, are you coming with me or not? Do I even have a choice? What do you think? Alright, but let me turn all these people into fire slaves first. Consider it some welcome gifts from me to your master, how about that? ... After experiencing a twist and turn, Xiao Yan, with the help of the lingering will of the pure lotus demon saint, successfully broke the illusion cast by the purification lotus demon flame using the mirage heavenly mist. How do you know that thing? The white-robed purification lotus demon flame's eyes were filled with anger, its undisguised killing intent directed at Xiao Yan. Just sheer luck, Xiao Yan, whose cultivation had just entered the demi-saint stage, did not dare to be careless. Even having awakened ancestor Xiao Chen, he still didn't dare to act cocky. Because within this space, the purification lotus demon flame was the strongest. HMPH, then I will refine you into my fire slave, and by then you will naturally explain everything clearly. Finished speaking, the purification lotus demon flame looked at these fellows who had delivered themselves to its door, directly using absolute power to blow up 80% of the Dozun experts. Subsequently, the purification lotus demon flame summoned 10 fire slaves at the Dosheng level, the strongest of which even reached a late 3-star Dosheng. Seeing this scene, even the hall master of the Soul Hall, Soul Mie Sheng, actively proposed that the several 4-star Dosheng present join forces, otherwise they would all likely be left behind here today. 6 4-star Dosheng joining forces to battle the purification lotus demon flame. This scene was truly worthy of the 3rd rank on the strange fire ranking list held by the purification lotus demon flame. For a time, the battlefield became exceptionally fierce. However, as those 6 4-star Dosheng brought out their true methods, the purification lotus demon flame seemed unable to withstand it and was ultimately beaten back into its original source form. On the other side, the crowd that had just resolved the fire slave saw this scene and hurriedly moved to snatch the source of the purification lotus demon flame. Taking advantage of the moment while the other few 4-star Dosheng were resting, the hall master of the Soul Hall suddenly exposed his true cultivation, a half-step 5-star Dosheng, and grabbed the source of the purification lotus demon flame into his hands. But who would have thought that there was someone even more formidable by Xiao Yan's side, a mid-5-star Dosheng who directly snatched the demon flame source back. Then Soul Demon Elder of the Hun clan and the ancestor of the Pill Tower successively took the stage. The ancestor of the Pill Tower exposed the schemes of the purification lotus demon flame, and the purification lotus demon flame also dropped its pretenses, directly deploying the ancient sky refining formation to trap everyone within this space. Relying on this grand formation, within this space, even a 7-star Dosheng would be suppressed by the purification lotus demon flame. The power of the ancient sky refining formation was extremely terrifying, even if everyone joined forces, they could only barely resist it. But as the purification lotus demon flame increased its power, even the ancestor of the Pill Tower's 6-star Dosheng cultivation could not resist it. The terrifying power caused a massive scale explosion, and the purification lotus demon flame believed that against such power, even a 7-star Dosheng would have a hard time. However, just as the purification lotus demon flame was full of confidence, it discovered that those people were actually still alive. Still alive? How is that possible? A few breaths later, an illusory figure attached itself to Xiao Yan, raised its head, and looked towards the purification lotus demon flame. Pure lotus demon saint, how can you still be alive? Chapter 160 Light Energy Aggregation. Chapter 160 Light Energy Aggregation. Purification lotus demon flame's mind instantly failed to process this. How could the pure lotus demon saint, whom it had killed thousands of years ago, possibly still be alive? Did thousands of years of sealing still fail to wear away the brutality deep within your heart? The pure lotus demon saint looked toward purification lotus demon flame, his gaze exceptionally complex. Bastard, pure lotus demon saint, you ungrateful scumbag. Without me, could you have achieved such accomplishments? I helped you so much, yet in the end, you sealed me away. Haha, you deserve to suffer a backlash and die in the end. Purification lotus demon flame gazed at the pure lotus demon saint with a ferocious expression, the fury in its heart shooting straight to the top of its head. Today, I will let you taste the power of this ancient sky refining formation. Refine. 2 pillars of light carrying a destructive aura shot out from the heaven and earth arrays like lightning. Freeze. The 2 pillars of light, which had been as fast as shooting stars, were thus fixed in place right according to the pure lotus demon saint's command. Seeing this scene, the crowd by Xiao Yan's side could not help exclaiming in admiration. As expected of the pure lotus demon saint, famed as the existence closest to the Dodi. The milky white flames were driven out from the heaven and earth arrays, and purification lotus demon flame completely lost control of the ancient sky refining formation. Ha 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 ha. Purification lotus demon flame suddenly laughed instead of getting angry, instantly baffling everyone. Even the pure lotus demon saint was somewhat puzzled. Could this little demon's mind have become abnormal from being locked away for too long? Purification lotus demon flame started clapping, clap, clap, clap. Pure lotus demon saint, it seems my comprehension of the ancient sky refining formation still falls short compared to you, its creator. But it doesn't matter. Today, I am destined to leave this space. Even if you, the pure lotus demon saint, have returned from the dead, it won't change a thing. Please make your move, Lord Qingdi. Purification lotus demon flame's action instantly made everyone gasp. Could it be that there was another expert? Qingdi. Ji Yuzuner was deep in thought. Could it be that Qingdi? The next second, a cyan figure emerged from the space to the side of purification lotus demon flame. Treading upon a cyan lotus platform, wearing a cyan long gown, with an enchanting and handsome face, and possessing a power that made this space quiet down the moment he appeared. Hee, interesting. I didn't expect the pure lotus demon saint to still have a remnant soul left in this world. Truly interesting. Qingdi held his hands behind his back, his pair of phoenix eyes narrowing slightly, without the slightest bit of awe in his words. The pure lotus demon saint fell silent for a moment. Naturally, he could tell that Qingdi's cultivation was on par with his own during his lifetime. With his current strength as a remnant soul, dealing with purification lotus demon flame would be fine, but if he were to deal with Qingdi, he feared he might lack the strength to do so. Purification lotus demon flame's personality is overly tyrannical. Letting it out will bring misfortune rather than blessings to the continent. The pure lotus demon saint attempted to persuade Qingdi. Unfortunately, Qingdi did not possess any so-called morality. We heavenly flames are divine objects of heaven and earth, blessed by the heavens. A bunch of ants dying means they die. What does that have to do with us? You are also a heavenly flame. The pure lotus demon saint asked in disbelief, for he hadn't sensed even a shred of heavenly flame aura from Qingdi. The onlookers on the side were also shocked. Qingdi turned out to be a heavenly flame as well. The hearts of everyone in the Hall of Souls sank. Aside from Lord Zuwu, there was actually a heavenly flame of such strength. This was a significant variable and would likely affect their plans. Qingdi, green lotus core flame, could it be? Ji Yuzuner looked at this Qingdi, not knowing why, but she sensed a familiar aura from him. That's right, we are nurtured by heaven and earth, how could you people covet us? Qingdi's gaze flickered, and the look he cast toward Xiao Yan was filled with killing intent. Seizing our foundation to achieve your own success, you have a lot of nerve. Qingdi extended his palm and grabbed Purification Lotus Demon Flame. Purification Lotus Demon Flame understood what Qingdi wanted to do and did not resist. Instead, following Qingdi's intent, it transformed into a 3-kai-long sword. With a thought, terrifying heaven and earth energy surged over like a tide. Seeing this, the Pure Lotus Demon Saint's expression became extremely ugly. All of you, hurry and leave this place. As he spoke, the Pure Lotus Demon Saint waved his hand and opened a spatial passageway. Qingdi did not stop those people from leaving. The only one he wanted to kill was the fellow possessed by the Pure Lotus Demon Saint. If he had absorbed the heavenly flame like others, it would have been one thing, but this person had actually swallowed up the foundation and potential of the heavenly flame entirely. In the future, these heavenly flames would have no hope of advancing and would be completely ruined. Light energy aggregation. Endless light, sunlight, moonlight, starlight, firelight, all kinds of light were gathered by Qingdi onto the Purification Lotus Demon Flame in his hand. Seeing this, the Pure Lotus Demon Saint similarly mobilized the ancient sky refining formation, even burning his remnant soul. Ji Yuzuner hesitated for a moment, but still followed the Ji Yu clan's Dosheng experts to leave this space. It was too dangerous. A full-strength strike from experts of that level, even just the aftershocks, was not something people like them could withstand. Everyone fled for their lives individually, terrified of being even a fraction slower. Within the Demon Flame space, the light was completely retracted, leaving only Purification Lotus Demon Flame shining brilliantly like the sun. Coronal light. A million-jong golden sword Chi pointed straight at the Pure Lotus Demon Saint, and the Demon Flame space shattered along with it. The Pure Lotus Demon Saint tried his utmost to squeeze the energy within the ancient sky refining formation, unleashing his strongest strike. Rumble. This heaven-destroying collision shattered endless space. Within a radius of 1,000 miles of the Demon Flame plane, spatial storms raged, and some Dozun experts who ran too slowly were swallowed up within them, perishing on the spot. The reddish gold light illuminated the entire central plains. The terrifying energy fluctuations were such that even if an 8-star Dosheng approached, they would be heavily injured. It wasn't until 7 days later that the light gradually dissipated. The Demon Flame space had long since been destroyed, the Pure Lotus Demon Saint's remnant soul had been worn away, and the possessed Xiaoyan's life and death were unknown. Purification Lotus Demon Flame followed the unknown Qingdi and left the Demon Flame space, heading to an unknown destination. At the same time, the Shi clan was wiped out, and the fighting Qi continent was once again blanketed by treacherous clouds and unpredictable currents. For a time, everyone was in a state of panic. However, the Hall of Souls, which should have been triumphant, was now encountering a huge trouble. That fellow Xiao Chen, goodness knows what he was up to, had locked horns in a mortal struggle with the Hall of Souls. Almost every day, a branch of the Hall of Souls was destroyed, leaving everyone in the Hall of Souls utterly exhausted and flustered. Fortunately, this situation only lasted for half a month, otherwise, those old monsters within the Hun clan would likely have been unable to resist taking action. That Pure Lotus Demon Saint actually had some tricks up his sleeve, sending the detestable brat away at the very last moment. Qingdi said indignantly, complaining to his master. He is an expert who has left his name in history after all, isn't it normal for him to have some trump cards? You aren't bad either, wasn't his remnant soul also eliminated by you? Han Cheng said with a smile, holding his daughter Han Han against his chest as the little fellow was sleeping. Xiao Qing proudly shook its head, flew to the side, came to Han Cheng's son Han Li, and held the little fellow as it flew back and forth within this space. Kai Lin and the others were not home right now, only Han Cheng, the father, was at home. Kai Lin felt that she had been protected far too tightly by Han Cheng during all those years of pregnancy, and now she wanted to go out to get some fresh air and beat people up. High up in the air, Purification Lotus Demon Flame was following Han Cheng's guidance, borrowing the power of the sun to enhance itself. It's coming soon. Before long, everything will be over. Chapter 161, Purification Lotus Demon Flame Babysitting. Undercurrents surged across the fighting Qi continent, shifting like unpredictable clouds. The former superforces backed by Dozong powerhouses were now like clay bodhisattvas fording a river, unable to even protect themselves. Only those few transcendent existences remained as steady as Mount Tai, completely undisturbed. The old ancestor of the Pill Tower was also permanently stationed at the Pill Tower. Given the tempestuous, storm-approaching situation on the fighting Qi continent today, he couldn't just throw the Pill Tower to the back of his mind and go out to wander wildly. Quite a few factions had signed mutual assistance alliance treaties with the Pill Tower, terrified that they would die without a burial site and completely vanish amid this unknown struggle. Of course, alongside the panicking factions, there were naturally those who acted as they pleased and didn't care about the continent's situation at all. For example, the Hall of Souls and Jindan Tower. The situation in the southwest continent grew increasingly fiery, with the dark clouds of war blanketing the skies of the entire southwest continent and tens of millions of souls being harvested. This was the confidence of the Hall of Souls as a veteran dark and evil force of the fighting Qi continent. They weren't worried in the slightest that anyone would dare target them. Jindan Tower had several Dosheng powerhouses presiding over it, among whom there was no lack of high-level Dosheng, remaining as steady as Mount Tai. However, recently, the wife of that person from Jindan Tower had stirred up quite a commotion over in the Beast region. Within the 9 Serene Earth Python clan, those few Dosheng powerhouses were all lying flat on the ground right now, including the imprisoned former clan leader, who was likewise sprawled on the ground. Lord Heaven Swallowing Python, we do not know how we have offended you. Please spare us for the sake of us all belonging to the Serpent clan. That is right, my lord, we truly do not know how we have offended you. My lord, I have been locked underground by them all these years. I certainly have not offended you. Shut up. The brutal aura on Kai Lin flashed and vanished, causing this group of powerhouses from the 9 Serene Earth Python clan to lower their heads once again. Perplexed, extremely perplexed, they simply couldn't understand why they had been beaten up by such an existence. Fortunately, this lord did not harbor murderous intent toward them, otherwise, they would be utterly finished. Did you sense it? Kai Lin turned her head to look at Ziyan. It should be right down below. There is definitely a good treasure. Ziyan pointed at the ground with utter certainty, her intuition could never be wrong. Hey you guys, what is down below here? I know, my lord, I know, it seems that down below is the inheritance of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint. Wangquan Heavenly Fury, a heaven rank high-level soul attack do technique. Kai Lin and Ziyan looked at each other. This thing didn't sound like something the two of them could handle. But it didn't matter if the two of them couldn't handle it, they could call for backup. Within the private space, Han Cheng was acting as a stay-at-home dad when he suddenly received a message from the two of them. Purification Lotus Demon Flame, come over here for a moment. Han Cheng looked around. Xiao Qing was playing with Han Han, so he decided to hand Han Li over to the Purification Lotus Demon Flame to look after. After receiving the soul information transmitted to him by Han Cheng, before the Purification Lotus Demon Flame could recover his senses, a small baby had already appeared in his arms, and Han Cheng's figure and shadow had vanished from the spot entirely. No, oh goodness me, what the heck, I have never done this kind of thing before. Looking at the little baby in his arms, the Purification Lotus Demon Flame felt his entire flame body turning sour. Actually, the Purification Lotus Demon Flame had a rather good impression of Han Chang. He hadn't refined him or done anything harsh, but instead let him out and even passed on a very powerful cultivation method to him. Clearly possessing the power to easily destroy him, Han Chang practically never used force to threaten him or make him do things that put him in a difficult position. But, isn't this trusting me a bit too much? The Purification Lotus Demon Flame felt conflicted. This was Han Chang's own biological son, yet he was just tossed to him to take care of. Believe it or not, this feeling actually gave the Purification Lotus Demon Flame a sense of acknowledgement. However, the next second. Woo. Wait, why are you crying? Are you hungry? Or is somewhere uncomfortable? Speak, oh goodness me. The Purification Lotus Demon Flame's face turned dark, feeling that he was truly an idiot. How could a baby who had only been born half a year ago possibly speak? He hadn't peed or pooped, nor was he drinking milk. What on earth was his problem? The Purification Lotus Demon Flame felt like he was about to explode. You detestable little brat, why are you crying? What on earth are you crying for? Suddenly, the Purification Lotus Demon Flame saw Senior Qingdi now transformed into a cyan lotus, roaming and galloping across the sky with the little princess, and he instantly understood something. A few seconds later, the Purification Lotus Demon Flame turned into a pink lotus, wandering through the sky carrying little Han Li. From time to time, the two streams of light would chase each other, and the little baby stopped crying as well. This Wonquan Heavenly Fury is a rare soul attack do technique. The stronger the soul power, the greater the might when executed. The two of you already possess soul power at the Heavenly Realm great perfection, so you can already execute this do technique. Having finished accepting the inheritance of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint, Han Cheng passed the 3 do techniques to the two women. Upon receiving these 3 do techniques, the two women discovered that before they even realized it, they had actually mastered more than a handful of heaven-rank do skills. Furthermore, they were all extremely rare attribute-less heaven-rank do skills. Alright, it is settled. Then I will head back first. Han Cheng turned around, preparing to leave. Wait, you are just leaving like this? Kai Lin looked at Han Cheng, her eyes filled with temptation. Ziyan hugged his arm into her chest from the other side, letting Han Cheng experience the feeling of embracing beauties on both sides. Hesitating for less than 0.001 seconds, Han Cheng made the correct decision. I think it is necessary for us to travel around the Fighting Qi continent. What do you two think? Sons and daughters, I am sorry. It is not that your old man doesn't care about you, it's truly because your two mothers have important matters here that require your old man's help. Just like that, two children whose combined birth age was just 1 year old became left-behind children. Meanwhile, the previously dead silent Fighting Qi continent finally regained some vitality, time had smoothed over those painful and tragic memories, and the Medicine Clan's medicine ceremony was about to begin. For a time, the Medicine Clan widely distributed hero invitations, and quite a few factions grew restless after a long period of quiet, moving at the slightest hint of news. It was a pity that the Medicine Clan was still as arrogant as ever. Ordinary factions simply didn't have the qualifications to be invited, and those invited were mostly high-tier alchemists. As Yao Chen's direct disciple, Xiaoyan naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Today, he was already a true Dosheng with soul power at the Heavenly Realm great perfection, and he had also obtained the inheritance of the pure Lotus Demon Saint. At the same time, with the protection of his ancestors, he naturally dared to barge into the Medicine Clan. After learning about Yao Chen's deeds from Xiaoyan's mouth, Xiao Chen also approved of Xiaoyan's approach. Xiaoyan's teacher was no different from Xiaoyan's father and could be considered a great benefactor to their Xiao clan. Wasn't it just a tiny Medicine Clan? Deal with them. Yet when the grandfather and grandson duo arrived, they discovered that the atmosphere of the Medicine Clan's medicine ceremony was exceptionally awkward. Contending for the #1 alchemist of the Fighting Qi continent, Xiaoyan's expression grew odd. Hearing that the medicine ceremony had such a theme, he was already inwardly overjoyed to the point of turning somersaults. The Medicine Clan really was something else, still just as arrogant and completely failing to learn their lesson. Contending for the title of the #1 alchemist. How dare they? Chapter 162, The Drastically Changing Situation. Not just Xiaoyan, almost anyone with a bit of brains looked at these people from the Medicine Clan with a hint of sympathy. Well, sympathy for the disabled. Nowadays on the Fighting Qi continent, who didn't know, who wasn't aware? As for the title of the first alchemist on the Fighting Qi continent, other than Han Chang, who else would dare claim it? 5 years ago, he was already able to refine grade 9 profound pills, and his success rate wasn't low either. Now that 5 years have passed, he was probably already a 9th grade golden pill grandmaster. A 9th grade golden pill grandmaster. Compared to rarity, it was an existence even scarcer than a Dodi. Since the inception of the Fighting Qi continent, there were quite a few Dodi powerhouses whose names could be spoken of, but golden pill grandmasters were few and far between, basically unknown to the public. Even though Han Cheng hadn't arrived yet, the Medicine Clan dared to contest his title. They were truly bold. Even Han Zuzi of the Han clan was extremely shocked when he discovered that Han Cheng was not present, yet the medicine ceremony of the Medicine Clan was already spreading word about competing for the title of the first alchemist. The Medicine Clan is truly confident, actually not taking that person seriously at all. Tisk tisk tisk, hollow down pointing triangle. Han Zuzi clicked his tongue in wonder. Jinden Tower was an existence that even their clan head had personally ordered not to provoke unless necessary, which was enough to prove its formidable strength. Yet the Medicine Clan showed not a shred of awe, practically riding right in their faces. If Jinden Tower were to learn of this news, it would probably stir up quite a storm in the future. However, Medicine Clan, this is the last period of time you will be able to exist in this world, cherish it well. Although this medicine ceremony of the Medicine Clan was criticized by quite a few people, one had to admit that the bloodline talent of the Medicine Clan still had a huge helping hand for them in alchemy. Grade 8 alchemists around the age of 30, the Medicine Clan had a full dozen or so in this generation alone, and 7th rank alchemists could be grabbed by the handful. Moreover, it was said that the head of the Medicine Clan also had the ability to refine grade 9 profound pills. Looking at it this way, it seemed the medicine ceremony of the Medicine Clan really did have some substance to it. The premise was that Han Zuzi of the Han clan wouldn't come to cause trouble during this medicine ceremony otherwise. Half a month later, a fierce battle for heaven and earth energy came to a close. Relying on the devouring power of the void-swallowing flame subflame, Han Zuzi snatched enough heaven and earth energy and successfully refined a grade 9 profound pill. On the other hand, the remaining few failed to even form their medicinal pills and lost miserably. Han Zuzi, having taken the championship, looked toward the head of the Medicine Clan, Yao Dan. Coming to the Medicine Clan this time, I have one more favor to ask. I wonder if clan head Yao Dan is willing to help me achieve my goal. Yao Dan was confident in his strength as a 7-star Dosheng, firmly suppressing Han Zuzi by a head. Hearing this request from Han Zuzi, he thought that perhaps he, like Han Chang, would demand the grade 9 medicinal pill formulas collected by the medicine clan. Let's hear it. Han Zuzi wishes to ask clan head Yao Dan to lend the medicine clan's Tuosh ancient emperor jade for use. What, audacious, how dare you covet our medicine clan's Tuosh ancient emperor jade? Today, I cannot spare you. Yao Dan was furious, his strength as a 7-star Dosheng displayed without reservation. Han Zuzi, however, was completely unfazed. His own 7-star Dosheng cultivation also burst forth, and he sneered, since clan head Yao Dan refuses a toast only to drink a forfeit, don't blame my Han clan for being impolite. Close the doors, leave none alive. What, the head of the medicine clan was first startled by Han Zuzi's 7-star Dosheng cultivation, and then horrified by the madness of the Han clan. He saw that at some unknown time, the medicine clan's space had turned pitch black, and eerie black mist shrouded the entire sky. HMPH, my medicine clan has long since established spatial passages with the Lei clan and Yang clan. You members of the Han clan are courting death this time. The head of the medicine clan fully confidently shattered the spatial jade slip, feeling not the least bit panic in his heart. As long as he shattered the spatial jade slip, the Lei and Yang clans would come to support them, and by then the crisis of the medicine clan would naturally be resolved. At the same time, it would also clear the GU clan of suspicion. When the time came, with their 4 clans joining forces, dealing with the Han clan wouldn't be as easy as taking things off a table. Yet as the head of the medicine clan shattered the spatial jade slip, Han Zuzi opposite him didn't show the slightest intention of stopping him. He instantly realized that something was amiss, and an unprecedented crisis arose in his heart. Hee, you want to call for help, right? Sorry, I forgot to tell you, this space has already been swallowed by Lord Void, no movement can escape. Seeing the crowd of the Han clan rushing over, Han Zuzi directly made a move against Yao Dan. And those guests invited over by the medicine clan also realized that things were looking ominous. But with the Han clan 4 demon saints guarding the doors, and the 9-star Dosheng powerhouse Void swallowing flame presiding over the situation, what chance of escape did these guests have? The head of the medicine clan shook off Han Zuzi, activated the protective grand array of the medicine clan, and awakened the ancestor of the medicine clan, Yao Di. Although it was only a wisp of a remnant soul, it still possessed the strength of a 9-star Dosheng, and even Void swallowing flame did not dare to be careless. He could only wipe out the descendants of the medicine clan to buy time. After all, Yao Di's remnant soul couldn't hold on for long. The medicine clan had been wiped out. This was news spread out by Xiao Yan and others who managed to escape by luck, and there were also members of the medicine clan to testify. This news was true and reliable. For a time, the clan heads of the remaining 3 ancient clans gathered in the GU clan, starting to discuss how they should now face this group of ambitious wolves from the Han clan. However, the subsequent turn of events was even more bizarre. The 2 ancient emperor jades of the 3 clans were stolen by the Han clan simultaneously. Even with Gu Yuan, who was at the peak of the 9-star Dosheng, presiding over the GU clan, they failed to protect the GU clan's 2 ancient emperor jade. In a short span, out of the 8 pieces of 2 ancient emperor jade, the Han clan had unexpectedly already obtained 7. The only piece that hadn't fallen into the hands of the Han clan was conversely the 2 ancient emperor jade of the weakest Xiao family. One had to say, this was truly somewhat ironic. But Han Tiandi used Xiao Yan's father to threaten him, so it was still difficult for Xiao Yan to keep that piece of 2 ancient emperor jade. Only, Xiao Yan's strength wasn't very strong right now, and the 3 clans didn't quite agree with Xiao Yan's idea of using the 2 ancient emperor jade to save people. Merely a 2-star Dosheng, even counting Xiao Chen, it was at most a 5-star Dosheng. Such strength was unable to win the qualification for an equal dialogue with the 3 clans. However, the 3 clans didn't say it outright, they merely told Xiao Yan not to leave the GU clan to avoid encountering accidents. As for them, they began calling upon friends and allies, preparing to fight a decisive battle to the death with the Han clan. Ji Yuan thought about it again and again, then shattered a jade slip. A young man dressed in light golden lavish robes walked out from a pillar of golden light. Uncle, why so urgent? Is someone injured? Sigh, no one is injured. Bringing my worthy nephew here this time, I want to ask my worthy nephew to do me a favor. A trace of bitterness surfaced on Ji Yuan's face. Han Cheng was somewhat surprised, and asked with feigned incomprehension, Uncle, is it a grade 9 profound pill or a golden pill? It's not medicinal pills. I want to ask my worthy nephew, for the sake of this old face of mine, to help me take good care of Zuner. Ji Yuan looked at Han Cheng and sincerely requested. Uncle, your current strength peerlessly crowns the fighting Qi continent. With no Dodi emerging, who could possibly harm your daughter? It's like this, worthy nephew. Ji Yuan recounted everything that had happened recently to Han Cheng, only to find this brat looking completely dumbfounded. Has it changed this fast? How long has it been? Chapter 163, always too soft-hearted. The Han clan harbors wild ambitions, and Han Tiandi is full of deceit. Even I cannot guarantee that we will definitely win. I only hope that if I meet with any misfortune, my nephew can protect Zuner. In truth, Ji Yuan did not have much confidence in his heart. He knew that given the conduct style of Han Tiandi of the Han clan, even though they were currently calling upon friends and allies, they still only had a 50% chance of winning. To put it simply, they might not necessarily win. Moreover, with Han Cheng always maintaining neutrality and his identity as a grade 9 profound pill grandmaster, he should be able to spare Zuner's life in the future, right? Ji Yuan did not dare to be certain either, but he was clear that things had reached this point, and he needed to resolve all his future worries. At a time like this, the only place that was completely secure was Jindan Tower. Uncle, then why didn't you invite me to deal with Han Tiandi together? Han Cheng asked in return, a strange look flickering in his eyes. My nephew, I want to leave some paths of retreat. Ji Yuan's tone was complex. Forget about Jindan Tower, let it just serve as a retreat path for the ancient clan's bloodline. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. In fact, right now, the Ji, Lei, and Yang clans had already secretly transferred their respective bloodlines. Even if they failed in the end, they would not be completely exterminated. Although the outcome was currently unknown, one had to make the worst-case preparations for everything. But uncle, has your daughter agreed to this? Han Cheng shook his head, truly not expecting that such a matter of entrusting an orphan would one day happen to him. Quote. I will make Zuner agree. Ji Yuan was silent for a moment and slowly said. Han Cheng nodded and did not refuse. A few seconds later, Han Cheng returned to the dragon and snake large bed, looking at the 2 women who were so tired they had fallen into deep sleep, and he held them tightly. No matter how the fighting Qi continent shook, it would not interfere with the happy life of their family. Stepping foot into Jindan Tower once more, Ji Zuner still clearly remembered that the last time she came, Han Cheng had not looked at her even once throughout the entire time. The reason was very simple, it was because the time before last, she had been affected by Xiao Yan's inner demons and lost her sanity, using her own foolish actions to hurt Han Cheng's heart. The originally good senior-junior relationship between the two of them was instantly severed, leaving no connection whatsoever anymore. In a mere 10 years, the situation in the fighting Qi continent had suddenly shifted. The once high and mighty overlord great factions had personally entered the arena to fight a war that even they themselves were not sure they could win. Jindan Tower, a faction secretly evaluated by countless people as doomed to not last long, had instead become the ultimate safe haven for these ancient races. Not only Ji Zuner, but some people from the Ji clan, as well as the bloodlines of the other two clans, had all come under various pretexts to hide within Jindan Tower or Jianan Academy. Time slowly passed, and the date for the decisive battle between the two sides arrived. A battle involving a total of over 50 Dosheng experts began. In the end, the patriarchs of the three clans still agreed to let Xiao Yan use the ancient Emperor Jade to exchange for his father. Inside Jindan Tower, Han Cheng and Kai Lin held a pair of children as they came into Jindan Tower. Big nephew, big niece, I'm your auntie. Do you still remember auntie? Yafei walked to Kai Lin's side, teasing the two little fellows who were staring with wide eyes and filled with curiosity about the surrounding world. Gu Gu Ji Han babbled, making Yafei's face blossom into smiles in an instant. Han still remembers auntie, how smart. Yafei took Han from Kai Lin's hands, looking at this little fellow, and couldn't help kissing the little fellow's chubby cheeks. Little brother, are the two little fellows already 1 year old? Seems so. Han Cheng looked toward Kai Lin and found that she was also looking at him with an equally bewildered gaze. They should be a full year old tilde. Kai Lin felt somewhat awkward. Giving birth wasn't all that difficult of a matter, how could she remember that much? Why don't we calculate it? How long have you been out playing? 1 year and 4 months. Then they are a full year old. Cheng, you're so smart. That goes without saying, who do you think I am? Han Cheng proudly raised his eyebrows. The next second, Han Li slapped Han Cheng right across the mouth. Quote. Han Cheng thought to himself that this was his own child, his very own child, and then lightly patted his son's little butt. Ah. Han Li let out his own voice, but unfortunately he could not yet clearly express his own thoughts, so he was ignored by his biological parents. While bullying his son, Han Cheng simultaneously employed his methods to display the battlefield situation from millions of li away right here. There is nothing new under the sun, and there are no secrets under the divine light mirror. Swish. A huge golden screen, reaching 100 meters in both length and width, appeared outside Jindan Tower. The golden sunlight transformed into optical fibers transmitting signals, and the battle conditions on the battlefield were all broadcast live on this screen. What is that? That is, the Patriarch. That's right, it's the Patriarch and the others, beating the Han clan step by step into retreat. Well fought, Patriarch, well fought. That's the master of the Hall of Souls, right? Getting beaten up so miserably, serves him right. And those of the Han clan deserve to die too. What on earth is that pitch black lump? I don't know, could it be that thing? Holy crap, is the Han clan so disgusting? Bletch. For a time, the vast crowd of onlookers initiated a heated discussion regarding the people on the Han clan's side. Among them, the void-swallowing flame received high disdain from everyone due to its unique appearance. Quite a few people saw the commotion here, and Yafei was somewhat surprised, not expecting Han Cheng to have such a formidable method. Ji Zuner also saw the scene. Just as she was rejoicing over the coalition forces gaining the advantage, 4 8-star Dosheng suddenly appeared from the Han clan and set up a massive formation, causing the situation to instantly take a drastic turn for the worse. At this moment, Ji Zuner's heart suspended, and she walked back and forth restlessly. The Han clan is truly despicable. Damned Han clan scoundrels. Quote. Seeing this situation, who knows how many people issued vicious curses, wanting to wipe out the Han clan with their mouths. Unfortunately, this was impossible. The 4 8-star Dosheng in a living dead state that suddenly appeared might not compare to real 8-star Dosheng, but they had a decisive impact on the current battle situation. The casualties of the coalition side continuously increased, and the balance of victory began to tilt toward the Han clan. The Han clan really does have some tricks up its sleeve, but unfortunately not many. Han Cheng smiled, his eyelids concealing the light within his eyes. Wah. Suddenly, Han, who was being held by Yafei, began to cry. Han Cheng turned his head and discovered that Han Li, who had been sitting on the table and staring blankly at the golden light screen, was also crying. Wah tilde. Who? Han Cheng sighed. Since the Han clan had frightened the two little fellows into crying, he had no choice but to deal with the Han clan. At the same time, Ji Zuner, who had hesitated for a long time, mustered up her courage, came to the very top floor, and saw the scene. The aura on Han Cheng's body was no longer concealed at all, and the entire heaven and earth trembled because of him. Blazing. Rising. Ever burning. Indestructible fire god body, open. The aura of the figure burning with golden flames had completely surpassed the boundary of Dosheng. The auras on the bodies of the sister and brother, Han and Han Li, skyrocketed. Chapter 164, I hold no grudges. 8-star Dosheng peak, only half a step away from the 9-star Dosheng. Everyone on the first level widened their eyes, looking at that golden figure in disbelief. Dodi. It must be Dodi. The aura on Kai Lin was also revealed, 9-star Dosheng. Placing her jade hand into that golden flame palm, the two looked at each other and smiled, walking toward the golden light screen. The next second, 2 figures just as strong as Kai Lin followed closely behind. Qin Beisheng, as well as Long Yu. At this moment, Jindan Tower finally stopped hiding its strength, flipping over all its trump cards and stunning countless people. The golden light screen disappeared, and the figures of the 4 also vanished, but everyone who saw the scene knew where they had gone. Now it is good, the allied forces have a way out, and the Han clan is going to be in bad luck. But at the same time, they were also frightened by Jindan Tower's harmless disguise. The ordinary-looking Jindan Tower actually possessed such powerful strength, completely crowning the strength of the fighting Qi continent. Judging by the number of top powerhouses, it could completely single-handedly fight the entire fighting Qi continent. Yet it always held back, until now. What a terrifying temperament, is this the real you, Senior, Han Cheng? Within the battlefield, a tyrannical golden beam of light ruthlessly smashed toward a living dead person of the Han clan, instantly stripping away their life. Such a huge commotion caused the battlefield to fall silent instantly, countless gazes converging over. The golden beam of light scattered, and Han Cheng, burning with golden flames all over his body, appeared in this heaven and earth. At the same time, 3 9-star Do senses simultaneously made a move against those 3 living dead people of the Han clan, turning them into truly dead people. Hee, trust you have been well since we last met, everyone. Han Cheng laughed softly, the aura on his body not concealing itself, causing Ji Yuan and Han Tiandi to continuously gasp in cold air. Clearly, breaking through to Dodi in this heaven and earth required obtaining the Tuosh Ancient Emperor Jade, opening the Ancient Emperor Cave, obtaining the Emperor Realm Embryonic Pill, and refining the Origin Emperor Chi within it. How could this Han Chang actually break through to Dodi? How could this be possible? Han Tiandi couldn't help but frown. At this moment, he felt that things had completely gotten out of his control. Nephew, have you broken through to the Dodi realm? Ji Yuan curiously came to Han Chang's side, asking with some surprise. He really didn't expect that Han Chang actually had such methods. I'm sorry, uncle, I also wanted to get the Tuosh Ancient Emperor Jade, so I had to play the role of the fisherman. Han Chang nodded and said with a smile. Hee, it's fine, it's fine. As long as it's not Han Tiandi who breaks through to Dodi, anyone can get the Tuosh Ancient Emperor Jade. Ji Yuan waved his hand, matters having reached this point, what else could he say? Moreover, this situation was already the best for the Ji Yu clan. After all, the relationship between them and Han Chang was still passable. Han Tiandi, hand over all the Tuosh Ancient Emperor Jade. I can still consider leaving some bloodline for your Han clan. Otherwise, the Han clan will be wiped out. Han Chang looked at Han Tiandi, his words not polite in the slightest. Who told the protectors of your Hall of Souls to harbor malicious intentions toward him? This was all retribution. Quote. Han Tiandi looked at Han Chang and couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha, Han Chang, you are not bad at all. Possessing such powerful strength, you were actually able to endure it all this time. This seed admits that I misjudged you, but don't think that my Han clan has lost just like this. So what if you were a Dodi? Several thousand years ago, this seed had already prepared for the worst. You wouldn't be trying to say that the formations composed of your Hall of Souls are your trump card, right? Han Chang wore a smile, looking at Han Tiandi playfully. Exclamation mark. Han Tiandi couldn't help being stunned, not expecting his trump card to have been seen through. The crowd on the allied forces side saw this scene and couldn't help gasping in cold air, not expecting the Han clan's preparations to be so extensive. But they also felt somewhat gratified. Fortunately, there was a Dodi powerhouse on their side who saw through everything, otherwise they would probably be in trouble. Even if you saw through it, so what? Do you think Han Tiandi didn't believe that the Han clan's preparations of 1,000 years would be completely useless? Take a look for yourself, Zhao King, do it. Han Chang smiled slightly and pointed at the distant sky. The cyan lotus bloomed, and countless magma from the center of the earth gushed out, completely devouring the Hall of Souls within the entire Zhongzhou region, and the formation was also destroyed. The next second, Zhao King, whose aura was not weaker than Ji Yuan and Han Tiandi in the slightest, arrived by Han Chang's side. Master, done. Well done, go quickly and ask Han Tiandi if he is satisfied. Do you like this fireworks show? Han Chang killed and went on to pierce the heart, a malicious smile hanging on the corners of his mouth. At this moment, even Ji Yuan couldn't help sighing for Han Tiandi. No matter how much you schemed and calculated, so what? In the end, in the face of absolute strength, wouldn't you still have to obediently accept your fate? Han Tiandi finally broke his defense, and there was no longer any calm composure on his face. He didn't expect that this kid had actually seen through all of the Han clan's plots. Hurry up and hand over all the Tuosh Ancient Emperor Jade to me, don't think about stalling for time. I am a real Dodi, not a temporary one. Han Chang moved his palm, and the void swallowing flame, which was originally beside Han Tiandi, instantly lost control of its body, turning into a ball of black flame and automatically arriving on Han Chang's left hand. Seeing this scene, Han Tiandi couldn't hold back anymore. You must know, that was the 9-star Dosheng void swallowing flame. With just a movement of his palm, he made the void swallowing flame turn into its origin appearance without the slightest resistance, obediently resting in Han Chang's hand. Sigh, forget it, you might as well just die. Han Chang suddenly changed his mind, drawing talisman characters in the air with his right hand, a profound pattern opened up the void, and a pink 3-kai longsword appeared. Han Chang grabbed the longsword formed by the purification lotus demon flame, a smile on the corners of his mouth. I don't have much combat experience, I only know how to crush by realm. I wonder if you, Han Tiandi, can defeat me by leaping over realms. Han Tiandi's face darkened. At a time like this, what kind of bullshit was he still talking about? Things like combat experience were completely useless in the face of an absolute difference in strength. 1,000 zhang long crimson gold sword chi tore through the void, carrying the terrifying temperature of boiling the oceans and burning the heavens, slashing toward Han Tiandi. Han Tiandi discovered that he simply couldn't dodge this move. His aura had already been locked onto by Han Chang, and he could only resist it head-on. Seeing this scene, the group of experts from the Han clan quickly abandoned their enemies in their hands and came to Han Tiandi's side to share the pressure. Unfortunately, the gap between Dodi and Dosheng was simply too huge, something that could not be made up for by mere quantity. Of course, if 109-star Do senses joined forces, perhaps they could withstand a normal attack from a Dodi powerhouse. With a single sword strike, the Dosheng experts of the Han clan all perished, and the 8 pieces of the Tuosh Ancient Emperor Jade also fell into Han Chang's hands. Then came another sword strike, and all these Han clan members on the battlefield died, not leaving a single living soul behind. Finally, everything was over, the dark and evil forces were eliminated, and everyone could survive in peace once more. Holding the complete Tuosh Ancient Emperor Jade, Han Chang also saw the location of the Ancient Emperor Cave. Without any concealment, this was his confidence as a Dodi powerhouse, no one could snatch things from him. Chapter 165, Ancient Emperor Cave. Just like that, the catastrophe that should have swept across the entire fighting Qi continent was ended by Han Chang just like that. Aside from the people of the Han clan being completely wiped out, the allied forces suffered quite a few losses, but everyone could fully accept these losses. As long as Han Tiandi did not break through to Dodi, they had no objections. After all, they were completely hostile towards Han Tiandi, the kind where once one side won, the other would undoubtedly die. Now that Han Chang had broken through to Dodi, obtained the Tuosh Ancient Emperor Jade, and the people around him could continue to break through to Dodi, it no longer mattered to the various factions on the fighting Qi continent. At most, there was just an extra supreme ruler, and if worst came to worst, they would just bow their heads and become underlings. Major forces came in a continuous stream, wanting to seek the protection of Jindan Tower. After all, this was a Dodi-level faction, even being a dog for them was not a loss. Unfortunately, Jindan Tower did not need to expand right now, and things being this way was pretty good. Jianan Academy. With the great might of a Dodi, Han Chang moved the Ancient Emperor Cave out. A huge purple gold giant dragon finally welcomed this day, it was finally free. Who let me out? Go play somewhere else, this is none of your business. Han Chang slapped his father-in-law flying and used the Tuosh Ancient Emperor Jade to open the Ancient Emperor Cave. Han Chang and his family walked into the Ancient Emperor Cave. The void swallowing flame had already recognized the situation and was acting as a guide. By the side of the void-swallowing flame, Xiaoqing and the purification lotus demon flame flanked it on the left and right, protecting it closely, leaving the void-swallowing flame unable to raise even a single bad thought. Eerie mist shrouded this cave space, and even an Emperor realm soul would be suppressed by this mist. But, for a true Dodi, this was merely a petty trick. Disperse. Han Cheng spat out a word softly, like the laws of heaven and earth, and the eerie mist shrouding the space actually dissipated automatically. Seeing this scene, the void-swallowing flame understood in its heart that Han Tiandi did not die unjustly. With such power, even the Tuosh ancient emperor might not be as strong as him, right? So many strange fires, does the Tuosh ancient emperor like collecting strange fires that much? Kailin asked with some surprise, turning her head to look at Han Cheng. With a snake in his left embrace and a dragon in his right, Han Cheng smiled and said, if I guessed correctly, that Tuosh ancient emperor should be number 1 on the strange fire ranking list. And these strange fires are merely a hall of honor for the victor, the Tuosh ancient emperor, to display his achievements. As they spoke, the few of them had already reached the end of the strange fire plaza. At the end was a huge stone statue of the Tuosh ancient emperor, carrying a powerful pressure. Surrounding the stone statue were hundreds of light clusters, among which there were no lack of TN class high-grade cultivation methods and dough techniques. Not even the Han clan or Jiyu clan had such a massive collection. Now, these all belonged to Han Cheng. Waving his palm, these light clusters shattered automatically, and the cultivation methods and dough techniques within them automatically flew into Han Cheng's storage ring. Emperor Realm Embryonic Pill, will you come over yourself, or should I catch you? Han Cheng looked towards the position of the stone statue's shoulder and said to the old man who looked exactly like the Tuosh ancient emperor. Emperor, you have already broken through to Dodi, why must you still make things difficult for me? The Emperor Realm Embryonic Pill sighed helplessly, looking at Han Cheng with a hint of entreaty in its words. With a thought from Han Cheng, the Emperor Realm Embryonic Pill transformed into a light cluster and fell into Han Cheng's hand. Dilly-dallying, a mere pill has so much to say. Han Cheng raised his head, looked at this stone statue, and crooked the corner of his mouth. Xiaoqing, come over, I will give you the opportunity to break through to Dodi. The void-swallowing flame and the purification lotus demon flame looked at Han Cheng in disbelief. Was this the power of a Dodi expert? Clearly, they hadn't even mentioned this matter, hopefully not. The next second, Han Cheng extended his palm, and a giant golden palm smashed the chest of the Tuosh ancient emperor. The golden palm stayed inside for a few minutes before being pulled out. A palm-sized colorful light cluster fell into Han Cheng's hand, and Xiaoqing walked over. Han Cheng fed this portion of Dodi origin source to Xiaoqing. Now Xiaoqing should be the rightful Qing emperor. Letting Xiaoqing go into seclusion here to break through to Dodi, Han Cheng led the others away from here. Everything had been obtained, so there was no need to stay any longer. After Han Cheng and his family returned to Jinden Tower, they found that the leaders of the various factions of the allied forces were all here. Ji Yuan, the patriarch of the Lei clan, the patriarch of the Yan clan, and so on. Heavenly Emperor Han. Heavenly Emperor Han. We pay our respects to Heavenly Emperor Han. The sudden sound of worship made Han Cheng recall a piece of ancient memory, the story of S18. Han Cheng shook his head and waved his hand, making these people return to their seats. Everyone is an old acquaintance, there's no need for those superficialities. Han Cheng looked at these people and said with a smile. Haha, mister, Han is a Dodi now, we wouldn't dare to be presumptuous. Ji Yuan shook his head. After all, this was a Dodi. Uncle, aren't your words a bit distant? Han Cheng still had a pretty good impression of Ji Yuan. Although the Xiao clan became like that, he bore an unshakable responsibility. But Han Cheng's last name wasn't Xiao anyway, what did how the Xiao family ended up have to do with him? At least Ji Yuan had been quite righteous towards him, whether it was giving him a large amount of resources during his time at Jiannan Academy, or the spatial jade slip given to him when he first left the Ji clan after coming to the Central Plains. Standing from Han Cheng's perspective, Ji Yuan was a very good senior. Then, nephew, Ji Yuan hesitated for a moment. That's right, uncle, why be so distant? Han Cheng agreed with a smile. Han Cheng did not use his status as a Dodi to bully these people. After all, there was no enmity between them, and he was not someone who held grudges. Of course, although Han Cheng didn't put on airs, the others didn't truly not treat him as a Dodi, right? Whenever Han Cheng casually said a word, they all had to flatter him with smiles. For a time, it was quite lively, and the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious. After sending these people away, Han Cheng returned to the manor and found that Ziyan was gone. Where's Ziyan? Did she return to ancient Dragon Island? Han Cheng came behind Kailin, feeling her increasingly seductive mature aura, and couldn't help wanting a third child. Tilda, Kailin slapped away the mischievous, warm, large hand on her body, leaned against Han Cheng's chest, and softly said, I don't know either. Ziyan only said she was going back to ancient Dragon Island for a trip, and didn't say anything else. Is that so? Han Cheng nodded, seeming to think of something. Anyway, they all had Han Cheng's soul imprint on them. Once shattered, Han Cheng would activate his divine fire clone, instantly crossing the fighting Qi continent to rush to the scene, so there was no need to worry at all. Even if the 9-star Dosheng Ziyan encountered a Dodi, she still had time to call for help, let alone the fact that this heaven and earth had no other Dodi besides Han Cheng and Xiaoqing. Han Cheng scooped up Kailin in his arms and walked towards the bedroom. Wife, your husband's anger is quite high, come help me put out the fire. This time I want to be on top, I want to be the first woman to ride a Dodi. On the bed, Kailin pushed Han Cheng down, straddled his waist, and said proudly with a queen's posture. Han Cheng raised the banner of battle, and a fiery war broke out. Meanwhile, the void-swallowing flame was studying knowledge on how to babysit. Chapter 166, I am your grandmother. The 8-star peak Dosheng cultivation of the siblings Han and Han Li had been sealed by their biological father, Han Cheng, and now they had turned into 2 toddlers around 2 years old. When void-swallowing flame watched purification lotus demon flame treat the 2 little fellows with exceptional gentleness and without a shred of hostility, it felt as though it hadn't woken up yet. How could this possibly be purification lotus demon flame? Whose temper was purification lotus demon flames? Could void-swallowing flame possibly not know? It was extremely explosive. I say, purification lotus demon flame, since when did your temper become so good? Void-swallowing flame asked somewhat curiously. Purification lotus demon flame held the 2 little fellows and glanced sideways at void-swallowing flame. Otherwise what, do you want me to go challenge their father in court death? A Dodi, and moreover a Dodi who broke through without using those things from ancient Emperor Cave, how could someone like that be a character that purification lotus demon flame could afford to provoke? Equals convex. Void-swallowing flame fell silent for a moment, remembering Han Cheng's strength in wiping out the Han clan with 2 sword strikes, it also knew that purification lotus demon flame's approach was correct. I advise you to obediently serve these 2 little crown princes and princesses. If you serve them comfortably, we might even break through to that realm in the future. Purification Lotus Demon Flame realized that this fellow Void Swallowing Flame probably had too great a drop in status within a short period, making it hard to accept for the time being. But thinking of Senior Qingdi, Purification Lotus Demon Flame still spoke a word of reason. Void Swallowing Flame also knew this reasoning, but it was still hard to accept this reality. He was originally just a tiny profound Pilgrim Master, so how on earth did he become a Dodi? This wasn't reasonable. Having struggled in the Hun clan for several millennia, it all ended up being a waste in the end. The opportunity to break through to Dodi that Void Swallowing Flame had been yearning for day and night ultimately became the opportunity of some Qingdi who popped out of nowhere, the kind that was casually tossed into his mouth by Han Chang. Void Swallowing Flame, its heart was simply unbalanced. Child, I am your dad. You're talking bullshit, I am your grandmother. On ancient Dragon Island, the new and old Dragon Emperors were currently in a standoff. However, facing the colorful language spewed by the new Dragon Emperor, old Dragon Emperor had no intention of talking back at all. He just kept smiling bitterly, and without the slightest intention of fighting for the position of Dragon Emperor, he directly surrendered to the new Dragon Emperor. Child, I know I was in the wrong. It's all my fault for being momentarily greedy and falling into the trap of that old fellow Tuosh ancient emperor. Shut up and stay away from this emperor. If nothing is the matter, get lost as far as you can. Ziyan tore through the void and left ancient Dragon Island. On the large bed in the bedroom, the two opposing sides were taking a half-time break when Ziyan walked in. Throwing herself onto the large bed, Ziyan hugged Han Chang and wailed loudly. Seeing this scene, they lost their mood as well and hurriedly began to comfort Ziyan. After all, they were a family. What is it, Ziyan? Who bullied you? Big brother will help you burn him to ashes. Han Chang rubbed Ziyan's big head. Kai Lin pulled Ziyan into her embrace and softly comforted her. Han Chang also wanted to snatch Ziyan over, but he couldn't win against Kai Lin. After quite a while, Ziyan finally recounted the whole sequence of events. Oh, so that fellow is. Han Chang had an epiphany, then looked at Ziyan. Then how do you want to punish him? Since it was Ziyan's father, he couldn't be burned to ashes. He could only be made to redeem himself through punishment until Ziyan was satisfied. Ziyan thought about it and shook her head. I don't know, Theta. How about you give him a beating, Ziyan? But I can't beat him. He even dares to fight back. MN, it seems not. *2. Han Chang and Kai Lin looked at Ziyan in confusion, wondering if she had already beaten him up. Ziyan shook her head and said, I just punched him casually and haven't really beaten him yet. Then beat him up, just beat him purely with physical strength. Whenever Ziyan vents the anger in your heart, we can think of the next way to punish him. I think burning him with my true sunfire would be pretty good. Is this good? What's wrong with it? He threw you in such a dangerous place. Have you forgotten when you were little? But he didn't do it on purpose. Then we won't burn him. We'll just beat him and make him serve as your mount. How about that? This is good. Just like that, Han Chang, acting as the son-in-law, arranged everything perfectly for his father-in-law. Then came an exceptionally fierce three-way melee, leaving Han Chang flustered as he was besieged by the allied forces of the two sides. Uncle, there's really no need. The relationship between us really doesn't lack this bit. Within the ancient Ji Yu clan, Han Chang was fishing by the lake with Ji Yu Yuan. Regarding Ji Yu Yuan's idea of marrying Ji Yu Zuner to him for a political alliance, Han Chang sternly refused. I already have 2 wives now, and Kai Lin has even given birth to a son and a daughter for me. If you really marry Zuner to me, I'm afraid I won't be able to give her too much care. For Zuner, this wouldn't be a very good destination. Sigh, worthy nephew, with these words from you, I can rest easy. Hearing Han Chang say so much to him, Ji Yu Yuan was already quite satisfied in his heart. Moreover, what if I told you this was Zuner's own idea? Quote ellipsis quote. Han Chang fell silent for a moment, feeling that he couldn't quite figure out Ji Yu Zuner's thought process. But to repeat what he said before, he wasn't any sort of saint either. He wouldn't push away a beauty who actively delivered herself to him. Fine then, I won't play coy after taking advantage. Han Chang shook his head. Ji Yu Zuner was merely a 3-star Doshang. No matter how many schemes she had, he had nothing to fear. Uncle, no, the next time we meet, I'll have to call you father-in-law. Then should I call you, worthy son-in-law? Ji Yu Yuan laughed heartily, feeling that having a daughter wasn't bad after all. 2 months later, Han Chang married his first concubine. Of course, given Ji Yu Zuner's status, she certainly couldn't truly be a concubine, but her position in Han Chang's heart was far inferior to the 2 wives, Kai Lin and Ziyan. It was simply due to Han Chang's true colors as a man, as well as wanting to turn the Ji Yu clan into his assistants, that he married this rather special woman, Ji Yu Zuner. On the night of the bridal chamber, Han Chang looked at Ji Yu Zuner with somewhat complicated feelings. He remembered that when they first met, he still had some thoughts about this rich woman, Ji Yu Zuner. But later on, as his own cheeks became bigger and bigger, and his strength in all aspects grew in a completely irregular curve, Han Chang valued the 2 companions by his side, Kai Lin and Ziyan, more and more, while not having many thoughts left for Ji Yu Zuner. During that period, due to an exchange of benefits, Han Chang's impression of Ji Yu Zuner was still quite good. He even passed a secret technique to her, thinking that he could borrow her connections and use the Ji Yu clan's influence to better hide his strength and wait for the day when the time was ripe. He just hadn't expected that Ji Yu Zuner would actually be controlled by her inner demons and do that foolish thing, causing Han Chang's impression of Ji Yu Zuner to instantly drop to freezing point. Although Han Chang later helped her regain her sanity, some things that happened had happened. Even if he forgave her on the surface, there would still be a thorn stuck deep in his heart. Until tonight, when Ji Yu Zuner became the female lead of the bridal chamber night. Ji Yu Zuner walked up to Han Chang and, in the capacity of a newlywed wife, undressed him. Then, in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this past year, Han Chang completely indulged his desires and played with many toys, trying out all sorts of combinations between the different toys. After playing with them and knowing what every single one of them felt like, his desires naturally faded away. On this day, a massive illusory cyan lotus phantom enveloped half of the fighting Qi continent. That's right, Qingdi had broken through to the Dodi realm. At the same time, Han Chang also arrived above the firmament of the fighting Qi continent and opened the seal that isolated the fighting Qi continent from the major thousand worlds. New source Qi had finally descended upon the fighting Qi continent, and the few people by Han Chang's side instantly sensed what they had been lacking. The 5 9-star Dosheng Peak experts obtained the source Qi of the Emperor they had dreamed of and smoothly broke through to the Dodi realm. Counting Han Chang and Qingdi, the fighting Qi continent now had 7 Dodi experts, something unprecedented in the history of the fighting Qi continent. The child in Ziyan's belly was already a Dosheng before even being born. Fortunately, Han Chang had applied a seal, otherwise Ziyan would have had a hard time. Kai Lin's belly showed no further movement. Having the two little ones, Han Han and Han Li, already satisfied her. If there were a few more children, she wouldn't have that much energy left. 10 years later, Han Cheng gained another son, whom he named Han Long. Modifying that embryonic emperor tear pill slightly, Han Cheng used medicinal pills to push Sister Yafei into the Dodi realm. 50 years later, Han Cheng left the fighting Qi continent. Under the gaze of everyone, he transformed into a streak of golden light and left this world by utilizing the sunlight. 10 years later, the vanished Han Cheng returned to the fighting Qi continent once more, except this time, he brought back news of the Major Thousand Worlds. The Major Thousand Worlds. That's right, the fighting Qi continent is merely a small plane beneath the Major Thousand Worlds. The Major Thousand Worlds has myriad clans standing tall, and experts are countless. It's far more exciting than our fighting Qi continent. Han Cheng briefly told everyone about what he had seen and heard in the Major Thousand Worlds, but the Major Thousand Worlds also had a common enemy. The strength of those enemies was immense, not something the likes of Han Tiandi could compare to. However, everyone doesn't need to worry. With me here, there won't be any problems. Han Cheng said with utmost confidence. Hearing Han Cheng say this, everyone's heart settled down. After all, everyone was clear about Han Cheng's personality. If he said that, he definitely had certainty. The crowd dispersed individually, preparing to set off for the Major Thousand Worlds. Han Cheng pulled Kai Lin and the other women back, not letting them leave. As the saying goes, a small parting is like a newlywed. Furthermore, having been separated for a full 10 years, the pent-up heat he had accumulated over these 10 years was quite substantial. Meanwhile, at the Snake People tribe, Han Cheng's biological daughter, Han Han, was currently acting as the queen in the Snake People tribe. Quote, Your Majesty the Queen, that is how the whole event transpired. Hua Shi'er, who was already a Dozun expert, was now the personal guard of the Dodi expert Han Han. They were currently trying a case between Snake People. The case was not complicated, it was simply that a Snake People had occupied a bit too much land when building a house, causing dissatisfaction from their neighbor. Then, they were fortunately seen by Han Han. You are in the wrong. Han Han tilted her head and said with a firm tone, pointing at the Snake People who had occupied extra land. Ah, Your Majesty the Queen, please listen to my explanation. Actually, I'm not listening, I'm not listening, I'm not listening. Han Han shook her head, giving the Snake People no chance to explain at all. Just like that, before the impartial Han Han, this case ended very quickly and very peacefully. Only Hua Shi'er's mouth twitched. She felt that it might not be a bad idea for the Snake People tribe to elect another queen. If they kept playing like this, the Snake People tribe might just be ruined by Han Han. Mr. Han has returned. Aren't you going back to take a look? Daddy is back. I'm going back right now. Hearing that her old man had returned, Han Han tore open space with a single motion and ran back home. Lass, over these past 10 years, have you listened to your mother? With his heat dissipated, Han Cheng looked at his precious little girl and asked with a smile. Of course I've been obediently listening. Daddy, you know me Tilda. Han Han put on the appearance of a good girl, showing not a single trace of mischievousness. Han Cheng smiled faintly. How could he not know this lass's temper? It's just that who made her his only daughter? He could only spoil her. Alright, you're this old and still clinging to your old man me, aren't you ashamed? Han Cheng tapped the little lass's head, making her release her grip on his arm. Daddy Tilda. Quote. Han Cheng sighed and said, what does my good daughter want? Daddy, can you help Uncle Purification Lotus Demon Flame and Uncle Void Swallowing Flame break through to Dodi? Dodi, Han Cheng thought for a moment and slowly nodded. Fine, since my good daughter said so, considering their hard work over the past 100 years, I'll help them out. Thank you, Daddy, mwah. Alright, stop jumping around. Quickly tidy up, in a few days Daddy will take you all to play in the Major Thousand Worlds. The Major Thousand Worlds, Fire God Palace. The people who followed Han Cheng to the Major Thousand Worlds saw these three large characters at first glance. The next second, the Do Chi within their bodies began to conflict with the heaven and earth spiritual chi of the Major Thousand Worlds. However, with Han Cheng around, nothing was a problem. Because someone had once relied on extremely unreasonable and tyrannical force to beat the most powerful factions of the Major Thousand Worlds into submission, Jin Tower's development even within the Major Thousand Worlds was exceptionally smooth, with no one daring to provoke it. In just a few hundred years, Jin Tower had spread across every continent in the Major Thousand Worlds. After Xiao Yan came to the Major Thousand Worlds, relying on the particularity of the Flame Mantra, he also carved out a reputation for himself and was called the Flame Emperor by the world. What a pity, this Flame Emperor did not create a faction, instead, he constantly searched for a way to resurrect dead people. As for the Fire God Palace, it gradually faded from people's view, and some new generation experts had never even heard of the reputation of the Fire God Palace faction. However, the older and more powerful a faction was, the more apprehensive they were toward the Fire God Palace, not daring to be negligent. Even though that lord had already left this world. But they definitely did not believe that that lord would truly fail to leave behind enough contingencies for his offspring. Eternal Sun Star. Infinite energy gathered, spanning across endless time and space, causing Han Cheng's aura to rise higher and higher until it surpassed the firmament. Transmigrator Alliance, Reborn Alliance. Hey. Han Cheng shook his head helplessly. Where was there any Transmigrator Alliance or Reborn Alliance? In reality, it was just that after he became powerful enough, he went against the river of time to cheat for his past self. After becoming powerful enough, even karmic backlash was merely a slight trouble and could not be considered any price at all. Do you still remember Isa Waterfall? I want to go again. Anytime. Han Cheng wrapped his arm around Kai Lin's serpentine waist, cast aside the visions he had just seen, and turned to leave. Chapter 168, Another Story Part 1. Jiama Empire, Wudin City. Having lost both parents and suffering from overwhelming grief, Han Cheng fainted. Upon waking up again, he had already awakened the innate wisdom of his past life. Now 10 years old, Han Cheng was only at the third stage of Doji Chi. Having read the script of Battle Through the Heavens, Han Cheng knew that Wudin City was not a good place. With the protagonist around, it was highly likely that things would not be peaceful, so he decided to leave as early as possible. However, Han Cheng found that his worries seemed a bit premature, because the third son of Xiao family's head, Xiao Zan, had just been born, and a banquet had been held not long ago. Phew, good thing. Han Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. This way, he would have time to develop and seize, take those known opportunities. Looking around, Han Cheng found the family's savings, discovering that there were less than 100 gold coins left, as the rest of the money had been used to buy medicine for his deceased parents. Fortunately, the purchasing power of gold coins in this world is still quite strong. If it is just for simple meals, 20 gold coins a year is enough for one person, and they can even occasionally eat some meat. After all, this was a supernatural world. The truly valuable things were those that helped with cultivation. Han Chang felt that with his talent, he should be able to reach the 8th stage of Doji Chi within 5 years, and at that time, he could participate in the enrollment of Jiannan Academy and enter Jiannan Academy. Yet Han Chang still underestimated his own talent. By the age of 12, he had already reached the 8th stage of Doji Chi, meeting the enrollment standards of Jiannan Academy. In Jiannan Academy, they were not afraid of you being poor, nor were you lacking cultivation methods or dough techniques, but rather of you having no talent for cultivation. As such a massive force, Jiannan Academy would not be stingy in investing in students with outstanding talent. At the very least, they could afford to provide some Zon rank cultivation methods and dough techniques. Clearly, as a 13-year-old one-star dough practitioner, Han Chang let the academy's elders see his potential. Although he lacked the talent to be an alchemist, Han Chang's cultivation talent was very high, and his soul perception was exceptionally powerful. Compared to him, alchemists of the same realm would fall slightly short. This powerful perception made Han Chang exceptionally keen in his combat instincts. Although the academy had invested a Zon rank advanced cultivation method and dough technique in Han Chang, during daily sparring sessions with his classmates, no one could force him to use that Zon rank advanced dough technique. Before reaching the Great Dough Master stage, Han Chang had always used Huang rank dough techniques. Stone shattering kick, stone shattering claw, stone shattering fist, stone shattering palm, stone shattering finger. In Han Chang's hands, these common, street-tier Huang rank dough techniques displayed a power no less than that of Zon rank dough techniques. At 15 years old, Han Chang, a 5-star dough master, relied on these few Huang rank dough techniques to beat a senior who was a 7-star dough master until he lost his temper, forcibly beating him into submission. No matter how powerful a Zon rank dough technique is, if it cannot hit someone, it cannot compare to a Huang rank dough technique that can hit its target. Han Chang's words were continuously proven true over the next few years. Until the year Han Chang turned 16, when he broke through to the Great Dough Master stage, and the students of the Outer Academy finally witnessed Han Chang's trump card. Zon rank advanced dough technique, Fire Lion Slash. Relying on this move, Han Chang slaughtered 3 dough experts and 19 Great Dough Masters in the Black Corner region. In the same year, with his cultivation of an 8-star Great Dough Master, Han Chang entered the Inner Academy. Relying on combat power far exceeding those of the same level, Han Chang single-handedly plundered all the participants of this fire energy hunting match. After entering the Inner Academy, he defeated a senior at the 2-star Doling realm by jumping ranks, harvesting another rich bounty of fire energy. Within the sky-burning Chi refining tower, Han Chang's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds all the way. At 17, Han Chang broke through to Doling. At 18, Han Chang reached the peak of the 9-star Doling. In the same year, Han Chang won first place in the strong ranking tournament, and with the help of the source heart flame tempering his body, he broke through to Do Huang. In the year he turned 20, before graduation, Han Chang finally broke through the barrier of Do Huang, becoming another outstanding graduate at the Do Huang realm of Jiannan Academy, enough to go down in history. And by this year, Xiaoyan had already reached the 9th stage of Doji Chi. After graduation, the sky-burning Chi refining tower was of almost no help to Do Huang experts, so Han Chang did not choose to stay and teach at the academy. After all, a 20-year-old Do Huang expert would undoubtedly have a brilliantly radiant future. There was no need to continue wasting time in the academy. Instead, he should venture out onto the fighting Chi continent and seek opportunities for a breakthrough. I am not lacking in cultivation methods. A D-rank intermediate cultivation method is enough for me to use until the Do Zun realm. What I truly lack are dough techniques. At the Do Huang realm, what truly determines the victory or defeat of a battle are D-rank dough techniques. Han Chang bid farewell to Jiannan Academy, where he had stayed for 8 full years, and returned to the Jiama Empire, to that once remote small town. After packing up his parents' memorial tablets, Han Chang did not stay in this small town, but instead came to the Magical Beast Mountain Range. With his strength as a Do Huang expert, he could roam freely within this Magical Beast Mountain Range, as long as he did not set his sights on those Tier 6 magical beasts. That treasure cave was quickly found by Han Chang, and he did not leave a single gold coin behind. There was no help for it, he was terrified of being poor. Zon rank intermediate flying dough technique, purple cloud wings. This thing was already useless to Han Chang. After all, the source of that pair of wings was only a tier 5 magical beast. Even with the dual wings overlapping, it would only be useful at the Do Huang realm. However, this thing was extremely rare. If he took it out to trade, getting a Zon rank advanced dough technique in return would not be a problem. After all, rarity makes things precious. Just because he frequently hunted in the Black Corner region, the Zon rank dough techniques Han Chang knew already exceeded the number of fingers on one hand, and he had 3 Zon rank advanced dough techniques, so he desired a D rank dough technique even more. 7 colored poison manual. Han Chang thought about it and still put it away. Who knows, maybe he could play at raising someone in the future. Finally, there was the Zon rank advanced dough technique, Mad Lion Roar. It is worth mentioning that this Zon rank advanced dough technique was an attribute-less dough technique. Regardless of what attribute your fighting chi was, you could learn it. Han Chang also took away that piece of the torn map. Although he did not cultivate the flame mantra and was not an alchemist, he was also a fire attribute cultivator. If he could refine the purification lotus demon flame as his natal flame in the future, then perhaps he would be another pure lotus demon saint. As a person, one must always have some dreams, right? His parents' memorial tablets were carried with Han Chang wherever he went, and he didn't know where he would stop his steps. If he unfortunately perished during this time, it would save trouble. The family of 3 could just be buried together, which counts as a family reunion. Leaving the Magical Beast Mountain Range, Han Chang condensed his fighting chi into wings and headed toward Mo City. There lived in seclusion the former Ice Emperor Hai Bodong, who was now just an old man at the Doling realm drawing maps. After arriving at his destination, Han Chang did not rush to find Hai Bodong right away. Instead, he began to ponder. With his current strength as a 1-star Do Huang, what were the chances that he could successfully refine the green lotus core flame? A heavenly flame, such a wondrous item of heaven and earth would provide a huge boost to fire attribute cultivation methods and dough techniques, and Han Chang was very interested in it. As for Xiaoyan, hey, a little brat who wasn't even a dough practitioner at 10 years old, what qualifications did he have to make him suck up to him? After truly transmigrating, the moment an opportunity for eternal life was placed before you, nothing else mattered. Chapter 169, Another Story Part 2. The cultivation method Han Chang currently practiced was a D-rank intermediate cultivation method, open double angle bracket 8 desolations divine fire formula close double angle bracket. Depending on the strength of the practitioner's soul power, the cultivation speed displayed by the 8 desolations divine fire formula would also vary. Because the 8 desolations divine fire formula could absorb the fire attribute energy between heaven and earth, the stronger the cultivator's soul power, the wider the range of energy they could absorb, and the faster their cultivation speed would be. This was also one of the reasons why Han Chang came to Mo City. Because this was a desert, the fire attribute energy was exceptionally dense. With soul power even stronger than alchemists of the same rank like Han Chang, practicing the 8 Desolations divine fire formula made his cultivation speed shoot up like a rocket. For his cultivation in the Do Huang realm, Han Chang only took 2 years to go from a 1-star Do Huang to the peak of a 9-star Do Huang, and he even saw the barrier of the Dozong realm. It was just that layer of barrier was too thick. If he cultivated normally, Han Chang felt it would take at least 5 years to cross it. Of course, Han Chang at that time would only be 27 years old, and a 27-year-old Dozong would be a super genius even in the Central Plains. It was just that Han Chang had some thoughts about the Green Lotus Core Flame, feeling that if he could refine the Green Lotus Core Flame at this realm, perhaps he could use its power to directly cross this barrier and save 5 years of time in one go. This temptation was huge, and after tossing and turning for a long time, Han Chang still decided to give it a try. It was mainly because Han Chang's current cultivation as a 9-star Do Huang gave him sufficient confidence. Queen Medusa, who was also a 9-star Do Huang and a Snake People tribe member restrained by heavenly flames, was able to go deep into the Earth's core and get the Green Lotus Core Flame. Then how could he, a fire attribute cultivator who was a 9-star Do Huang, not be able to do it? Spreading his crimson gold Dochi wings, Han Chang dashed straight for Stone Desert City. The aura of a Do Huang expert was unreservedly displayed, and no one within a radius of several miles dared to approach. Thud, thud, thud. With a few earth-shattering sounds, Han Chang successfully arrived at his expected destination. After a few attacks, he obtained a Tier 4 Fire Attribute Monster Core, and after adjusting his own state, Han Chang plunged deep into the magma. Green Lotus Core Flame, you really are so pretty. Looking at that cyan flame quietly burning on the Lotus Dais, Han Chang licked his lips. He cut off the Lotus Dais and packed it all away together, making the Green Lotus Core Flame not even feel that it had been taken away completely along with its home. Arriving at a desolate mountain where no human lived, Han Chang adjusted his state and directly began devouring it. With the cultivation of a 9-star Do Huang, devouring this Green Lotus Core Flame that had just formed not long ago, Han Chang believed he should be able to succeed. However, before putting the Green Lotus Core Flame into his mouth, Han Chang needed to weaken the Green Lotus Core Flame as much as possible to increase the success rate to the maximum. Operating the 8 Desolations divine fire formula with all his might, Han Chang absorbed the energy within the Green Lotus Core Flame as much as possible. After 9 days and 9 nights, the energy of the Green Lotus Core Flame had dropped to an extreme point. Han Chang grabbed the origin of the Green Lotus Core Flame and swallowed it down. Half a month later, a boundless aura rose from this desolate mountain, and 22-year-old Han Chang successfully advanced to the Dozong realm. Although he was only a 1-star Dozong, Han Chang was confident that relying on the power of the Green Lotus Core Flame, he could fight even a 6-star Dozong. Is this the power of a Dozong? Truly not bad. After experiencing his own changes, Han Chang yearned even more for D-rank Do techniques. Although the power erupted by Zon-rank Do techniques in the hands of a Dozong was already very powerful, it was still quite a bit inferior compared to true D-rank Do techniques. At the very least, the combat power of a Dozong with a D-rank Do technique in hand would definitely rise to another level. Wasn't the reason why Xiao Yan was able to defeat Yan Shan of the Dozong realm with the cultivation of a Do Wang precisely because of D-rank Do techniques? Flame-splitting tsunami ruler, Emperor Seal skill, 3000 lightning movement. The Emperor Seal skill was even the cream of the crop among D-rank Do techniques, and as for Yan Shan, he had jack shit. Han Chang's current situation was slightly better than Yan Shan's. He had a heavenly flame, so his combat power would be even higher. Sigh, what a sin, for an ordinary person without a background to want to rise up is truly too difficult. Han Chang sighed helplessly, turned into a stream of light, and returned to Mo City. At Hai Bodong's map shop, Han Chang found what he wanted. Although Hai Bodong would rather die than submit, Han Chang directly brought Hai Bodong to the territory of Medusa of the Snake People tribe. He had Queen Medusa break the seal for him, while Han Chang owed Queen Medusa a favor in return. In exchange for a quarter of the Purification Lotus Demon Flame map, Han Chang felt he had made a huge profit. Han Chang continued to stay in this desert for 5 years, and had already reached the peak of a 9-star Dozong. This year, Han Chang was 27 years old. In the same year, Queen Medusa decided to evolve using a heavenly flame, using up this favor from Han Chang. With an extra little snake on his body, Han Chang's small desires in his heart were satisfied, and he left the Jama Empire, arriving in the Black Corner region. Although the plot of the Jama Empire during this period might be very exciting, Han Chang was not interested. He only cared about which forces in the Black Corner region possessed D-rank Do techniques. Yes, Han Chang treated the Black Corner region as his own hunting ground. Han Feng was one. This fellow was a disciple of Venerable Yao, and his alchemy skills should have reached the 7th rank realm. He definitely had D-rank Do techniques on him, and perhaps even more than one. Moreover, Han Feng was also fire attribute. The Do techniques he could use, Han Chang could use as well. More importantly, Han Chang also had some thoughts about the flame mantra. After all, this was the ticket straight to the Do D. Although Han Chang, at the peak of a 9-star Dozong, didn't have a single D-rank Do technique on him, under his shameless and despicable sneak attack without any martial ethics, Han Feng was instantly killed by Han Chang with almost no ability to fight back. The premise that alchemists were not to be messed with was while they were still alive. A dead alchemist, just how many people could help avenge them? Han Chang obtained what he wanted. Han Feng's soul was also not spared by Han Chang, it was directly crushed, leaving behind the sea heart flame. Days later, Han Chang, with the cultivation of a 9-star Dozong, despicably ambushed Xiao Yan and killed him. His soul-body teacher, Yao Chen, was likewise killed. Ling Ying was the same. Han Chang certainly didn't want to test the anger of the ancient clan's little princess. Just like that, Han Chang obtained everything he wanted. Half a year later, in a remote small town, an aura that froze space flashed past and disappeared. At 28 years old, Han Chang became a Dozun expert. The power of the 3 heavenly flames, the Green Lotus Core Flame, Sea Heart Flame, and Bone Chilling Flame, instantly pushed Han Chang to the peak of a 2-star Dozun. In this northwest continent, Han Chang could go wherever he pleased. Queen Medusa, are you willing to submit? Looking at the little snake on his wrist, Han Chang's tone was without joy or sorrow, yet carried an inexplicable majesty. The little snake was silent for a moment, then transformed into a charming and bewitching woman. Does a Dozun expert still think much of this humble one? You are pretty enough, and you also know many of my secrets, so you either become my woman and submit to me. Or, I am currently lacking a pretty woman by my side. Chapter 170, Another Story Part 3. Finally, Queen Medusa made the wise choice to submit and became Han Chang's first woman. Although there were some twists and turns, isn't reality just like this? The person you love might not necessarily be the person who stays with you forever. And the person who stays with you forever might also be someone you once wanted to kill. After helping John Nan Academy reinforce the seal of the Fallen Heart Flame and picking up that piece of the Purification Lotus Demon Flame remnant map along the way, Han Cheng spent another 5 years in secluded cultivation among the Snake People tribe. At 33 years old, Han Cheng's cultivation reached the peak of the 8-turned Ozun. During this period, he found 2 more heavenly flames. That year, the Hall of Souls began stirring up wars in the Northwest continent. During this time, Han Cheng kept searching for heavenly flames, but unfortunately, there seemed to be none left in the Northwest continent. After having a calm and peaceful chat with several elder Zuns of the Hall of Souls, they decided to give Han Cheng some face and keep the flames of war away from this side. After all, if an advanced turned Zun were driven to desperation and left with nothing to tie him down, the consequences would be terrifying, and the grand plan of the Hall of Souls wouldn't need to be implemented anymore. 3 years later, 36-year-old Han Cheng's cultivation reached the half-saint stage. Over these past few years, Medusa had also grown accustomed to Han Cheng's presence, and the two of them had a child. In order to find the opportunity to break through to Dosheng and find new heavenly flames, he came to the Central Plains. That year, the Pill Tower spill gathering ended, and no one was able to subdue the 3,000 burning flame, so Han Cheng went there to recommend himself. A year later, 37-year-old Han Cheng broke through to Dosheng, and the flame mantra officially evolved into a Tian-tier cultivation method. Dosheng meant that Han Cheng now possessed the ability to dictate the future trajectory of the fighting Qi continent, even if only to a limited extent. As a perk of becoming an honorary elder of the Pill Tower, Han Cheng asked an elder of the Little Pill Tower to make a move and refine a heavenly soul blood fusion pill, as well as a prime origin pill. Well, starting today, Han Cheng could also say that he was a person of the Pill Tower. Although as a Dosheng expert, having such a background wasn't particularly important anyway. Returning to the Northwest continent, Han Cheng handed the heavenly soul blood fusion pill to Queen Medusa, and the two of them officially married. Then, using the 3,000 burning flame as a blueprint, Han Cheng began to put his own ideas into practice. It could also be said to be comprehending the Tao. 8 years later, the aura on Han Cheng became increasingly unfathomable. Sometimes Queen Medusa felt as if her man didn't exist at all, as though he had already merged into this heaven and earth. The Purification Lotus Demon Flame remnant map was no longer important to Han Cheng. As an 8-star Dosheng at the peak, he could easily suppress the Purification Lotus Demon Flame. After the demonic flame descended into the world, Han Cheng stealthily devoured it, reaching the peak of the 9-star Dosheng, and then he vanished from the public eye once again, quietly waiting for the arrival of that opportunity. Han Cheng's child had already been born, and Han Cheng seemed to have put down everything, beginning to experience an ordinary life. In the blink of an eye, several thousand years passed. Both Han Tiandi and Ji Yuan had died of old age, and Han Cheng's opportunity had arrived. The despicable Han Cheng became the final victor. He possessed everything, whether it was the Emperor Pill Embryo or the Dodi origin source, everything belonged to him alone. After opening the world passage and ascending to the Major Thousand Worlds, Han Cheng threw aside the firmament tablet, hacked the heavenly evil god to death, and became the sole master of the Major Thousand Worlds. Several hundred years later, someone named Muchen was slapped to death by Han Cheng with a single palm, and his mother was reduced to Han Cheng's maidservant. Because of the dedication of their clan leader Luo Li, the Luoshan clan became a loyal dog seated beneath Han Cheng, continuing down through the ages. 30,000 years later, Han Cheng ascended again. The shadow that had shrouded the heads of countless people in the Major Thousand Worlds for 30,000 years finally dissipated. Strolling along the river of time, Han Cheng swam against the current, looking at his past, and chuckled lightly. Right and wrong, success and failure, all turned to emptiness in a flash. The green mountains remain as they are, yet how many times has the setting sun glowed red? So what if the means were despicable?